The mystery of giants has haunted human imagination for thousands of years, yet in the modern world it is dismissed almost as quickly as it is mentioned. From sacred texts to explorers' diaries, from ancient carvings to forgotten newspaper clippings, there lingers a troubling suggestion that towering beings once walked among us. Imagine hearing that the history taught in schools may be incomplete, perhaps deliberately so. Imagine being told that bones of colossal size were unearthed and then vanished into the vaults of respected institutions, never to be seen again. For most people, such claims sound like the fabric of myth or conspiracy. But what if they are not? What if our ancestors' stories of giants are not symbolic metaphors but collective memories of an extraordinary reality? That is the unsettling question that pulls us into the shadows of forbidden archaeology. We begin with a whisper, a half-forgotten headline: Giant skeleton unearthed in the heartland. It seems sensational, yet similar reports once appeared across the United States, in Europe, in South America, even in remote Pacific islands. How could so many cultures, separated by oceans and millennia, speak of the same thing? The mainstream response is swift: exaggerations, hoaxes, misidentified bones. But skepticism alone cannot erase the pattern that repeats across centuries and continents. Stories of towering beings emerge again and again, refusing to be buried, no matter how inconvenient they are to the official timeline of humanity. There is power in the very idea of giants. They represent something beyond human scale, a threat and a wonder all at once. In the Bible, they are the Nephilim, beings of unnatural size and strength, born of unions between the sons of God and the daughters of men. In Sumerian myth, they are demigods, in Norse lore, they are frost giants, and in the legends of Native America, they are ferocious red-haired cannibals. These are not the whimsical characters of children's fairy tales, but warnings, memorials, and sometimes enemies described with alarming seriousness. The question that begs to be asked is whether ancient people, who were skilled observers of the natural world, were all spinning the same fantasy, or preserving an uncomfortable truth. As we step deeper into this mystery, the stakes grow heavier. If giants were real, their existence changes everything we know about the story of humanity. It challenges evolutionary models, undermines archaeological dogma, and destabilizes theological narratives. The thought that somewhere in hidden archives, locked away from public view, lie the bones of beings 8, 10, or even 12 feet tall, bones that could rewrite textbooks overnight, has a kind of magnetic pull. It feels forbidden because it is forbidden. Not by law, but by the invisible hand of consensus. What mainstream institutions reject, the collective memory of humanity continues to whisper about. This is where curiosity collides with fear. For if these beings were real, what became of them? Were they wiped out in ancient wars, as so many oral traditions insist? Were they victims of some cataclysm, like the flood myths that echo from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica? Or do remnants of their bloodlines still walk among us, hidden in plain sight through genetic anomalies and freak occurrences of gigantism? The more one entertains the possibility, the more the pieces begin to align with unsettling clarity. The modern world tends to scoff at the fantastic. Yet paradoxically, people are drawn to mystery, to hidden history, to the suspicion that powerful truths are being kept from them. Why? Because it speaks to a deeper instinct, that we have not been told the full story. Every suppressed discovery, every missing skeleton, every ancient myth dismissed as mere allegory feeds this instinct. And when that instinct takes hold, it demands answers. Consider the role of suppression itself. When evidence vanishes, when institutions go silent, when ancient accounts are waved away, it does not extinguish curiosity, it fuels it. The very act of burying a story makes it more alive. Giants, then, exist in two realms, perhaps in the physical past, and certainly in the forbidden present. The first question is whether their bones once rested in the earth beside ours. The second is why those bones, if they were truly discovered, are now nowhere to be found. The deeper we dig, the more it appears that history itself has been sanitized, its messier and more mysterious chapters torn out. This introduction is an invitation into a journey that refuses to look away from those torn pages. We will follow the scattered evidence, the myths, the suppressed reports, the strange artifacts, and the whispers that point to a lost reality. Along the way, we will confront the guardians of orthodoxy, mainstream science, academia, powerful institutions, and ask whether they are protecting us from superstition or protecting themselves from truths too disruptive to control. By the end of this journey, you may not look at the past the same way again. You may never hear the word giant as a harmless exaggeration. Instead, You will see it as a shadow stretching across time, a reminder that the world once held secrets far larger, literally larger, than we have been allowed to believe. This is not a story of bedtime fables or fantasy novels. This is the beginning of a revelation, buried, denied, but not forgotten. Giants were real. The evidence is there. And the mystery is only just beginning. Across the ancient world, scattered like fragments of a half-forgotten dream, we find stories of giants. They appear in myths, sacred scriptures, tribal legends, and travelers' tales, always larger than life, always hovering on the boundary between history and myth. To dismiss these accounts as coincidence is tempting, but the deeper we look, the more they begin to form a global pattern. These are not isolated inventions. They are cultural echoes, rippling across time, each one insisting that at some point in humanity's past, towering beings walk the earth. Consider the Bible. In the book of Genesis, the Nephilim are introduced almost in passing, as if their existence required no explanation. There were giants in the earth in those days, the text declares, and then moves on as though the reader should already understand. Later, we meet the Anakim, a race of formidable giants that terrified the Israelites who first spied the land of Canaan. And, of course, there is Goliath, the warrior whose massive size and strength were recorded with such conviction that the story has become shorthand for the impossible battle between the weak and the mighty. Biblical scholars have debated for centuries whether these figures were symbolic, mythological, or rooted in reality. Yet for ancient audiences, the existence of giants was taken for granted, not as fantasy but as a part of history. But the Bible is far from alone. Travel eastward to Mesopotamia, where the Sumerians, the first known civilization, carved stories into clay tablets. There we find tales of demigods and giant kings, beings whose strength and stature separated them from ordinary humans. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero himself is described as being two-thirds divine, his great size setting him apart. Was Gilgamesh merely a myth, or a memory of a ruler whose proportions defied normal human boundaries? To the Sumerians, he was not just a story, but a legend rooted in their understanding of history. Shift north to Scandinavia, where the Norse sagas describe the Jotnar, the frost giants. Far from simple monsters, these beings were central to the cosmic drama, locked in endless tension with the gods themselves. The sagas are rich with battles between Odin's kin and the giants, battles that shaped the destiny of the world. Skeptics call these tales allegories of natural forces, ice, chaos, the wilderness. Yet even here, the giants are described in physical, visceral terms, beings who could fight, bleed, and die. Why would cultures that revered accuracy in their oral traditions invent such consistent characters if they had no basis in lived memory? Travel west to the New World, and the same theme re-emerges. Among Native American tribes, legends abound of massive beings who roamed the land long before Europeans arrived. The Paiute of Nevada told of the Saiti-i-Ka, red-haired cannibal giants who lived in caves and terrorized their ancestors. Other tribes spoke of wars fought against colossal enemies, victories won only through cunning and alliances. These were not tales to entertain children. They were treated as real ancestral memories, warnings etched into the oral record. Could entire nations of people have collectively fabricated such stories without some spark of truth? In South America, the Spanish conquistadors were startled to hear local stories of giants who once inhabited the land. Chroniclers like Pedro Cieza de Leon recorded accounts of enormous beings arriving by sea, towering over ordinary men, some so large they could not ride horses built for normal humans. Such stories sounded fantastical to European ears, but they were taken seriously by those who collected them. And remarkably, they mirror the stories of giants in Europe and the Middle East. Again, separate cultures, same theme. What is perhaps most intriguing is not just the existence of these legends, but their consistency. Whether in Africa, Asia, Europe, Oceania, or the Americas, giants are described with strikingly similar traits: immense size, abnormal strength, a tendency to dominate or prey upon smaller humans, and an uneasy relationship with gods or heroes. The names change, the details vary, but the pattern repeats. When myths line up across such vast distances of geography and time, it begs the question: are we looking at shared imagination or shared history? Skeptics argue that giants are universal archetypes, symbolic representations of human fears and struggles. They point to how giants embody the overwhelming forces of nature, or how they symbolize tyrants who crushed weaker peoples. This is a valid perspective, but it does not fully explain the granular details: reports of red hair, of double rows of teeth, of specific battles against ordinary humans. These details appear again and again, too precise to dismiss as symbolic coincidence. If giants were purely metaphors, why do the same physical descriptions surface in tribal traditions separated by oceans and continents? We must also consider the role of oral tradition. Ancient peoples were not careless storytellers. Their myths were not merely entertainment, but the carriers of identity, history, and survival knowledge. To misrepresent reality in such stories would have been unthinkable. When an indigenous elder said his ancestors fought giants, it was not a poetic flourish. It was an account of lived experience, passed carefully from one generation to the next. The deeper implication is staggering. If so many cultures retain stories of giants, it suggests that humanity may indeed have shared the earth with another race, larger, stronger, and perhaps older than ourselves. These beings may not have been countless in number, but enough to leave a lasting scar on our collective memory. Enough to be remembered as both enemies and rulers, as both builders and destroyers. Enough to haunt our myths for thousands of years. And here lies the unsettling truth. If even one of these accounts contains a kernel of reality, then our history books are incomplete. The stories of giants cannot be casually brushed aside as childish imagination. They demand to be confronted, analyzed, and compared. Because if humanity really did share the planet with giants, then the narrative of our origins is far stranger, and far more thrilling, than mainstream science dares to admit. This global chorus of legends sets the stage for what follows. Myths alone cannot prove the existence of giants, but they open the door to questions that refuse to close. If the world's oldest stories preserve the memory of such beings, what happened to their remains? Where are the bones that should confirm the myths? The answer, disturbingly, may lie in a trail of discoveries that were quietly reported, quickly forgotten, and in some cases, deliberately buried. The legends tell us giants once lived. The next step is to ask whether their skeletons were ever unearthed, and why the evidence keeps disappearing. For over a century, whispers have surrounded one of the most respected institutions in the United States, the Smithsonian Institution. Founded in the mid-19th century as the nation's attic, it was designed to collect and preserve America's heritage. Yet, among researchers of forbidden history, the Smithsonian is not simply a custodian of knowledge but a gatekeeper accused of something far darker, deliberately concealing evidence that giants once existed. This is not a fringe accusation whispered in the shadows of conspiracy forums. It is a recurring allegation that has surfaced again and again in the wake of countless discoveries reported in the 1800s and early 1900s. Ordinary people, farmers, miners, amateur archaeologists, unearthed massive bones and skulls, proudly reporting them to local newspapers and, in many cases, donating them to the Smithsonian. And then, silence. The remains vanished. Official records evaporated. What could explain such a pattern? In the late 19th century, America was in the grip of a wave of archaeological enthusiasm. The so-called mound builder culture fascinated both scholars and the public. Across the Midwest and East Coast, earthen mounds yielded artifacts, skeletons, and mysteries that rewrote assumptions about the continent's past. Newspaper reports from Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, and Tennessee describe skeletons measuring 8, 9, even 10 feet tall. Some were buried in elaborate tombs, others in simple earthen graves. Many of these finds were allegedly sent to the Smithsonian for study. And yet today, there is no trace of them. The Smithsonian's official stance is that no such remains were ever received, or that misidentifications and exaggerations account for the stories. But this explanation clashes with the sheer number of reports, the consistency of descriptions, and the seriousness with which many of the discoveries were treated at the time. Consider a widely circulated claim from the 1880s. Workers excavating a mound in West Virginia uncovered several giant skeletons, the largest measuring over 8 feet tall. Local officials reportedly contacted the Smithsonian, which dispatched representatives to collect the remains. Eyewitnesses claimed to have seen the bones crated and shipped away. The skeletons never resurfaced. The Smithsonian offered no explanation, no display, no scientific publication. Were these remains lost through negligence? Or were they quietly hidden because they contradicted prevailing theories about human history? To understand the potential motives, we must step into the mindset of the 19th century academic world. At the time, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution was reshaping science, while American anthropology was struggling to assert itself as a legitimate discipline. The discovery of giant skeletons would have created chaos. If a race of giants had lived in North America, it would raise uncomfortable questions. Were they a separate species? Were they related to humans, or something else entirely? How did they fit into the carefully crafted narrative of human progress? These questions threaten to destabilize both science and religion, forcing a reckoning that few institutions wanted. For the Smithsonian, charged with preserving America's intellectual authority, suppressing anomalies may have seemed safer than rewriting history. Accusations of cover-ups grew stronger in the early 20th century, when amateur historians began publishing pamphlets and books pointing to dozens of newspaper clippings about giant skeletons. They noted a suspicious pattern. Whenever the Smithsonian was involved, the bones disappeared. One of the most famous allegations came from a 1990s lawsuit filed by researchers who demanded the Smithsonian release its supposed giant skeleton collection. Although the case was dismissed, the very fact that such legal action was attempted reveals the intensity of belief that a cover-up has persisted for generations. The Smithsonian, of course, categorically denies possessing any giant remains. But absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, especially when reports of vanished artifacts continue to pile up. Eyewitness accounts cannot be ignored. Farmers who personally dug up the bones, local officials who measured them, and journalists who wrote detailed descriptions were not all part of a grand hoax. Some even noted unusual anatomical features, oversized skulls with double rows of teeth, massive jawbones that could fit around a modern human head, femurs longer than an entire leg today. These are not vague exaggerations, but concrete details that repeat across dozens of accounts. The more one examines these reports, the harder it becomes to believe that every single one was fraudulent. Skeptics argue that the Smithsonian had no reason to hide such discoveries, and that giant skeletons were either mismeasured or the result of hoaxes. But let us remember that even a single authentic skeleton of a 10-foot human would topple mainstream evolutionary models. It would prove that history is stranger than accepted timelines allow. It would raise the possibility of parallel human-like species that science has never acknowledged. In this light, suppression is not only possible, it is plausible. Institutions protect narratives, and narratives protect power. Acknowledging giants would unravel too many threads at once. The Smithsonian conspiracy is not merely about bones. It is about control of the past. Whoever controls the narrative of history controls the present and the future. If giants once roamed America, it would imply that indigenous oral traditions were true, that the mounds were not the work of primitive cultures but of advanced or hybrid beings. This recognition would have forced 19th century America to confront uncomfortable realities about its treatment of native peoples and its assumptions of cultural superiority. Better, perhaps, to let the bones disappear than to let such truths rise to the surface. Even today, researchers who dig into Smithsonian archives report a curious absence of records where there should be many. Artifacts that were documented in old reports are missing. Collections that were described in correspondence no longer exist. Is this simple bureaucratic loss, or deliberate erasure? The pattern is difficult to ignore. Time and again, we encounter a trail that leads to the Smithsonian, and then abruptly vanishes into silence. This silence has fueled generations of suspicion. Alternative historians argue that the Smithsonian is not merely negligent but actively engaged in rewriting history. Whether by accident or design, the result is the same: the erasure of evidence that giants once walked the earth. And if one of the world's most respected institutions is implicated in such a cover-up, then we must ask a deeper question. How much more of our past has been hidden? How many other discoveries have been buried, literally and figuratively, to preserve a version of history that fits neatly within accepted boundaries? As we peel back these layers of suppression, the story of giants begins to look less like a fringe curiosity and more like a hidden chapter of human history. But the Smithsonian is not the only source of these mysteries. All across America, newspaper archives tell their own story, a forgotten record of giant skeletons uncovered, measured, and then lost. And when we open those old pages, we find ourselves staring into a past that refuses to stay buried. In the age before television, before radio, before the internet, the newspaper was the heartbeat of public knowledge. It was where communities learned of wars abroad, scandals at home, and, surprisingly often, the unearthing of giant skeletons in their own backyards. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, countless American newspapers reported extraordinary discoveries: bones measuring far beyond human scale, skulls with strange features, entire burial mounds filled with the remains of enormous beings. These stories appeared not in obscure pamphlets but in mainstream publications of their day, the same presses that covered politics, economics, and everyday events. If the idea of giants is merely fantasy, why did so many newspapers print story after story of their discovery? Let us travel back to the year 1897, when the New York Times ran an article describing the excavation of giant skeletons in a Kentucky burial mound. The report described bodies over 7 feet in length, some closer to 9, accompanied by artifacts suggesting a culture far more advanced than assumed at the time. It was not an isolated case. The New York Times alone ran multiple articles across decades reporting the unearthing of giant races. These were not sensational tabloids grasping for readers. This was one of the most respected newspapers in America, lending its ink to a narrative now dismissed as myth. Across the Midwest, especially in Ohio, Illinois, and Wisconsin, farmers frequently stumbled upon ancient mounds while plowing their fields. When these earthen tombs were opened, the discoveries were often shocking. In 1879, a report from Wisconsin detailed the skeletons of several individuals measuring over 8 feet in length, buried with copper tools and ornaments. Similar finds appeared in Indiana and Pennsylvania, each one recorded by local newspapers and then picked up by larger presses. In some cases, physicians and local officials measured the bones themselves, confirming their unusual size. These were not anonymous rumors. They were documented events, witnessed by multiple credible individuals. The reports did not stop at height. Many articles mentioned unusual features: massive jawbones that could fit around a normal human skull, skulls with double rows of teeth, or cranial shapes that did not match ordinary anatomy. In 1912, newspapers in Minnesota carried the story of giant skeletons unearthed near Lake Delavan in Wisconsin. According to witnesses, some of the skulls displayed strange elongated shapes, while the skeletons themselves measured between 8 and 10 feet tall. The descriptions were so specific and so unusual that dismissing them as exaggerations becomes difficult. Why would multiple journalists, across states and decades, invent the same details? To skeptics, the answer is simple. Newspapers exaggerated for profit. Sensational headlines sold papers. And what could be more sensational than giants? This is certainly true in some cases. Hoaxes were not unknown in the era of yellow journalism. But this explanation does not account for the volume of reports, nor for their consistency. Hundreds of such stories exist in archives today, many describing similar features and measurements. Are we to believe that every single one was a fabrication? That entire communities, from farmers to doctors to local officials, were complicit in a century-long fantasy? The odds strain credibility. Furthermore, not all reports carried a sensationalist tone. Some were dry, clinical accounts of excavation results, often buried on inner pages of the paper. These were not written to shock but to inform. In fact, in some cases, the discovery of giant remains was presented almost matter-of-factly, as if it was simply another part of America's archaeological puzzle. Only later, as academic institutions tightened their control over anthropology, did such reports begin to vanish from serious discourse. One of the most compelling aspects of these newspaper archives is their geographical spread. Reports of giants came from Maine to California, from Florida to the Dakotas. They appeared in Canada, in Mexico, and in South America. Taken together, they paint a picture of a phenomenon that was not local or isolated but widespread. The consistency of height, typically between 8 and 10 feet, adds weight to the idea that these were not exaggerations of ordinary tall people but evidence of an entire race or subspecies. And yet, despite this abundance of reports, where are the bones today? If hundreds of skeletons were uncovered, why do none survive in museum collections? This is where the story collides with the Smithsonian allegations. Time and again, newspapers reported that giant skeletons were sent to the Smithsonian or delivered to Washington for study. Afterward, silence. The bones were never displayed, never published in official studies, never seen again. For the public, the story ended with the newspaper article. For researchers today, the trail ends in a frustrating dead end. It is this abrupt silence that fuels suspicion. If these remains were simply misidentified or exaggerated, why not preserve them as curiosities? Why erase them altogether? The very disappearance of physical evidence lends weight to the claim of deliberate suppression. Newspaper articles may not serve as scientific proof, but they form a record that is too widespread and too consistent to ignore. When we piece these stories together, they begin to sound less like isolated hoaxes and more like fragments of a suppressed history. The newspapers of the 19th and early 20th centuries acted as accidental archivists of discoveries that threatened mainstream narratives. They captured eyewitness testimony, measurements, and even photographs in some cases, records that today feel like forbidden windows into a past we told never existed. Skeptics will continue to argue that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That is true. But extraordinary evidence once existed, and it was recorded in black and white by the presses of the time. These old newspaper clippings are the ghosts of that evidence, lingering long after the bones themselves disappeared. And if newspapers across America once chronicled the unearthing of giants, the next logical question is, where did those bones go? The answer, as we will see, is that many of them vanished under mysterious circumstances. Some were seized by institutions. Others reportedly crumbled to dust after brief exposure to the air. Still others were hidden away in private collections. The vanishing act is as consistent as the discoveries themselves. To understand the scope of this erasure, we must now turn to specific cases, stories of bones that should have changed history, but instead slipped quietly into oblivion. All across the world, reports of giant skeletons follow a strange and haunting pattern. They are discovered by accident, by farmers plowing fields, miners digging into caves, or construction workers breaking ground. Witnesses measure the bones, sometimes with awe, sometimes with skepticism, but always noting the abnormal size. Local newspapers record the finds. Occasionally, officials or representatives from museums arrive to take possession of the remains. And then, without fail, the bones vanish. No exhibitions, no scientific publications, no physical specimens for future generations to examine. It is as though the earth itself swallowed them back, leaving only rumors, records, and memories. This recurring disappearance is one of the most frustrating and suspicious elements of the giant mystery, and one of the strongest arguments for deliberate suppression. One of the most famous cases comes from the 1870s in Ohio, when workers excavated several large burial mounds. Among the discoveries were skeletons said to measure between 7 and 9 feet tall. Local witnesses described jawbones so large they could fit over the face of an ordinary man. According to reports, these bones were collected and shipped to the Smithsonian Institution for study. Yet, like so many others, they were never seen again. The Smithsonian has no record of them. Were they misfiled, destroyed, or hidden? The lack of clarity only deepens suspicion. Another case unfolded in West Virginia in 1883. Archaeologists exploring a mound near Wheeling uncovered multiple skeletons, some of them extraordinarily tall. The largest measured over 8 feet in length. The find was recorded in regional newspapers and, according to witnesses, the remains were boxed and transported to Washington, D.C. That was the last anyone ever heard of them. No photographs, no museum displays, no published studies, just silence. Once again, discovery gave way to disappearance. The pattern was not confined to the United States. In 1936, in the Philippines, miners uncovered skeletal remains of what were described as giant humans in a cave system. Photographs were allegedly taken, and bones measured well over 9 feet. The remains were supposedly turned over to authorities, but subsequent records vanished. Similarly, in South America, early explorers and settlers reported uncovering bones of enormous size, some even described as monstrous, yet those skeletons never survived beyond the initial reports. Over and over again, the same cycle repeats: discovery, brief documentation, then erasure. One of the most chilling examples comes from Nevada's Lovelock Cave. In 1911, miners digging for guano uncovered not just artifacts but human remains, skeletons said to be far larger than normal. Some reports describe them as 7 feet tall or more, with unusual cranial features. The bones were reportedly collected and sent to museums in California and Washington. Today, only a handful of artifacts remain on display. The giant skeletons, the very evidence that would validate local Paiute legends of red-haired cannibal giants, are conspicuously absent. Museums acknowledge receiving bones from Lovelock but insist that none were extraordinary in size. How can so many witnesses have been mistaken? Skeptics propose that these bones may have crumbled due to poor preservation, especially if they were already ancient when unearthed. This is possible. Organic material does deteriorate quickly when exposed to air. But even when remains disintegrated, why were no plaster casts made? Why no detailed photographs or measurements preserved in academic journals? In many cases, bones were reported as intact and strong when discovered, only to vanish without explanation once institutions became involved. It stretches belief to imagine that negligence alone accounts for every disappearance. Another layer of the mystery involves private collectors. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, it was not unusual for wealthy individuals to purchase unusual artifacts, sometimes even human remains, for their personal cabinets of curiosity. Reports suggest that some giant skeletons were quietly bought, hidden away, and never studied. In such cases, the disappearance was not institutional suppression but private hoarding. Yet this explanation still leaves the public without access to the truth. Whether buried in museum basements or private attics, the effect is the same. The evidence is removed from view. Why would institutions or individuals erase such discoveries? One theory is that acknowledging giants would disrupt accepted narratives of human history. Evolutionary theory, as it developed in the 19th century, relied on a neat progression from primitive to modern man. Giant skeletons did not fit into that model. Another theory points to religious implications. If the giants of Genesis and other sacred texts were proven real, it would validate ancient scriptures in ways that threatened secular academia. Still others suggest a motive of control. By suppressing evidence of giants, institutions maintain authority over history itself, ensuring that only one version of the past is taught. It is also worth noting the psychological impact of giants. The very idea is destabilizing. If an entirely different race of enormous beings once walked the earth, it challenges humanity's sense of uniqueness and dominance. It forces us to question not only where we come from, but whether we were ever truly alone. Such a paradigm shift would ripple through science, religion, and culture. Suppressing the evidence, then, may not be a simple act of negligence but a deliberate effort to protect the status quo. What remains today are fragments, old newspaper clippings, yellow journals, whispered accounts, and a few artifacts disconnected from their original context. They are the ghosts of discoveries that could have reshaped our understanding of history. Each vanished skeleton is not just a missing piece of evidence but a lost opportunity for knowledge. Imagine what could have been learned from DNA analysis, carbon dating, or comparative anatomy. Instead, what we are left with is an absence, a silence that speaks louder than words. The vanishing bones form the heart of the mystery. Without them, skeptics scoff, there is no proof. With them, the story of humanity would be forever altered. This is the paradox. The very absence of evidence has become evidence itself. So many discoveries, so many reports, and yet nothing remains. Coincidence seems increasingly unlikely. Suppression, whether intentional or systemic, becomes the only explanation that fits the pattern. And yet, bones are not the only line of evidence. Long before modern archaeologists unearthed giants, ancient texts were already recording their existence. The stories of the Nephilim, the Anakim, the Rephaim, and other legendary beings stretch back thousands of years, written in sacred scriptures and epic myths. If the physical remains are gone, the words remain, and they point to a reality that modern science refuses to acknowledge. The next step in our journey leads us into those ancient writings, where the shadow of the giants looms large over the earliest chapters of human history. For thousands of years, humanity has looked to ancient texts not only for spiritual guidance but also for historical memory. Buried within these texts are references to beings of extraordinary size and power, giants who walk the earth in ages long forgotten. Among these, the Hebrew Bible stands as one of the most detailed and provocative sources. When we examine the Old Testament carefully, we find more than myth. We find repeated references to tribes and individuals whose stature was unlike that of ordinary humans. Scholars may downplay these passages as metaphorical, but what if they are literal? What if the Bible, like so many other ancient records, is a preserved testimony of a time when giants were real? The most famous mention appears in Genesis 6 verse 4. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. This verse introduces the Nephilim, described not only as giants but as the offspring of a union between divine beings and human women. Their presence was so corrupting, so destabilizing, that it is said to have triggered the Great Flood itself. If true, then giants were not a minor anomaly but a force significant enough to alter the course of human history. The Hebrew word Nephilim translates variously as fallen ones or those who cause others to fall. This dual meaning hints at both their physical stature and their moral corruption. Early Jewish and Christian commentators often interpreted the Nephilim as hybrid beings, neither fully human nor fully divine. Their immense size was not just symbolic but a biological consequence of their unnatural origin. If we accept the biblical account at face value, the Nephilim were not simply tall men. They were a distinct race born of an extraordinary union, beings whose very existence blurred the boundary between heaven and earth. The Bible does not stop with Genesis. In the book of Numbers, when Moses sends spies into the land of Canaan, they return with a fearful report. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Numbers 13:33. This striking description emphasizes the enormous difference in size between the Israelites and the Anakim, descendants of the Nephilim. The metaphor of being as grasshoppers conveys not exaggeration but genuine terror. These giants were so formidable that entire armies hesitated to confront them. Later books add more names to the giant bloodlines: the Rephaim, the Zamzummim, the Emim. Deuteronomy 3 verse 11 singles out Og, king of Bashan, as the last of the Rephaim. His bed, we are told, was made of iron and measured 9 cubits long by 4 cubits wide, that is over 13 feet long and 6 feet wide. Even if we assume Og was not as tall as his bed, his stature must have been far beyond ordinary. This is not poetic exaggeration. It is a physical measurement preserved in the biblical record. If Og lived today, he would dwarf modern basketball players and even the tallest humans on record. Another famous tale is that of Goliath, the Philistine warrior who challenged young David. While most modern retellings place his height around 9 feet, some manuscripts suggest he may have been even taller. Regardless of the exact number, the biblical writers clearly considered him a giant, a descendant of earlier titans. David's victory is remembered not only as a triumph of faith but also as the defeat of a bloodline stretching back to the Nephilim. In this sense, the slaying of Goliath was more than a duel. It was the symbolic end of a giant lineage that had haunted Israel for centuries. Skeptics argue that these references are symbolic, meant to represent powerful tribes rather than literal giants. But if that were the case, why preserve exact measurements, like the size of Og's bed? Why repeatedly use the term giants instead of simply calling them strong warriors? The specificity suggests that the biblical authors intended their audience to understand these beings as physically larger than normal. The consistency of the accounts, from Genesis to the historical books, supports this interpretation. It is also striking how biblical references to giants align with other cultures' traditions. Ancient Sumerian texts describe demigods of massive stature. Greek mythology tells of the Gigantes and the Titans, powerful beings of immense size. Native American oral traditions speak of red-haired giants who roamed the land. The convergence of these stories across cultures suggests a shared memory, not a coincidence. The Bible's Nephilim, Anakim, and Rephaim may be one version of a story told worldwide. Another fascinating detail lies in the geographical distribution of biblical giants. Many accounts place them in Canaan, Bashan, and surrounding regions. Archaeological surveys in these areas reveal enormous stone structures, dolmens, megalithic circles, and fortresses, whose scale exceeds the capabilities of ordinary ancient societies. Could these monuments be remnants of giant builders, or at least built under their influence? The land of the giants, as described in Scripture, overlaps suspiciously with regions of unexplained megalithic architecture. For believers, the biblical giants confirm the accuracy of Scripture. For skeptics, they remain allegory. Yet the question refuses to vanish. If giants were only myth, why do so many sacred texts, across so many cultures, preserve such consistent details? The Bible offers not just fleeting mentions but genealogies, measurements, and historical interactions. These are the hallmarks of memory, not metaphor. If we take the Bible seriously as a historical document, then giants were real. They were present before the flood, and traces of their bloodline lingered afterward. Their immense stature and strength shaped the politics, wars, and fears of ancient Israel. And their ultimate disappearance, whether through divine judgment, human conflict, or natural decline, marks one of the great turning points of history. The biblical record alone would be compelling, but it is only one piece of the puzzle. Other ancient cultures, equally detailed and equally insistent, preserved their own stories of giants. From Mesopotamia to Greece, from the Andes to the Pacific Islands, legends of enormous beings abound. The Bible's Nephilim are part of a much larger global pattern, one that suggests humanity has been remembering, and perhaps suppressing, the same truth for millennia. To fully grasp this mystery, we must look beyond Scripture and into the myths and histories of the wider world. Every culture, no matter how isolated, seems to carry stories of beings that towered above ordinary men. From the frozen tundra of the Norse sagas to the sun-baked deserts of Mesopotamia, from the lush jungles of South America to the windswept plains of North America, the theme of giants emerges with remarkable consistency. These are not vague references or passing mentions. They are integral parts of myth, legend, and even early recorded history. When we step back and view them collectively, we begin to see a global pattern. one that suggests giants were not merely products of imagination but actual beings remembered across generations. Let us begin in ancient Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, mighty beings who descended from the heavens and ruled over humanity. While often described as gods, many depictions emphasize their enormous stature and their role in shaping early human society. Some Sumerian tablets even suggest they mingled with humans, producing hybrid offspring. The parallels to the biblical Nephilim are impossible to ignore: divine beings, human women, and children of extraordinary size and power. Were the Anunnaki simply another cultural memory of the same phenomenon described in Genesis? Moving westward, the Greeks gave us the tales of the Titans and the Gigantes. The Titans were primordial beings of colossal size, overthrown by the Olympian gods in a cataclysmic war. Later came the Gigantomachy, the battle between the Olympians and the giants, beings born of the earth itself. These giants were not merely tall men. They were portrayed as vast, unstoppable forces whose rebellion shook the cosmos. Scholars dismiss these myths as allegories of natural disasters or tribal wars, but why consistently imagine enemies as giants? Could these myths preserve memories of a time when larger-than-life beings truly walked the earth? The Norse sagas echo this theme with their Jotnar, often translated as giants. These beings dwelled in Jotunheim, a realm separate from that of humans and gods. Though sometimes depicted as brutish monsters, others were wise, cunning, and capable of intermarrying with gods. Their size was a defining feature, and their presence loomed large in Norse cosmology. Once again, we see the dual nature: giants as both adversaries and ancestors, both feared and revered. Traveling to the Americas, Native American tribes hold some of the most direct oral traditions regarding giants. The Paiute people of Nevada tell of the Saiti-Ka, a race of red-haired giants who lived in the region before being destroyed by the ancestors of the Paiute. These giants were said to be fierce cannibals, towering over ordinary humans and living in caves. Remarkably, the discovery of Lovelock Cave in the early 20th century produced reports of unusually large bones and red-haired mummies, seeming to validate the legend. Similar traditions exist among the Choctaw, who told of a race of giants that once dominated the Mississippi Valley, and the Iroquois, who described the stone giants, enormous beings with impenetrable skin. In South America, the Spanish conquistadors were startled to hear indigenous peoples speak of giants. Chroniclers such as Antonio Pigafetta, who traveled with Magellan, recorded encounters with natives in Patagonia of astonishing height, some described as nearly twice the size of Europeans. While some exaggeration is possible, the persistence of these accounts in multiple sources suggests the conquistadors were genuinely convinced they had encountered a people of great stature. Later archaeological finds in the region, including oversized bones, fueled the legend of the Patagonian giants. On the islands of the Pacific, Polynesian myths tell of the Kmoa or long-limbed giants who built the massive stone structures that still baffle archaeologists today. The megalithic tombs and statues of Easter Island, for example, are attributed in native lore to earlier beings of extraordinary size and strength. The Maori of New Zealand likewise recall the Kahuatupua, supernatural giants who could stride across mountains and drink rivers dry. The global spread of these stories makes coincidence increasingly unlikely. Africa, too, holds its share of giant lore. Ancient Egyptian texts reference the Shemsu-Hor, the followers of Horus, who were described as god-kings of imposing stature ruling before the dynastic pharaohs. In West Africa, tribal legends speak of forest giants, enormous beings who lived apart from humans but occasionally crossed paths with them. Even in remote parts of Central Africa, explorers of the 19th century recorded stories of skeletal remains of unusual size being uncovered by locals. In Asia, the Indian epics, the Mahabharata and Ramayana, tell of the Rakshasas and Daityas, powerful beings of massive size who battled both gods and humans. These were not just villains but complex figures, sometimes noble, sometimes monstrous. Chinese mythology includes the Gonggong and the Kuo-fu, giant figures whose actions shaped the land and sky. Again and again, across diverse cultures separated by oceans and centuries, we find the same motif: giants as a distinct category of beings, remembered as both builders and destroyers. What makes these stories so compelling is not just their ubiquity but their consistency. Giants are almost always portrayed as physically enormous, often violent, but sometimes wise. They are described as separate from ordinary humanity, yet interacting with humans often enough to leave descendants or enemies. Their presence is linked to monumental architecture, great wars, and divine intervention. It is as though every culture is recalling a chapter of history that mainstream science refuses to acknowledge. Skeptics argue that myths naturally exaggerate. A tall warrior becomes a giant in the retelling. Yet this does not explain why cultures with no contact, Norsemen in the north, Polynesians in the Pacific, Mayans in Central America, would all independently invent the same exaggeration. Why giants and not some other archetype? The persistence of this archetype across the globe suggests something more profound, a shared memory of beings that truly existed. When we weave these global myths together, we begin to see the outline of a forgotten history. The Nephilim of the Bible, the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, the Titans of Greece, the Jotnar of Scandinavia, the Saiti-Ikar of Nevada, the giants of Patagonia, the Rakshasas of India, all appear to be fragments of the same puzzle. Different names, different cultures, but the same story. Giants were here. They lived among us. And for reasons still shrouded in mystery, they vanished, or were made to vanish. The question that naturally follows is, what evidence remains beyond myth? Can we find material traces that link these stories to reality? The answer lies in the colossal stone monuments scattered across the world, megalithic structures so massive and mysterious that many archaeologists still struggle to explain how they were built. To explore whether giants were real, we must now turn from myth to stone, from legend to ruins that still stand as silent witnesses to a lost age. Scattered across the globe are monuments of such scale and precision that even with modern technology, their construction would be a formidable challenge. These are the megalithic structures, massive stones quarried, transported, and fitted with an accuracy that defies explanation. Archaeologists propose theories of ropes, ramps, and human ingenuity, but when we look at the sheer size of the blocks, the distances they were moved, and the civilizations credited with building them, the explanations often feel inadequate. For centuries, local traditions and ancient legends have offered a different answer. These monuments were not built by ordinary men at all, but by giants. Let us begin with Stonehenge in England, perhaps the most famous megalithic site in the world. Its great stones, some weighing up to 25 tons, were dragged from quarries over 150 miles away. Modern engineers attempting to replicate the feat with ropes and sledges have struggled even with smaller stones and shorter distances. Medieval legends about Stonehenge, recorded by Geoffrey of Monmouth, speak of giants bringing the stones from Africa and erecting them on Salisbury Plain. While mainstream scholars dismiss this as myth, the story persists, raising a provocative question. Why would generations of people believe giants were involved unless there was some memory or tradition pointing in that direction? Traveling to Lebanon, we encounter Baalbek's famous trilithon, 3 colossal stone blocks forming part of a Roman-era platform. Each block weighs around 800 tons, and one unfinished stone, still lying in its quarry, tips the scales at an astonishing 1,200 tons. To this day, no one can explain how these blocks were cut, moved, and positioned with such precision. Cranes capable of lifting such weight did not exist in the ancient world. Local legends hold that giants placed the stones, and indeed the site itself has been called the Temple of the Giants. If ordinary humans could not have moved these blocks, does it not lend credence to those legends? In South America, high in the Peruvian Andes, lies the fortress of Sacsayhuaman. Its cyclopean walls are made of massive polygonal stones, some weighing over 100 tons. These blocks are not only immense but cut and fitted with such precision that a single sheet of paper cannot slide between them. The Inca, often credited with the construction, themselves admitted they did not build Sacsayhuaman but inherited it from an earlier people. Legends describe giant men lifting stones with ease, using powers unknown to modern science. Mainstream archaeology offers theories of stone hammers and rope systems, but those who have seen the walls up close understand why the giant builder theory persists. Moving east to Easter Island, we find the Moai, towering statues carved from volcanic stone. Many weigh more than 80 tons, and some unfinished examples in the quarry reach nearly 300 tons. The islanders' oral traditions speak of these statues walking into place, guided by supernatural beings. Some versions of the legends describe long-limbed ancestors of extraordinary size, suggesting that giants were involved not only in the carving but also in the transportation. Considering the limited resources of the small island, no large trees, no advanced tools, one wonders how ordinary humans could have achieved such feats unaided. In the Egyptian desert, the Great Pyramids of Giza stand as perhaps the most enduring symbols of megalithic mystery. The largest pyramid contains over 2 million blocks, each averaging 2.5 tons, with some massive stones near the king's chamber weighing up to 80 tons. Even today, Engineers debate how these blocks were lifted and positioned with such accuracy. Ancient Egyptian texts occasionally reference the Shemsu-Hor, semi-divine rulers of immense stature who preceded the pharaohs. Could the pyramids themselves be legacies of a time when giants, or at least beings of extraordinary power, were active in the Nile Valley? Further afield in Turkey lies Göbekli Tepe, a site dating back over 11,000 years. Its massive T-shaped pillars, some weighing 20 tons, were erected long before the invention of the wheel or writing. The sophistication of the site has baffled archaeologists, who struggle to explain how hunter-gatherers could have organized such a monumental construction. Legends of giants in the region abound, and some researchers speculate that Göbekli Tepe may preserve traces of a forgotten civilization, perhaps one guided, or even built, by larger-than-human hands. Across the globe, these megaliths share common traits: enormous size, baffling transportation, and unexplained precision. They also share something else: legends of giants associated with their construction. From the Anakim and Rephaim of the Near East, to the giant men of the Andes, to the massive builders of Polynesia, the traditions are strikingly similar. Each culture seems to remember that beings of extraordinary size and strength were responsible for feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Skeptics argue that ancient people simply work harder, using sheer numbers and ingenuity. Yet even in controlled experiments, modern teams with cranes, machinery, and advanced tools have struggled to replicate the feats of the ancients. At Baalbek, at Sacsayhuaman, at Easter Island, the technical challenges remain staggering. If humans today, with advanced technology, find it nearly impossible, how plausible is it that pre-industrial societies achieved the same without assistance? What makes the giant builder hypothesis so compelling is not only the engineering mystery but the cultural memory that accompanies it. Everywhere we find megaliths, we also find myths of giants. The two are inseparable, like shadow and substance. The stones stand as silent witnesses, and the stories provide the missing voice. Together, they form a narrative that suggests giants were not only real but integral to the earliest chapters of human civilization. If the stones testify to giants in construction, perhaps the earth itself holds even deeper secrets. Beneath deserts, buried in caves, hidden in strata older than civilization, fossilized remains have been unearthed that may point to a reality more astonishing than myth. To continue unraveling this mystery, we must now descend from the towering monuments into the hidden recesses of the earth, into the realm of fossil evidence that hints giants once walked beside us. When it comes to evidence for giants, legends and megaliths provide tantalizing hints, but it is the bones, the fossils, and the footprints that should offer the strongest proof. For centuries, people around the world have claimed to unearth remains of human beings of staggering size. Some discoveries were celebrated, photographed, and even briefly displayed before vanishing into obscurity. Others remain as isolated anomalies in the fossil record, officially dismissed as misidentified or hoaxes. And yet, when we sift through these accounts carefully, a consistent picture begins to emerge. Enormous human-like beings once walked this earth, and their physical remains occasionally surface, only to be silenced by time, or by institutions unwilling to confront what they mean. One of the earliest well-documented finds comes from France in the 16th century, when bones reportedly belonging to a giant over 25 feet tall were discovered near the Rhone River. The physician who examined them declared they could not possibly belong to ordinary humans. Such enormous measurements sound unbelievable, but the case was not isolated. Throughout Europe, particularly in the 15th through 18th centuries, reports of giant bones filled chronicles and letters. Often these were attributed to biblical figures such as the Rephaim or to legendary heroes. Were these misidentified fossils of prehistoric animals, as modern science claims, or were they remnants of a race long since forgotten? Across the Atlantic, America's heartland became a treasure trove of anomalous remains. In the 19th century, during the great era of mound excavations, skeletons described as 8 to 10 feet tall were unearthed from burial sites in Ohio, Tennessee, and Wisconsin. Farmers and amateur archaeologists documented these finds, some even sketching them or posing with the bones. The descriptions are remarkably consistent: oversized femurs, massive skulls with double rows of teeth, and jawbones so large they could fit over a normal man's head. Again and again, these reports surfaced, only to disappear once the bones were handed over to institutions. Perhaps the most dramatic category of evidence comes not from bones but from footprints. In Glen Rose, Texas, near the Palixa River, massive fossilized tracks have been discovered alongside dinosaur prints. Some of these tracks resemble giant human footprints, measuring over 16 inches long, suggesting a human, or human-like, being of more than 10 feet in height. Mainstream paleontologists argue that the tracks are misidentified or eroded, but proponents insist the impressions are genuine, pointing to clear toe and heel structures. If authentic, these prints would not only confirm giants but also rewrite evolutionary timelines, showing humans and dinosaurs coexisting. In South Africa, a colossal footprint measuring nearly 4 feet long was found embedded in granite. Nicknamed the Goliath's footprint, it is estimated to be over 200 million years old. While geologists call it a natural erosion pattern, locals maintain it is evidence of a race of giants who lived in the distant past. The size of the impression suggests a being over 20 feet tall, a scale echoed in ancient myths from multiple cultures. Even if skeptics dismiss it as coincidence, the human-like shape is striking and difficult to ignore. Other fossilized anomalies continue to surface. In Ecuador, miners reported unearthing giant human bones that did not fit within the range of ordinary anatomy. In the Philippines, skeletal remains described as belonging to giant men were photographed before being handed over to authorities, and subsequently lost. In Bolivia, large human-like footprints have been found near Tiwanaku, a site already linked to advanced ancient engineering. Each discovery, taken alone, might be dismissed as error. Together, they form a chorus, repeating the same refrain: giants once walked among us. Modern science insists that no human remains above about 8 feet tall have ever been authenticated. Yet medical anomalies prove that extraordinary height is biologically possible. Individuals like Robert Wadlow, the Alton giant, reach nearly 9 feet in height despite modern health limitations. If genetic or environmental factors once allowed, is it truly impossible that entire populations of much larger beings existed? Skeptics argue such giants could not survive, but myths, fossils, and anomalous bones all suggest otherwise. Another point of intrigue lies in fossilized teeth and skulls that appear far too large for ordinary humans. Reports describe molars the size of walnuts, jawbones so big they could swallow another skull, and cranial capacities exceeding modern averages. In some cases, scientists have labeled them as belonging to extinct primates, but the possibility remains that some belong to a branch of humanity that has been erased from the official record. Of course, one of the great problems with giant evidence is its disappearance. Bones crumble quickly when exposed to air, especially if not preserved properly. But this explanation cannot account for every case. In the 20th century, bones were reportedly taken by museums, only for the trail to go cold. Skeptics insist the remains never existed. Believers counter that deliberate suppression is at work. Both sides agree on one fact: the bones are gone, leaving only reports, photographs, and a handful of tantalizing artifacts. This leaves us with a puzzle. On one hand, science demands physical specimens to prove claims. On the other, the historical record shows a repeating cycle of discovery and disappearance, leaving us with testimony but little tangible evidence. Perhaps this is by design. Perhaps the remains are hidden away, locked in archives, or quietly destroyed to protect prevailing narratives. Or perhaps the bones truly were fragile, disintegrating before they could be studied. Either way, the pattern persists. Giants emerge from the ground, only to vanish from history. Yet the earth still whispers their story. Fossil footprints in stone, anomalous bones in forgotten graves, and the occasional oversized artifact suggest that traces remain for those willing to look. And if fossils tell us giants may have walked this earth, then surely the next question is what genetic evidence remains. Could traces of these beings still be found within humanity itself? Could the bloodlines of giants still flow in us today? To answer these questions, we must now step into the realm of science, specifically, into the study of ancient DNA and unexplained genetic anomalies. DNA is the language of life, the hidden code written into every cell of every organism on Earth. It carries not only the instructions for how our bodies grow and function, but also the story of our ancestry, stretching back countless generations. If giants truly existed, then somewhere, somehow, traces of their legacy should remain, not only in the soil or in forgotten bones but within the very bloodlines of humanity. And this is where the investigation becomes even more fascinating, because scattered across the globe, scientists and independent researchers have stumbled upon genetic anomalies that defy explanation. These are mutations, markers, and sequences that suggest we are not alone in our lineage, that we may, in fact, carry within us the echoes of giants. One of the most startling pieces of evidence comes from studies of gigantism itself. In rare cases, humans today are born with pituitary disorders that cause them to grow far taller than the average person. Robert Wadlow, famously known as the Alton giant, reached nearly 9 feet in height before his untimely death. Mainstream science explains this as a genetic mutation causing excess growth hormone. But what if this condition is not simply an error of biology, but a faint and diluted expression of something far older, an ancient genetic inheritance resurfacing sporadically? If our distant ancestors included beings of great size, then it stands to reason that fragments of their DNA might still appear, producing individuals who stretch beyond the boundaries of normal human height. Beyond isolated cases of gigantism, researchers have uncovered puzzling anomalies in skeletal remains. For example, certain elongated skulls found in Paracas, Peru, show DNA sequences that do not match any known human lineage. Some geneticists have described the samples as so unusual that they may represent a completely new type of human being. These skulls are not the result of intentional cranial deformation, as seen in some cultures, but rather naturally elongated shapes with larger cranial capacity than ordinary Homo sapiens. Could these individuals represent the remnants of a giant hybrid population, half human, half something else? And if their DNA diverges so radically, what does that mean for the official timeline of human evolution? Mitochondrial DNA testing has also produced tantalizing hints. In some cases, bones attributed to anomalous or oversized skeletons show maternal haplogroups that fall outside the expected patterns of human migration. For example, samples from the Paracas skulls revealed markers that were most closely aligned with ancient European and Middle Eastern populations, thousands of miles away from Peru. This suggests either long-distance contact between civilizations far earlier than officially believed, or the movement of a very different population entirely, possibly one connected to giant legends. It raises the question, were giants a global phenomenon, leaving behind scattered genetic fingerprints across the continents? Another key area of intrigue lies in blood anomalies. Some researchers have pointed out the unusual prevalence of Rh-negative blood types in certain populations. While the vast majority of humanity carries Rh-positive blood, a minority, particularly in regions of Europe and the Middle East, possess Rh-negative. Its origins remain unclear, as mainstream science admits there is no definitive evolutionary explanation for why it appeared. Conspiracy theories suggest that this blood type could be linked to ancient giant lineages or even to non-human ancestry. While speculative, it does fit with a larger pattern: mysterious traits that appear without explanation, potentially echoing the genetics of forgotten beings. Modern geneticists occasionally stumble upon what are called genomic outliers, sequences in ancient DNA samples that do not align neatly with known human, Neanderthal, or Denisovan DNA. In Siberia, the Denisovan discoveries shocked the scientific community by revealing the existence of a previously unknown human species, one that contributed to the DNA of modern populations. If mainstream science could miss an entire branch of humanity until the last decade, then why not another? Could giants be one such branch, their traces hidden in odd and unexplained markers within our DNA databases? And if so, have some scientists already seen this evidence, only to label it as contamination or discard it as error? Reports of giant skeletons often include unusual features, double rows of teeth, massive jaws, or elongated limbs, that suggest more than just excessive growth. Such traits could point to entirely different genetics at play, producing beings with anatomical differences far beyond what a mere mutation would allow. Modern medicine sometimes encounters atavisms, where ancient, dormant genes are reactivated unexpectedly. Could the occasional birth of extremely tall or uniquely structured humans be a glimpse of such ancient genes flickering back to life? Even cultural myths seem to hint at genetic truths. In nearly every tradition, giants are not merely larger humans but are often depicted as semi-divine, hybrid, or altered beings. The biblical Nephilim, said to be the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men, may reflect a real genetic mixing event in the deep past. Ancient Sumerian texts speak of beings called the Anunnaki, who may have engineered or altered humanity. Could our genetic code hold evidence of this intervention? If so, giants might not just be a lost race but a reminder of humanity's complex and possibly manipulated origins. The secrecy surrounding ancient DNA projects adds fuel to the fire. For years, independent researchers have complained that DNA results from anomalous remains are rarely published in peer-reviewed journals or are quietly buried after inconclusive reports. When testing is allowed, it often reveals strange anomalies, only for institutions to later retract the findings or claim contamination. Why such inconsistency? Is it because the data challenges the neat story of human evolution? Or because revealing the truth would force science to admit that giants, and perhaps their genetic descendants, were real? Imagine what could be discovered if an entire oversized skeleton, preserved and intact, was subjected to modern sequencing technologies. Could it reveal a new haplogroup, a new branch of the human family tree, or even genes completely foreign to humanity as we know it? The potential is staggering. Yet, again and again, we find that such remains vanish, leaving behind only whispers and fragmented evidence. The bones are gone, but the possibility remains. Ultimately, DNA may be the key that unlocks the greatest mystery of all. Legends, bones, and footprints provide tantalizing glimpses, but it is genetic science that could prove once and for all whether giants were truly part of our past. And if they were, then the next question follows naturally. What became of them? Did they vanish completely, or do their descendants still walk among us in subtle, diluted form? The answer may lie not in ancient graves, but in the blood flowing through our own veins. As we move forward, the path becomes even stranger. Because if genetic anomalies hint at giant bloodlines, then the places where giants were said to have lived, and the colossal structures they supposedly built, may hold even more clues. Our next step takes us into the very stones of history, megaliths and monuments so massive that their existence alone raises the question, were giants their architects? From the windswept plains of South America to the rugged hills of the British Isles, from the deserts of Egypt to the mysterious islands of the Pacific, colossal stone structures rise as silent witnesses of a forgotten past. These monuments, pyramids, stone circles, cyclopean walls, and megalithic temples, are so massive, so precise, and so enduring that modern engineers struggle to explain how they were constructed. Official history attributes them to ancient but ordinary human societies, equipped with little more than primitive tools and sheer determination. But there is another possibility, one rarely entertained in mainstream discourse. What if these megaliths were the work of giants, beings whose enormous size and strength made the impossible merely routine? Take the towering pyramids of Giza. Each limestone block weighs between 2 and 70 tons, and some granite blocks in the King's Chamber exceed 80 tons. Today, moving a single one of these with heavy machinery requires planning and effort. Yet thousands were cut, transported, and placed with mathematical precision. Egyptologists argue that manpower, ropes, and sledges were sufficient. But to those who believe in giants, another picture emerges. Beings of massive stature lifting and maneuvering stones that would be utterly unmanageable for humans of ordinary scale. Legends from ancient Egypt describe gods and semi-divine beings walking among men. Could these stories be distant memories of giants who engineered the most iconic monument on Earth? In South America, the puzzle grows even more bewildering. The fortress of Sacsayhuaman in Peru consists of stones so large that some weigh over 100 tons, their surfaces cut with perfect angles that fit together like a puzzle, without mortar. The walls zigzag with extraordinary precision, and not even a sheet of paper can slip between the stones. Local legends say the site was built by a race of giants or by powerful gods. How could ancient people, supposedly without advanced technology, move and position such blocks on steep terrain at high altitude? Was brute strength beyond the human norm involved? Another stunning example is Baalbek in Lebanon, home to the largest known cut stones in the world. The so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman weighs an estimated 1,200 tons, and another nearby block surpasses 1,600 tons. Even with today's cranes, moving such stones would be a Herculean task, yet they were transported and placed in a foundation thousands of years ago. Ancient Roman accounts already called the site mysterious and ancient in their time. Local tradition holds that the complex was built by a race of giants before the biblical flood. Standing before these megaliths, one cannot help but ask, were ordinary humans truly capable of this, or does the giant hypothesis suddenly seem less outlandish? Stonehenge in England also enters the conversation. Though the stones are smaller than Baalbek's, some weighing up to 25 tons, their transport from quarries over 150 miles away poses immense logistical challenges. Folklore tells of giants bringing the stones from Ireland and setting them in place. Geoffrey of Monmouth's medieval chronicles claimed that giants built the monument long before King Arthur's time. While archaeologists dismiss these stories as myth, they may preserve an oral memory of events where oversized beings shaped the land in ways beyond human capacity. On Easter Island, the famous Moai statues loom silently across the landscape. Some of these statues weigh more than 80 tons, and unfinished examples in the quarry reach over 150 tons. How could the Rapa Nui people, with limited resources and tools, carve, transport, and raise these statues? Local oral tradition speaks of a powerful group called the Long Ears or Hanau Epe. sometimes described as taller and stronger than ordinary people, who helped erect the statues before being wiped out by the short ears. Could this be a memory of a giant race once inhabiting the island, leaving behind their towering stone effigies? The Cyclopean walls of ancient Greece and Italy also fit the giant narrative. These structures, built with enormous boulders stacked without mortar, were attributed by later Greeks to the Cyclopes, giant one-eyed beings from their mythology. In fact, the term Cyclopean in architecture is derived directly from the belief that only giants could have constructed such walls. Archaeologists argue that ancient masons achieved these feats with ingenuity and teamwork, but the legends consistently point to beings of extraordinary size and strength. Even in India, the megalithic remains at sites like Hampi and Mahabalipuram reveal stones so large that local myths credit gods and giants for their construction. In the Middle East, legends claim that King Og of Bashan, a biblical giant, was involved in the building of massive fortresses. And in Africa, the Great Zimbabwe ruins have long puzzled historians, with early explorers speculating that a race of giants must have been responsible for their massive stonework. Skeptics argue that humans, through ingenuity, persistence, and community labor, could indeed have created these marvels. They point to experimental archaeology, where teams have managed to move large stones with ropes, rollers, and leverage. Yet even these modern attempts often fall short of replicating the sheer scale and precision of ancient works. Moreover, they rarely account for how stones weighing hundreds or even thousands of tons could have been moved across rough terrain, lifted, and fitted perfectly. What strengthens the giant hypothesis further is how consistently myths, legends, and oral traditions worldwide attribute these constructions to beings larger than life. If one culture alone claims such origins, it might be dismissed as myth. But when the Egyptians, Greeks, Celts, Incas, Polynesians, and many more all tell nearly identical stories, that giants or gods built their greatest monuments, the weight of coincidence becomes harder to ignore. Could it be that humanity's megalithic heritage is not the work of ordinary hands, but of a forgotten race whose sheer size made them the natural architects of stone? This possibility reshapes our understanding of history. It means that the megaliths are not merely symbols of human persistence but the fingerprints of giants, reminders of an era when beings of extraordinary stature walked the earth and left behind structures so enduring they still dominate our landscapes. And if giants built these monuments, then surely they left behind more than stone. They left behind cultural memories, myths, and perhaps even living descendants. The next step in our journey takes us into those myths, where giants are remembered not only as builders but as conquerors, teachers, and destroyers in the folklore of nearly every civilization. All across the globe, from the icy mountains of Scandinavia to the dense jungles of Central America, from the deserts of Mesopotamia to the remote islands of Polynesia, one theme echoes in the myths and legends of humanity: giants. These stories are not isolated cultural quirks but universal narratives, repeated again and again with astonishing consistency. Each civilization, often with no apparent contact with the others, describes colossal beings, sometimes as mighty heroes, sometimes as terrifying monsters, and often as semi-divine figures who shaped the earth itself. When we examine these myths carefully, we are left with an unsettling question. Were they merely allegories, or are they distorted memories of real beings that once walked among us? Let us begin with the Bible, one of the most widely read texts in human history. The book of Genesis speaks of the Nephilim, the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. These beings were described as mighty men of old, men of renown. Later biblical passages mention the Rephaim, Anakim, and Emim, tribes of giants that inhabited Canaan before the Israelites. Goliath, the Philistine warrior defeated by David, was said to be over 9 feet tall, wearing armor so heavy that few men could even lift it. These stories are not hidden. They are central narratives in Judeo-Christian tradition. If the Bible, revered by billions, openly describes giants, why has modern society dismissed them so casually? In the ancient Near East, Sumerian and Babylonian myths tell of the Anunnaki, powerful beings who descended from the heavens and mingled with humans. Some interpretations suggest that they were enormous in stature, described as gods who taught humans agriculture, mathematics, and law. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known literary works, centers on a hero king who was 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. Gilgamesh himself was said to be a giant, wielding immense strength and embarking on epic quests. Was he a legendary exaggeration, or was he a historical memory of a giant ruler? Moving to Greece, mythology is overflowing with giants. The Gigantomachy, the great war between the Olympian gods and a race of giants, was a central theme in Greek art and storytelling. The Cyclopes, one-eyed giants, were credited with crafting Zeus's thunderbolts and Poseidon's trident. Homer's Odyssey introduces us to Polyphemus, a cyclops who devours Odysseus's men. These stories present giants as both creators and destroyers, beings who stood outside the realm of ordinary humanity. The fact that Greek architects labeled enormous ancient walls as Cyclopean suggests they genuinely believed giants had once roamed their lands. In Norse mythology, the entire cosmos is intertwined with giants. The frost giants, or Jotnar, existed before the gods themselves. The world, according to the Prose Edda, was created from the body of a slain giant named Wymir. Even the gods of Asgard trace their ancestry to giants, making them kin as much as adversaries. The giants of Norse myth are not mere monsters. They are elemental beings tied to creation, destruction, and the cycles of time. Their presence in myth suggests an ancestral memory so strong that it became embedded in the very fabric of Northern European spirituality. Far to the east, Indian mythology describes the Daityas and Danavas, giant beings often at war with the Devas, gods. In the Mahabharata and Ramayana, some warriors are described as towering, with superhuman strength and size. The Rakshasas, often depicted as giants, are portrayed as both noble and malevolent. These beings were not simply imaginary foes, they were integrated into epics that shaped the spiritual and cultural worldview of an entire subcontinent. In the Americas, giant legends are equally abundant. The Paiute people of Nevada tell of the Saiti Ka, a race of red-haired giants who once roamed the land. According to oral tradition, these giants were fierce cannibals, eventually exterminated by the Paiute through a massive battle in which the survivors were trapped inside a cave and burned alive. When archaeologists excavated Lovelock Cave in the early 20th century, they discovered oversized sandals, tools, and even reports of mummified remains, some with red hair, though the physical evidence mysteriously disappeared. Was this legend rooted in truth? The Maya and Aztecs of Mesoamerica also spoke of giants. Aztec tradition describes the Quinmetzin, a race of giants who lived in an earlier age of the world. The Maya had similar stories of massive beings who were destroyed by the gods because they became unruly. In South America, the Muisca and other tribes described giant ancestors who helped shape the land. Again and again, we hear the same refrain: giants existed in a time before the current human order. Even in remote Polynesia, the echoes persist. On Easter Island, the oral history of the Rapa Nui speaks of the Hanau Epe, the long ears, who are described as taller and stronger than ordinary people. In Hawaii, the Menehune are remembered as small people, but alongside them were stories of enormous beings with immense strength who performed great feats of construction. Could these myths explain the origin of the colossal Moai statues or the megalithic sites scattered across the Pacific? African traditions are no less rich in giant lore. The Zulu people of South Africa tell of ancient beings of great size and power who once lived in the land, beings who battled humans and sometimes intermingled with them. In the Sahara, Tuareg legends speak of tall, powerful figures who came before recorded history. Across the continent, stories of massive ancestors, sometimes benevolent and sometimes destructive, weave through oral tradition like shadows of a forgotten age. What unites all these myths is their remarkable consistency. Giants are remembered not as occasional curiosities but as central figures in the history of the world. They are described as builders, warriors, kings, gods, and destroyers. They are credited with shaping landscapes, teaching knowledge, and sometimes corrupting humanity. In nearly every case, their eventual destruction or disappearance is a key theme, whether through divine punishment, natural disaster, or human rebellion. This raises the possibility that myths preserve a real history of giants who once ruled, only to vanish, leaving behind their monuments and their memory. Skeptics argue that giants in mythology are symbolic, representing natural forces, human fears, or exaggerations of real tall people. But the global ubiquity of these legends, combined with archaeological anomalies, makes it difficult to dismiss them all as coincidence. Why would cultures separated by oceans and thousands of years invent nearly identical stories? Unless, perhaps, they were not inventing at all but remembering. And so we return to the central mystery. If these giants were real, where did they go? Were they wiped out in catastrophic floods, as the Bible and many flood myths suggest? Were they hunted to extinction by humans? Or do their descendants still walk among us, hidden in bloodlines or surviving in remote corners of the world? To explore these possibilities, we must now look at the role of catastrophic events, massive floods, sudden climate shifts, and global upheavals that could have ended the reign of giants and buried their remains deep beneath the earth. Throughout the world's ancient traditions, one theme repeatedly arises when discussing giants: their sudden disappearance. Legends speak of great beings who once walked among humans, only to be wiped out in a cataclysm so immense that it reshaped the face of the earth. Whether told in biblical scriptures, Native American oral histories, or Mesopotamian tablets, the narrative is remarkably consistent. Giants thrived in an earlier age, but a global catastrophe ended their reign. Modern science acknowledges that cataclysms have repeatedly struck our planet, from massive floods to meteor impacts, and each time, life was forever changed. Could these upheavals have been the force that erased the giants from history, leaving only bones, ruins, and myths as reminders of their existence? The most famous account of such a cataclysm is the biblical flood. In Genesis, the Nephilim appear directly before the Great Deluge, described as the mighty men of old, men of renown. God, seeing the corruption of humanity and these hybrid beings, decided to cleanse the earth. Noah and his family survived, but the giants perished beneath the waters. Similar flood stories appear in nearly every culture, from Mesopotamia's Epic of Gilgamesh, which describes a flood sent by the gods, to Native American tales of massive waters wiping away a previous race. In these myths, giants often appear before the flood and vanish afterward, suggesting that this event marked the end of their age. Geology supports the idea of immense flooding events. At the end of the last ice age, approximately 12,000 years ago, melting glacier unleashed torrents of water across the globe. The Younger Dryas period, a time of sudden cooling followed by abrupt warming, coincides with widespread evidence of flooding. The scablands of North America, carved by the Missoula floods, bear witness to water flows so powerful that they stripped away entire landscapes. Could these floods have drowned not only animals like mammoths but also entire populations of giants? If such beings lived in lowland regions or near coasts, they would have been particularly vulnerable. Beyond floods, fire from the sky may have also played a role. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis suggests that a massive comet or meteor fragmented and struck Earth around 12,800 years ago, causing wildfires, atmospheric disruption, and widespread extinction. This event may have triggered the global flooding as ice sheets collapsed. If giants existed during this period, they too would have been annihilated. Ancient myths often describe fiery destruction as well. The Norse Ragnarok foretells of a world consumed by fire before being renewed, while Native American tribes recall blazing skies and burning lands. Such imagery may preserve real memories of catastrophic events that reshaped human history and erased ancient races. Earth itself has also shifted violently throughout time. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis have devastated civilizations. Legends from the Mediterranean speak of Atlantis, a great land swallowed by the sea after earthquakes and floods. Plato claimed this event occurred around 9,000 years before his time, placing it near the Younger Dryas period. Could Atlantis, or a similar advanced culture, have been home to giants who perished in the cataclysm? If so, their story would have lived on only through myths, remembered as fallen titans. In South America, Andean legends tell of Viracocha, the creator god, who destroyed an earlier race of giants with a great flood because of their arrogance and violence. Similarly, in Polynesia, flood myths describe the destruction of powerful beings who once ruled the islands. The common thread is clear. Giants were not only destroyed by cataclysm but were also seen as deserving of it, punished for their hubris, corruption, or violent nature. This moral dimension echoes across cultures, suggesting that their end was both a physical event and a divine judgment. Skeptics argue that giants are symbolic representations of forces of nature, and that their destruction in floods and fires reflects humanity's fear of natural disasters. Yet the persistence of details, giants described as real beings, their immense size, and their consistent placement in pre-cataclysmic eras, makes it difficult to dismiss these stories entirely. If they were purely metaphorical, why do they align so closely with real geological events known to science? There is also the possibility that some giants survived. In many traditions, a few beings escaped the flood, either by boat or by retreating into high mountains. The Bible mentions post-flood giants, such as the Anakim, suggesting that not all were destroyed. Native American tales also speak of giants reappearing after cataclysms, only to be gradually exterminated by humans. Could a small population of giants have lingered, dwindling over millennia until they vanished completely? Or perhaps their descendants blended into humanity, their size diminishing over generations but leaving behind legends and genetic traces. Archaeological mysteries add weight to this idea. Across the world, burial mounds, megaliths, and caves have yielded reports of oversized skeletons. Many of these discoveries occurred in regions associated with flood myths. For example, in the Ohio River Valley, home to Native American flood legends, reports of giant skeletons were common in the 19th century. In the Andes, flood myths coincide with the megalithic ruins at Tiwanaku, where legends say giants once lived. These overlapping patterns suggest that giants may have survived cataclysms long enough to be remembered by later cultures. Modern science accepts that cataclysms have repeatedly reset life on Earth. Dinosaurs, once the dominant species, were wiped out by an asteroid impact 65 million years ago. Megafauna such as mammoths and saber-toothed cats disappeared during the sudden climate shifts of the Ice Age. Why should giants, if they existed, be any different? They may have been victims of the same forces that erased countless other species, giants in the truer sense of the word, brought low by nature's fury. The idea of catastrophic destruction also explains why evidence of giants is so elusive. Bones exposed to floodwaters or buried under layers of sediment would quickly decay. Entire populations could have been swallowed by mudslides, submerged beneath rising seas, or entombed under volcanic ash. What remains are scattered anomalies, footprints in stone, oversized bones in caves, and legends carried forward by survivors. But if cataclysms destroyed giants, why do so many stories emphasize divine punishment? Perhaps humanity remembered these beings not just as physical presences but as rulers, sometimes benevolent but often oppressive. Their destruction may have been celebrated as liberation, encoded in myth as an act of justice. The gods, in this interpretation, did not merely destroy giants, they freed humanity from them. This dual theme, natural disaster combined with moral reckoning, makes the story of the giants' downfall all the more compelling. It suggests that their extinction was not random but part of a cosmic order, remembered across cultures as a turning point in history. Humanity's rise followed their fall, and the world we know today exists because the giants perished. And yet, the question lingers: if giants were erased by cataclysms, could such events happen again? Our planet remains unstable, and the same forces that destroyed ancient civilizations still operate beneath the surface. Earthquakes rumble, volcanoes stir, comets pass close by. Perhaps the age of giants ended in fire and flood, but the age of humanity may one day face a similar reckoning. As we leave behind the story of destruction, we must ask, if giants truly walk the earth, and if cataclysms ended their reign, what happened to the physical evidence? Where are their bones, their cities, their tools? Why do so many reports of discoveries vanish into obscurity? The next chapter in our investigation takes us into the shadows of suppression, the cover-ups and controversies that surround giant remains, and why mainstream science seems determined to bury the truth. For centuries, scattered reports have surfaced of giant bones unearthed across the globe, yet time and again, these discoveries vanish into obscurity. Farmers in the Ohio River Valley uncovered skeletons twice the size of a modern man. Miners in Nevada stumbled upon massive remains in caves. Explorers in South America reported colossal bones resting in ancient burial sites. Newspapers from the 1800s brimmed with sensational accounts of giant skeletons, often accompanied by sketches and eyewitness testimony. And yet, when researchers and museums attempted to follow up, the bones were nowhere to be found. This pattern has fueled one of the most enduring mysteries in forbidden archaeology. Is evidence of giants being deliberately suppressed? If so, who is responsible, and why? The Smithsonian Institution often stands at the center of this controversy. In the 19th century, as America expanded westward, the Smithsonian dispatched archaeologists to survey ancient mounds, particularly in the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys. Reports from the time indicate that many of these mounds contained oversized skeletons, sometimes measuring over 8 feet in length. Local newspapers described jawbones so large they could fit over a modern man's face and femurs that dwarfed normal human bones. Yet, when these remains were collected and sent to Washington, they disappeared from the record. Researchers seeking access to these bones today are told no such specimens exist. Skeptics claim the reports were exaggerated or fabricated by newspapers eager for sales, but others suspect a more troubling explanation, that the Smithsonian intentionally destroyed evidence that challenged the accepted timeline of human history. Why would institutions hide such discoveries? One explanation lies in the rigid frameworks of science. The Darwinian model of human evolution, which gained dominance in the 19th century, left little room for the existence of giants. Acknowledging them would suggest either an unknown branch of humanity or the presence of hybrid beings, concepts that destabilize mainstream anthropology. If giants existed, where did they fit in the evolutionary tree? Were they a separate species, Or were they something else entirely? For institutions like the Smithsonian, committed to advancing a neat and linear progression of human development, giants presented an uncomfortable anomaly best erased from the record. This suppression theory gains further weight from testimonies of individuals who claimed direct knowledge of the cover-up. In the early 1900s, rumors circulated of Smithsonian officials dumping giant bones into the ocean to prevent them from reaching the public. While hard evidence is elusive, the persistence of such stories across generations has fueled suspicion. Even today, when independent researchers submit requests to examine oversized skeletal remains supposedly housed in museum collections, they are told the bones were lost, misplaced, or never existed in the first place. The pattern is too consistent to ignore. The Vatican also emerges in whispers of suppression. As the world's most influential religious authority, the Catholic Church has historically shaped narratives about human origins. Biblical texts do mention giants, the Nephilim, the Anakim, the Rephaim, but if physical evidence surfaced that giants once lived across the globe, it might radically shift theological interpretations. Did these beings defy God's design, as described in Genesis? Were they remnants of a pre-Adamic race? The Church, some argue, has every reason to suppress discoveries that complicate doctrine. Though the Vatican denies involvement, rumors persist of secret archives containing artifacts and bones never shown to the public. Beyond institutions, governments themselves may have motives to bury the truth. Imagine the implications if undeniable evidence of giants were revealed today. The rewriting of history books, the upheaval of scientific paradigms, the challenge to religious authority, and the rise of questions about what else is hidden from humanity. Such revelations could destabilize trust in institutions already under scrutiny. Conspiracies thrive in environments of secrecy, and when discoveries vanish into locked vaults, skepticism becomes inevitable. Consider the Lovelock Cave mystery in Nevada. Local Paiute legend spoke of a race of red-haired giants who once warred with their ancestors. In the early 20th century, miners excavating guano from Lovelock Cave stumbled upon mummified remains, massive sandals, and giant-sized tools. Reports claim skeletons up to 10 feet tall were discovered. Yet, after initial documentation, the bones disappeared. Today, museums display artifacts from the cave, but the skeletal remains are absent. Mainstream archaeologists dismiss the giant claims, attributing them to exaggeration. Still, the overlap between native oral history and early excavation reports is hard to ignore. Another striking case comes from Ecuador, where in the 1960s Father Carlos Vaca, a Catholic priest and amateur archaeologist, was given enormous bones discovered by locals. The bones appeared to belong to a human but were far larger than any modern specimen. For decades, they remained in private collections, shown only occasionally to researchers. When attempts were made to study them scientifically, the bones seemed to vanish from public access. History. Megalithic structures like Göbekli Tepe and Puma Punku were ignored for decades because they did not fit mainstream timelines. Only after undeniable evidence surfaced did archaeology grudgingly acknowledge them. Could giants represent the next chapter in this same story, a truth buried for fear of what it might reveal? At the heart of the controversy lies a deeper question. If giant bones are being hidden, what else is locked away in vaults and archives, unseen by the public? Could there be entire skeletons preserved in basements, waiting for the day humanity is deemed ready for the truth? Or has the evidence been destroyed forever, erased from history to ensure we never question the official narrative? The suppression of evidence is not simply about bones, it is about control. Whoever controls history controls the present, shaping what we believe about ourselves and our origins. Giants, if proven real, would disrupt our sense of identity, challenging both science and religion in equal measure. Perhaps that is why their remains vanish, why those who seek them are ridiculed, and why this mystery endures. As we step deeper into the investigation, the next question emerges. If the bones of giants are hidden or destroyed, what of their structures? Megalithic sites across the world hint at builders of immense size and strength. Could the stones themselves, immovable by ordinary men, be the most undeniable evidence of giants that remains in plain sight? Across the world stand monuments so massive, so impossibly engineered, that modern technology struggles to explain them. These megalithic structures, colossal stones weighing hundreds of tons, were raised in eras when humans supposedly had only primitive tools. Egypt's pyramids, the stones of Baalbek in Lebanon, the terraces of Sacsayhuaman in Peru, and the enigmatic structures of Puma Punku in Bolivia all share one trait. They seem far too large and precise to have been built by ordinary ancient people. For those who entertain the possibility of giants, These sites are not just mysteries. They are monuments to the existence of a race of builders with the size, strength, and knowledge to move mountains. If bones have been hidden, then perhaps the stones remain as their undeniable legacy. Take Baalbek, for example, home to the Temple of Jupiter. Within its foundation lies the trilithon, 3 massive stones each weighing around 800 tons. Nearby rests the stone of the pregnant woman, a monolith exceeding 1,000 tons, so large it dwarfs modern cranes. How were such stones quarried, moved, and lifted into place thousands of years ago? Mainstream archaeology suggests ramps, ropes, and manpower. Yet, no experimental reconstruction has ever successfully replicated this feat with tools available in the ancient world. Some researchers propose that giants may have been involved, their immense size making such work feasible. A being 12 to 15 feet tall, with proportionally greater strength, could manipulate weights beyond human capability. In South America, the walls of Sacsayhuaman rise with blocks weighing over 100 tons, each carved and fitted with such precision that a knife blade cannot slip between them. The stones are irregularly shaped yet interlock perfectly, resisting earthquakes that topple modern buildings. Local legends in Peru attribute these constructions to giants or gods who commanded great power. The Spanish chroniclers who encountered these ruins in the 16th century reported that the native people believed giants had once inhabited the region and built the walls in a single night. To archaeologists, these tales are folklore, but to those exploring forbidden archaeology, they may be oral memories of real beings. Then there is Puma Punku, often described as the most mysterious site in the world. Here, precision-cut stones shaped like giant Lego pieces lie scattered across the plateau. Many weigh 50 to 100 tons, with cuts so sharp and symmetrical they appear to have been machined. Conventional theories struggle to explain how. Pre-Columbian cultures, lacking iron tools or the wheel, could achieve such feats. The blocks seem designed for beings with the strength to lift and place them with ease, suggesting not only advanced knowledge but physical capabilities far beyond those of ordinary humans. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid itself is a monument of staggering complexity. Millions of limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, were hauled and placed with mathematical precision. Some inner granite blocks weigh up to 80 tons and were transported hundreds of miles from quarries in Aswan. Egyptologists attribute this to large workforces, yet the logistics remain daunting even with today's technology. Legends from the region speak of giants and demigods building the pyramids before the time of the pharaohs. If true, then the pyramids may not only be tombs or ceremonial sites but eternal testaments to the strength of ancient giants. Further east, in Japan's Yonaguni Monument, an underwater structure resembling step pyramids, some believe evidence of megalithic construction survives beneath the sea. Though mainstream scholars call it a natural formation, its geometric lines and massive scale suggest otherwise. If a flood or cataclysm submerged it, perhaps it was once a city of giants, erased by time but preserved in stone. What is remarkable is how similar these sites are despite their distance. Whether in South America, the Middle East, Africa, or Asia, the pattern repeats. Massive stones, impossible precision, and myths of giants associated with their construction. Could this be coincidence? Or is it the global footprint of a race that once spanned continents? The counter-argument is, of course, that humans are capable of extraordinary engineering feats with enough time, organization, and ingenuity. Mainstream archaeologists argue that ramps, levers, and sheer manpower explain the movement of megaliths. Yet, this explanation demands tens of thousands of workers, perfect synchronization, and resources far beyond what many ancient societies could muster. Why would humans with limited technology insist on building with stones so colossal when smaller ones would suffice? The logic falters. But if giants existed, the answer becomes simpler. They built with what suited their size and strength. Legends around the world support this theory. The Bible describes the Amorites as a people as tall as cedars, linked with vast fortifications. Native Hawaiian traditions speak of the Menehune, small builders, but also of earlier giant beings who moved stones with ease. In Ireland, the Giant's Causeway is tied to the myth of Finn McCool, a giant builder. And in Micronesia, the stone city of Nan Madol is said to have been raised by twin giants who carried basalt pillars as if they were sticks. These myths echo one another. Giants were the original architects. If giants were indeed responsible, then the megaliths serve as silent witnesses to their power. Unlike bones, which decay and disappear, stones endure. Even if institutions suppress skeletal remains, they cannot erase the monuments. They stand in plain sight, daring us to question whether human hands alone shaped them. Still, one mystery remains: why did giants build on such a scale? Was it necessity, matching their size, or was it symbolic, an expression of dominance, intended to or both humans and the gods? Perhaps their monuments were more than homes or temples. They may have been energy centers, aligned with celestial patterns, designed to harness forces we barely comprehend. Megalithic sites often align with solstices, equinoxes, and star systems, suggesting advanced astronomical knowledge. Were giants also astronomers, blending raw strength with cosmic wisdom? Skeptics counter with Occam's razor: the simplest explanation is human ingenuity, not lost races of giants. But simplicity does not equal truth. When countless myths, unexplained engineering feats, and vanishing bones converge, the giant hypothesis gains weight. To dismiss it outright may be to ignore one of history's greatest puzzles. As the megaliths testify, something extraordinary once walked the earth. Whether we call them giants, gods, or lost civilizations, their mark is undeniable. The question is no longer whether evidence exists. It does, carved in stone. The question is, what became of these builders, and why does mainstream history resist acknowledging them? Our journey now turns to the written word. Beyond bones and stones, ancient texts themselves preserve the memory of giants. From Sumerian tablets to Indian epics, these records may reveal not only that giants existed but also what role they played in shaping the human story. Across cultures and continents, the memory of giants is not preserved only in bones or stones but also in words. Ancient texts, myths, and epics contain references to beings of extraordinary size and strength, beings who shaped the destiny of humankind before vanishing into legend. These records, carved into clay tablets, woven into oral traditions, or preserved in sacred scriptures, are among the most tantalizing pieces of evidence in the mystery of giants. Unlike bones that can be hidden or destroyed, these words have survived the passage of millennia, offering us glimpses of a forgotten chapter in human history. The question is, are these merely symbolic tales, or are they eyewitness testimonies of a reality mainstream science dares not acknowledge? One of the earliest written accounts comes from Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, considered the oldest surviving epic poem, the hero Gilgamesh himself is described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. Ancient descriptions portray him as a towering figure, unmatched in strength and stature. His companion, Enkidu, is also a massive, wild man who lives among the beasts before being civilized. The epic describes Gilgamesh and Enkidu defeating monsters, moving colossal gates, and performing feats far beyond ordinary men. Scholars interpret these as allegories of kingship and mortality, yet within the story lies a suggestion that giant-like beings lived and ruled among humans. Gilgamesh is not portrayed as a mythic god but as a historical king of Uruk. Could it be that giants were remembered as rulers of the earliest cities? From Mesopotamia we turn to the Hebrew Bible, which is filled with references to giants. In Genesis 6 verse 4, the Nephilim appear. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. This verse suggests hybrids, offspring of divine beings and mortal women, who became the mighty giants of ancient times. Later biblical texts describe encounters with giant tribes such as the Anakim, Rephaim, and Amorites. In the Book of Numbers, when Israelite spies scouted Canaan, they reported seeing giants so tall that the Hebrews felt like grasshoppers in comparison. These accounts are treated as scripture, not folklore. For believers, the Bible preserves the testimony of a real race of giants that once existed on earth. Other Jewish texts, particularly the Book of Enoch, excluded from the Standard Bible, expand on this story. Enoch describes how the Watchers, fallen angels, descended to earth, intermingled with human women, and produced giant offspring called the Nephilim. These giants became violent and corrupt, consuming all resources and even turning to cannibalism. Their destruction by the flood is portrayed as divine judgment. Though the Book of Enoch was declared apocryphal by early church leaders, it circulated widely in antiquity, influencing Jewish and Christian thought. It paints a chilling portrait of giants not as noble beings but as destructive hybrids who nearly ruined creation. If such texts reflect reality, then giants were not only real but also central to the spiritual and moral struggles of humanity. Turning to India, we find the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, vast epics filled with superhuman beings. The Mahabharata describes warriors so tall and powerful they could slay elephants with single blows, wield massive weapons, and shake the earth in battle. Bhima, one of the Pandava brothers, is repeatedly described as immense and giant-like in strength. The Ramayana recounts battles with Rakshasas, giant demons who inhabited Lanka and opposed the hero Rama. These beings are portrayed as both physically enormous and magically gifted. Scholars often interpret them as allegorical, yet Indian tradition has long treated these epics as history rather than myth. Could the Rakshasas and the mighty warriors be cultural memories of a time when giants lived in South Asia? In Greece, the mythology of the Gigantomachy, wars between gods and giants, depicts titanic battles where the earth itself trembled under the weight of colossal beings. The word gigantes literally means earthborn, suggesting beings who arose from the soil itself. Greek myths are filled with giants such as the Cyclopes, one-eyed builders of immense forges, and the hundred-handed Hecatoncheias. While these beings are couched in myth, the Greeks often wove real historical memory into their stories. The ruins of massive walls and fortresses in Mycenae and Tiryns were referred to as Cyclopean masonry, said to be built by giants because humans could not possibly lift the stones. Here again, legend and archaeology blur. In Norse mythology, giants, or Jotnar, are central to the cosmology. They are portrayed not merely as brutes but as primal forces of nature, existing before the gods themselves. The world was said to have been created from the body of Wymir, a giant whose flesh became the earth and whose blood formed the seas. The Jotnar battled the gods in cycles of chaos and order, culminating in Ragnarok, when giants would once again rise to destroy the world. These myths echo global themes of giants tied to creation and destruction, suggesting that across cultures, giants were not marginal figures but central to humanity's origin stories. In the Americas, native traditions also speak of giants. The Paiute people tell of the Saiti Ka, a race of red-haired giants who lived in Nevada. These beings were violent and cannibalistic, warring with the Paiutes until they were exterminated. Similar stories appear among the Choctaw, who describe a race of giant beings in Mississippi, and the Iroquois, who speak of stone giants that roamed the land. For indigenous peoples, these were not distant myths but oral histories, passed down as fact. When early European settlers unearthed large bones in America, they often recalled these stories, seeing them as confirmation that giants once lived on the continent. Legends in Polynesia speak of great builders who lifted stones into place effortlessly. The stone city of Nan Madol in Micronesia is said to have been constructed by twin giants who carried basalt pillars on their shoulders. In New Zealand, the Maori speak of giants called Kahuatapua, beings of immense size who lived in caves and hunted humans. Across the Pacific, from Hawaii to Easter Island, oral traditions consistently remember larger-than-life beings who once interacted with humanity. What makes these testimonies powerful is their universality. From Mesopotamia to the Americas, from India to Scandinavia, the stories repeat. Giants lived among us, built cities, fought wars, and were destroyed by cataclysms or divine judgment. Skeptics argue that these are archetypal myths, cultural expressions of fear, awe, or imagination. But why, then, are the details so consistent? Why do so many epics describe beings of unusual size, strength, and moral corruption, often destroyed in floods or battles against the gods? These texts challenge us to reconsider our assumptions. If even one of these stories reflects historical truth, then giants were a real part of human history. Perhaps the written word has preserved what bones and stones alone cannot prove, the testimony of our ancestors, encoded in myth but rooted in memory. The key lies in connecting these records with physical evidence. If giants truly lived, their remains and their works should align with the testimonies of ancient texts. And indeed, as we've seen, bones are reported, and megaliths still stand. Together with written accounts, they form a tapestry of evidence too consistent to ignore. As we leave the realm of myth and scripture, the next step is to examine the battles themselves, the great wars between humans and giants described in legend. Were these epic clashes mere storytelling, or could they reflect real struggles for survival against a race of colossal beings? Throughout the mythologies of the world, there is a recurring and electrifying theme: wars between humans and giants. These stories appear so frequently, across such vast distances and diverse cultures, that they beg the question: are they purely symbolic, or do they preserve the memory of actual battles fought in a forgotten age? The idea that humanity once struggled against towering beings may sound fantastical, but when taken alongside archaeology, oral traditions, and ancient texts, the pattern becomes impossible to dismiss. Wars between humans and giants may not merely be mythology, they could represent real encounters that shaped the destiny of our species. One of the most famous accounts comes from the Bible, in the story of David and Goliath. In this tale, a shepherd boy faces a Philistine warrior of enormous stature. Goliath is described as over 9 feet tall, clad in heavy bronze armor and wielding a spear with a shaft like a weaver's beam. Ordinary men could not even lift such a weapon, let alone wield it in battle. Yet David, armed only with a sling, defeats Goliath with cunning and precision. The story has been retold as a moral lesson: brains over brawn, faith over fear. But what if it also records a real confrontation between humans and one of the last surviving giants? If Goliath was part of a race like the Rephaim or Anakim mentioned in the Bible, then the story is not metaphor but memory, passed down as a defining moment of triumph. Elsewhere in Scripture, the Israelites are said to have fought entire tribes of giants. In Deuteronomy, King Og of Bashan is described as the last of the Rephaim, with a bed made of iron measuring over 13 feet in length. His people, the Amorites, were described as tall as cedars. Joshua led campaigns against the Anakim, clearing them from the land of Canaan. These were not isolated duels but full-scale wars in which human armies clashed with races of great size. If we accept the biblical text as even partially historical, then humanity's conquest of the Promised Land was as much about survival against giants as it was about territory. Moving from the Middle East to the Americas, Native American traditions also recall epic battles with giants. The Paiute legend of the Saiti-Ikar tells of red-haired giants who terrorized tribes, raiding villages and devouring human flesh. The Paiutes eventually united against them, driving the giants into a cave and setting it ablaze. Archaeological evidence from Lovelock Cave in Nevada, giant sandals, massive tools, and disputed bones seems to align uncannily with the story. Whether myth or history, the tale preserves a memory of humans rising up against larger, more powerful foes. Other tribes, such as the Choctaw and Comanche, also describe wars with giant races. In these stories, giants were not gods but predators, and humanity's survival depended on their defeat. In Greek mythology, the Gigantomachy, War of the Giants, was a defining event. The Olympian gods fought against the Gigantes, a race of giants born of the earth. The battles were cataclysmic, with mountains hurled as weapons and the sky itself trembling. Though couched in myth, this war reflects the same theme: giants versus beings of smaller stature, with humanity's allies, whether gods or clever heroes, eventually prevailing. The Greeks also spoke of specific giant encounters, such as Heracles' battles with towering opponents. These stories, like those in the Bible, emphasize both the terror and the eventual triumph of humans or their divine patrons over colossal enemies. Norse mythology also tells of repeated wars between gods, humans, and giants. The Jotnar were not merely background figures but central antagonists. They represented chaos and destruction, continually warring against the Aesir and Vani. At Ragnarok, the final battle, giants would rise again, led by fire giant Surtur, to destroy the world. These myths may encode distant memories of real conflicts, magnified over time into cosmic struggles. Interestingly, Norse sagas also mention giants as physical beings, massive, dangerous, but not immortal. Some lived in mountains, others in the frozen wastes, occasionally clashing with men. In India's Mahabharata, wars are filled with descriptions of immense warriors who towered over ordinary men. Bhima, one of the Pandava brothers, possessed giant-like strength and battled opponents of enormous size. Rakshasas, giant demons, were frequent enemies in the epics, fought with divine weapons and immense ferocity. Some scholars interpret these battles as allegories for inner struggles, but to others, they may preserve a literal memory of giant tribes that once warred against humans in South Asia. Legends from the Pacific also speak of battles against giants. In Micronesia, the tale of Nan Madol describes twin giants who ruled with tyranny before being defeated by islanders. In New Zealand, the Maori tell of clashes with Kahuatapua, monstrous giants who could shapeshift and devour men. These stories are strikingly similar to those of the Americas, suggesting that across oceans, humanity remembered its victories over larger, more dangerous beings. Skeptics argue that tales of giant wars are symbolic, representing humanity's struggles against nature, tyranny, or overwhelming odds. But symbolism alone cannot explain why the details, giant height, massive weapons, fortresses, and ultimate defeat by humans, are repeated so consistently worldwide. Nor can it explain archaeological anomalies, oversized weapons, massive fortifications, or skeletal remains that align with the legends. If these were merely metaphors, why do they so often coincide with physical evidence? One possibility is that humans truly did clash with a larger race during prehistory. Giants may have held dominance in certain regions, controlling resources and populations. As human numbers grew and weapons advanced, the balance shifted. Wars would have been inevitable. Victory against giants may have been so pivotal that it became central to cultural memory, retold endlessly in myths, scriptures, and epic poetry. These were not just battles, they were turning points in the struggle for survival. Another intriguing question is whether giants possessed advanced knowledge. In many traditions, giants are linked with megalithic building, celestial alignment, or supernatural abilities. If they held both physical and intellectual superiority, then defeating them would have required not only courage but also divine or technological assistance. Myths often speak of humans aided by gods, magical weapons, or clever strategies. Perhaps these stories encode the truth. Humanity survived not by brute force but by ingenuity, alliances, and persistence. What remains haunting is the possibility that remnants of these battles still exist, buried in landscapes across the world. Burned caves, collapsed fortresses, and unusual artifacts may mark sites where humans and giants clashed. Lovelock Cave in Nevada, for example, may be just one of many. If more such sites are discovered, they could provide physical proof that giant wars were not myth but history. The wars between humans and giants, whether allegorical or literal, share a consistent conclusion: giants lost. Humanity survived, advanced, and inherited the earth. But what if the memory of those wars is why so many cultures also carry deep fears of giants returning? Biblical prophecy warns that, as in the days of Noah, so too will giants reappear. Norse mythology anticipates Ragnarok, when giants rise again. Could these myths be more than stories? Could they be warnings that the age of giants may not be entirely over? The next stage of our exploration must ask, if giants existed, ruled, and were eventually defeated, did they leave behind bloodlines? Are their descendants still among us, hidden not in bones or stones but in our very DNA? For thousands of years, whispers have echoed across cultures that giants did not entirely disappear. Though the towering figures of ancient battles may have been destroyed or scattered, their bloodlines, some say, were never fully erased. This idea, that giants still live through us in the form of hybrid bloodlines, has fueled conspiracy theories, biblical interpretations, and fringe archaeology alike. The suggestion is electrifying because it implies that humanity is not a pure species, but one shaped, influenced, and perhaps even controlled by another race, one that was once larger, stronger, and closer to the divine. The deeper we go, the more unsettling the evidence becomes. In the Hebrew Bible, the origin of giant bloodlines is explained through the Nephilim. These beings were said to be the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. This strange union produced mighty men of renown, giants who walked the earth in the days before the flood. Though the flood of Noah supposedly wiped them out, later scriptures mention their descendants, the Anakim, Rephaim, and others. How could they reappear if they were destroyed? Some theologians argue that the giant gene survived through women who carried the bloodline, while others suggest repeated interventions by divine or otherworldly beings. Either way, the implication is clear: humanity was permanently changed by this intermingling. Moving into extra-biblical texts, the Book of Enoch provides even more detail. It describes a group of watchers, celestial beings who descended to earth and took human wives. Their children were enormous, ravenous giants, so destructive that they consumed not only humans but also animals, plants, and even each other. When these giants were killed, their spirits remained, becoming the demons that still plague mankind. If true, then part of their essence was spiritual, persisting beyond physical extinction. But equally disturbing is the idea that their physical bloodline did not vanish entirely, instead mixing into human populations. The Book of Jubilees reinforces this, suggesting that even after the flood, fragments of the Nephilim blood persisted. Outside biblical tradition, many ancient cultures carry similar ideas. In Greek mythology, gods frequently bred with humans, producing demigods like Hercules. Though not always giants, many were of extraordinary size and strength, blurring the line between human and divine. In Mesopotamian lore, the Apkallu were semi-divine beings, often depicted as part human, part supernatural. In India, the Rakshasas and other giant beings sometimes intermarried with humans, creating hybrid bloodlines of immense power. These crossbreeding tales are remarkably consistent worldwide, suggesting that ancient people were trying to preserve a memory of hybridization that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Genetics adds an eerie modern twist to these stories. Some researchers point to unexplained anomalies in human DNA, so-called junk DNA, unusual haplogroups, and mysterious mutations, that do not neatly fit within evolutionary timelines. Could these anomalies represent remnants of hybridization with non-human beings? Mainstream science would say no, but fringe theorists argue otherwise. One example often cited is the Rh-negative blood type, found in only about 15% of the global population. Unlike other blood types, Rh-negative lacks a key protein, making it incompatible with most pregnancies unless treated medically. Where did this rare blood trait come from? Some suggest it could be a remnant of ancient hybridization, a marker of non-human ancestry. Royal bloodlines have also been scrutinized under this lens. From ancient Mesopotamian kings claiming descent from gods, to pharaohs depicted as towering figures, to medieval monarchs obsessed with keeping their bloodlines pure, there is a strange continuity in elite circles linking rule to divine or giant ancestry. Conspiracy theorists argue that this obsession with lineage is more than symbolic. It is about preserving a genetic connection to something older, something not entirely human. The idea of blue blood takes on a new meaning when viewed this way. It may not just be about nobility, but about a literal difference in blood. In Native American traditions, some tribes warn of hybrid children born from unions with giants or spirit beings. These hybrids were sometimes revered, sometimes feared, but always seen as different. Similar ideas appear in Celtic folklore, where certain clans were said to carry giant blood, giving them unusual strength or stature. Even in Norse sagas, legendary heroes like Sigurd and Beowulf are sometimes hinted to be part giant, inheriting traits from their colossal ancestors. These hints across cultures reinforce the suspicion that giant bloodlines were not isolated myths but widespread traditions, carried forward for millennia. The implications are chilling when we consider modern times. If giant bloodlines survived, where are they now? Some argue they can be seen in extraordinary individuals, athletes of unusual size and power, leaders who seem to command with almost supernatural presence, or even families that dominate wealth and politics generation after generation. Could these be the echoes of ancient hybridization? Perhaps what we call genetic luck is actually something more deliberate, the inheritance of traits designed long ago. Skeptics would argue that this is mere pseudoscience, cherry-picking anomalies and spinning stories. After all, human variation naturally produces tall people, powerful warriors, and unusual genetics. Yet the persistence of these hybrid stories across cultures makes dismissal too easy. Why did so many traditions insist that humanity had been mixed with another race? Why did they focus on bloodlines, height, strength, and unusual powers? And why do some modern genetic mysteries seem to line up so well with these ancient claims? One darker possibility is that giant bloodlines were not just a physical inheritance but a spiritual one. If the souls of giants lingered as demons, as the Book of Enoch suggests, then perhaps their influence continues through bloodlines in ways unseen. This could explain why certain families or individuals are repeatedly linked to occult practices, secret societies, or inexplicable power. It might also explain why so many cultures emphasize rituals of purification, as if to guard against corrupted blood. At its core, the theory of hybrid bloodlines challenges our understanding of what it means to be human. If giants still live through us, then humanity is not a singular species but a fusion, part earthbound, part otherworldly. This raises unsettling questions. Are we truly masters of our destiny, or are we still shaped by the legacy of beings long thought extinct? Did the wars against giants ever really end, or did they simply shift from battlefields of stone and sword to struggles hidden within genetics and bloodlines? The next step in this investigation takes us deeper into the physical world, into the bones, skulls, and skeletons that refuse to fit the narrative of mainstream science. If hybrid bloodlines whisper the survival of giants through DNA, then perhaps the bones themselves shout a louder truth, that giants once walked openly upon the earth. For centuries, scattered reports of giant skulls and massive bones have tantalized explorers, historians, and ordinary people alike. These finds, often discovered in caves, burial mounds, or during construction projects, challenge the official narrative of human history. While mainstream science typically dismisses or ignores these discoveries, those who dare to investigate them argue that they point to one undeniable conclusion: giants were real, and their remains have been buried, both literally and figuratively, by institutions that fear the truth. The mystery of giant skulls and bones stands as one of the most compelling pieces of evidence in the debate over forbidden archaeology. Perhaps the most famous examples come from North America. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, newspapers frequently reported the unearthing of gigantic skeletons in ancient Native American burial mounds. Farmers plowing their fields or construction crews digging foundations would stumble upon skeletons ranging from 8 to 12 feet in length. Some accounts even describe skulls with double rows of teeth or jawbones so large that they could fit over a living man's head like a helmet. The Smithsonian Institution, along with other agencies, was often called in to investigate, but curiously, the bones seemed to vanish soon after. This pattern, discovery, initial excitement, institutional involvement, and disappearance, has fueled suspicions that there was, and still is, a deliberate cover-up. One striking example is the report from Wisconsin in the late 1800s. Workers uncovered a burial mound containing several giant skeletons, some measuring over 9 feet tall. The skulls were unusually thick and elongated, with pronounced brow ridges. Local newspapers covered the story in detail, but once the Smithsonian became involved, the remains were quietly removed, never to be seen again. Similar discoveries were documented in states like Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee, where mound builder cultures once thrived. Could it be that these ancient people were not just mysterious builders of earthworks, but caretakers, or descendants, of giants? The phenomenon was not confined to America. In South America, explorers in the 16th and 17th centuries recorded encounters with bones of astonishing size. In Patagonia, Spanish and Portuguese sailors claimed to have seen living giants, as well as skeletal remains that dwarfed ordinary men. Later, archaeologists uncovered massive bones in Brazil and Ecuador, often dismissed as misidentified animal remains. Yet some skulls were undeniably human in shape, only far larger. Africa, too, offers tantalizing evidence. In the 20th century, reports surfaced of giant skeletons found in South Africa, with one measuring an incredible 12 feet in height. The bones were so large that they defied natural human proportions. Local legends of giant ancestors, combined with these discoveries, raise the possibility that Africa's ancient history holds secrets not yet acknowledged by mainstream anthropology. Europe has its own share of giant mysteries. In France, Italy, and the British Isles, enormous burial sites have been unearthed, containing skeletons far larger than normal humans. In the Basque region of Spain, locals long told of ancient giants who built dolmens and megaliths, and indeed, skulls of unusual size have been reported in excavations there. Ireland, with its myths of the Fomorians and Tuatha de Danann, has also yielded accounts of large skeletons in ancient tombs. Once again, many of these finds were swiftly removed by authorities and lost to history. One of the most intriguing aspects of giant skulls is their unusual shape. Beyond size, some skulls exhibit features not typically found in modern humans. Elongated crania, whether naturally formed or artificially modified, have been found in places like Peru, Malta, and Egypt. While some may be explained by head-binding practices, others appear too uniform and extreme to be the result of cultural modification. Researchers like Brian Foster have argued that certain elongated skulls from Peru have different cranial structures, with larger brain capacity and fused sutures unlike those of Homo sapiens. Could these be the remains of a hybrid or entirely separate species, perhaps connected to the giants of legend? Double rows of teeth are another recurring detail in giant skull reports. While rare in modern humans, accounts from North America and elsewhere describe skulls with 2 complete sets of teeth. Such a feature would be advantageous for beings with massive appetites, as legends often describe giants to have. Skeptics claim these are exaggerations or misidentifications, yet the consistency of reports across different regions and times is difficult to ignore. Why, then, has mainstream science not embraced these discoveries? One answer lies in the paradigm of human evolution. According to the accepted model, Homo sapiens evolved gradually over hundreds of thousands of years, with Neanderthals and Denisovans as close relatives. There is no room in this model for 12-foot-tall humans. Admitting the existence of giants would append not only anthropology but also history, archaeology, and even theology. Institutions like the Smithsonian may have suppressed evidence to maintain academic control, fearing the destabilization of established narratives. Another possibility is that giant remains were destroyed to prevent their misuse. In the 19th century, pseudoscientific theories often linked giant skeletons to ideas of racial superiority, fueling dangerous ideologies. By removing the evidence, institutions may have sought to prevent such exploitation. Yet, in doing so, they may have also erased invaluable clues to humanity's forgotten past. Modern technology, however, may hold the key to reviving the mystery. Advances in genetics and forensic analysis could determine whether oversized bones are simply pathological cases, such as gigantism or acromegaly, or represent an entirely different population. But without access to the bones themselves, researchers are left with only second-hand reports, photographs, and fragments. The secrecy surrounding giant skeletons only deepens suspicion that the truth is being withheld. Still, some tantalizing evidence survives. In Ecuador, the so-called giant of Loja skeleton was reported in the 1960s, standing over 7 feet tall and discovered in a remote village. In Romania, archaeologists unearthed massive humanoid bones in ancient burial sites, sparking local legends of giants who once ruled the land. In the Philippines, oversized bones have been discovered in caves, again aligning with indigenous myths of giant ancestors. These finds, though often dismissed or underreported, collectively suggest that giant remains are a global phenomenon. The bones themselves speak louder than myths. If the reports are true, then somewhere beneath our feet lies the physical proof that humanity once lived alongside beings of enormous size. Perhaps their remains were interred with reverence, perhaps destroyed in cataclysmic wars, or perhaps deliberately concealed. Whatever the case, their existence would confirm that the ancient stories of giants were not fantasy but history. The mystery of giant skulls and bones remains one of archaeology's greatest taboos. Every lost skeleton, every confiscated bone, and every sealed-off burial mound is a reminder of how much we do not know about our past. The next question we must confront is this: if bones are being hidden, what else is being erased from our history? The answer may lie in the deliberate suppression of knowledge by powerful institutions, knowledge that could rewrite the story of humanity itself. For decades, whispers have circulated that some of the most powerful institutions in the world, particularly the Smithsonian Institution, have played a direct role in concealing the truth about giants. This is not merely a rumor passed between fringe theorists. Instead, it is a claim supported by hundreds of historical newspaper clippings, sworn testimonies, and government records that seem to vanish just when they become most important. If giant skeletons have indeed been discovered in mounds, caves, and ancient burial sites, then one of the greatest mysteries is not simply their existence but why the evidence has been repeatedly lost, hidden, or destroyed. The case of the Smithsonian suppression is a story not only about giants but about the very control of human history. The Smithsonian Institution was founded in 1846, with a stated mission to increase and diffuse knowledge. It quickly became one of the most respected centers of archaeology and anthropology in the United States. At the same time, the mid-19th century was the peak of mound excavation across North America. Farmers, settlers, and amateur archaeologists uncovered thousands of burial mounds left by ancient Native American cultures. And within many of these mounds, reports claim, were skeletons far larger than ordinary humans, 8, 10, even 12 feet tall. Local newspapers from the era are filled with stories of these discoveries, often describing the excitement of local communities as they dug up bones that seemed to prove the biblical accounts of giants were true. But a strange pattern emerged. In report, after local awe and astonishment came the arrival of Smithsonian agents. Bones were collected, boxed, and shipped to Washington for study. Yet after that, silence. The artifacts and skeletons never reappeared in exhibitions, catalogues, or scholarly papers. Instead, official statements began to deny that such discoveries had ever taken place. Local witnesses insisted they had seen the bones with their own eyes, but without the physical remains, their accounts were easily dismissed as exaggerations, misidentifications, or hoaxes. Over time, the Smithsonian developed a reputation among alternative historians not as a preserver of history but as a suppressor of it. Why would such an institution cover up the existence of giants? One reason may be ideological. In the 19th century, Darwin's theory of evolution was beginning to take hold in academic circles. The existence of giant humans, far larger and seemingly more advanced than ordinary men, would challenge the carefully constructed evolutionary timeline. If giants had once walked the earth, it might lend credibility to biblical accounts, such as the Nephilim in Genesis. For an institution trying to establish scientific authority in an age of religious upheaval, this was a dangerous possibility. Suppressing giants may have been less about destroying evidence and more about preserving a fragile paradigm. Another reason could be political. During the same period, Native American tribes were being displaced, and their ancient heritage was often dismissed as primitive compared to European settlers. Yet the discovery of giant skeletons in native burial mounds suggested that the continent had once been home to a sophisticated and powerful people, perhaps even older than recorded history. Acknowledging this would have contradicted the narrative of manifest destiny, which painted Native Americans as late arrivals to the land. By removing evidence of giants, institutions like the Smithsonian may have also erased traces of advanced pre-Columbian civilizations, maintaining a narrative that justified colonial expansion. There are also economic motives to consider. Archaeology in the 19th century was deeply tied to funding, patronage, and prestige. Theories that aligned with mainstream science attracted support, while those that strayed into the biblical or supernatural risked ridicule. An institution like the Smithsonian would have been highly motivated to conform to accepted scientific dogma, lest its credibility be questioned. Admitting to giants could have destabilized not just anthropology but funding for research and the reputations of prominent scholars. Evidence of suppression continues into the 20th century. In 1924, a report in the New York Times described the discovery of giant skeletons in a burial mound in Ohio. Again, the Smithsonian became involved, and again, the evidence disappeared. Later, in the 1930s, several large skeletons were reportedly found in Nevada near Lovelock Cave. These, too, were confiscated or quietly removed from public view. In the decades that followed, as archaeology professionalized, the reports of giants dwindled, not necessarily because they ceased but because institutions no longer allowed such discoveries to reach the public. Critics of the suppression theory argue that giant skeletons never existed in the first place, that they were either hoaxes, exaggerations, or misidentified animal remains. They claim that 19th century newspapers were prone to sensationalism and that local communities often invented stories to draw attention or investment. Yet this explanation falls short when faced with the sheer volume of reports. Hundreds of articles from across the United States, many with detailed descriptions and multiple witnesses, cannot all be dismissed as fabrications. Moreover, the repeated pattern of Smithsonian involvement followed by disappearance is too consistent to ignore. Whistleblowers and independent researchers have added fuel to the fire. Former employees have allegedly confessed, off the record, that unusual skeletons were indeed stored in the institution's archives but were destroyed or hidden to protect prevailing theories. In 2014, a lawsuit was even filed against the Smithsonian, accusing it of deliberately destroying giant skeletons in the early 20th century. Though the case was dismissed, it reignited debate and suspicion. If there were nothing to hide, why such secrecy and defensive posturing? The Smithsonian is not alone in this alleged cover-up. Other museums, universities, and government agencies have also been implicated. For instance, in Europe, reports of giant remains found in France and the British Isles often ended with their quiet removal by state authorities. In South America, large bones found in Ecuador and Peru sometimes vanished into private collections or institutional vaults, never to be seen again. Across the globe, the same story repeats: discovery, confiscation, disappearance. If suppression is real, then the implications are staggering. It means that the history taught in schools and universities is incomplete by design. It means that we, as a species, may have been systematically denied knowledge of our true past. Perhaps giants are not just inconvenient to the scientific narrative, they are threatening to the very power structures that control knowledge. To admit their existence would be to admit that ancient texts, mythologies, and indigenous traditions were not mere superstition but accurate records of a forgotten age. Some theorists take the idea further, suggesting that the suppression is not merely about protecting scientific paradigms but about protecting bloodlines. If the descendants of giants still walk among us, hidden in elite families or powerful organizations, then exposing the skeletal remains of their ancestors could reveal too much. Bones can be tested for DNA. They can prove connections. They can unravel secrets that those in power may prefer to keep hidden. The story of the Smithsonian suppression is not only about bones, it is about control of history. The victors, it is said, write history. But in this case, it seems the curators of history have rewritten it, burying giants not only in the earth but in silence. And this brings us to a critical turning point. If bones and skulls have been hidden, what about the structures giants supposedly built? The megalithic monuments scattered across the globe, massive stones moved with impossible precision, may themselves stand as evidence that giants once walked the earth. If institutions can suppress bones, they cannot as easily erase mountains of stone. Around the world stand massive stone monuments that baffle engineers, archaeologists, and historians alike. These are megalithic structures, vast, seemingly impossible creations that defy the tools and techniques known to ancient civilizations. From Stonehenge in England to the pyramids of Egypt, from the colossal stones of Baalbek in Lebanon to the walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru, humanity has inherited a legacy of architecture that should not have been possible with primitive tools. The question that lingers, whispered by those who study forbidden archaeology, is simple yet explosive. Were these monuments built not by ordinary humans, but by giants? To understand this theory, we must first consider the sheer scale of these works. At Baalbek, in present-day Lebanon, lies the famous Stone of the Pregnant Woman. This single block of limestone weighs an estimated 1,200 tons, so large that even modern cranes would struggle to move it. Yet somehow, ancient builders quarried it, transported it, and set it into place. Mainstream archaeologists claim these stones were left unfinished, but other researchers point out that smaller structures were built on top of them, suggesting that they were part of a deliberate and functional platform. If humans 2,000 years ago did not have the technology to lift such stones, then who did? Giants, with their sheer strength and size, provide a tantalizing explanation. In Peru, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman demonstrates a different but equally baffling form of megalithic construction. The massive polygonal stones fit together so precisely that even a razor blade cannot be inserted between them. Some blocks weigh over 100 tons, yet they were quarried, shaped, and moved across challenging terrain. To this day, no one can fully explain how such precision was achieved with supposedly primitive tools. Local legends attribute the site to the work of Viracocha and his giant helpers, who built the walls before the Inca inherited them. Could these legends be preserving the memory of an earlier age when giants roamed the Andes and shaped the land with their massive strength? Stonehenge, though more familiar, raises similar questions. Each standing stone weighs up to 25 tons, and some were transported from quarries over 150 miles away. Scholars have debated endlessly about how Neolithic people could have accomplished this with wooden rollers, ropes, and manpower alone. But myths tell a different story. According to Geoffrey of Monmouth, Stonehenge was built with the help of giants who brought the stones from Africa to Ireland, and then across the sea to England. To skeptics, this is folklore. To others, it is a fragment of historical truth that aligns with the global pattern, giant beings leaving their mark in stone. Egypt's pyramids also fit into this mystery. The Great Pyramid of Giza contains over 2 million blocks, some weighing 80 tons. The logistics of quarrying, transporting, and setting these stones with perfect alignment to cardinal directions remains unexplained. Ancient Egyptian texts speak of gods and demigods ruling in the earliest dynasties, some of whom were described as immense in stature. Could these accounts be referencing the same race of giants said to have built megaliths elsewhere? If giants did help, then the pyramids may represent not just royal tombs but the enduring monuments of a race that combined immense strength with advanced knowledge. In South Asia, megalithic mysteries abound as well. The Kailasa temple in Ellora, India, was carved from a single massive rock face, removing an estimated 200,000 tons of stone. Mainstream archaeologists say this was achieved with chisels and hammers over centuries, yet local legends claim it was constructed in a single night by divine beings. Some researchers argue that only beings of extraordinary size and strength could have managed such an immense task with the crude tools available. Here again, the possibility of giants emerges as an answer to the unsolvable riddle of how. In Micronesia, the ruins of Nan Madol stand on a remote island, composed of massive basalt columns arranged like a city on water. Each column weighs several tons, yet they were stacked into walls and platforms without mortar. Local legends say the city was built by twin giants, who carried the stones across the sea using magical powers. Even skeptics admit the site defies explanation, as transporting such heavy stones across marshland and open ocean seems beyond the capacity of the island's small population. The pattern is global. From the Moai statues of Easter Island to the dolmens of Korea, from the Cyclopean walls of Greece to the megalithic temples of Malta, humanity has inherited monuments of impossible scale. What unites them is not just their size but their connection to myths of giants, gods, or supernatural beings. Mainstream scholars call these myths symbolic, but what if they are memories of real builders whose physical stature allowed them to manipulate stones too large for normal humans? Skeptics argue that ancient ingenuity, not giants, explains these wonders. They point to experiments where small groups of modern workers have moved massive stones using ropes, sledges, and levers. Yet these demonstrations often involve stones far smaller than those at Baalbek or Sacsayhuaman, and they usually require modern knowledge of physics and teamwork. Moreover, they do not account for the precision of construction, the way stones were cut and fitted with almost machine-like accuracy. Giants, with their physical advantage, could offer a more plausible explanation than human trial and error. Another angle is the connection between megaliths and astronomical alignment. Many of these sites are perfectly aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and star systems. This suggests not only strength but advanced knowledge of astronomy. Could giants have also been astronomer builders, blending physical might with cosmic awareness? If so, The megaliths were not just fortresses or temples, they were gateways between worlds, markers of power, and testaments to a hybrid race that shaped early civilizations. The possibility of giants constructing megalithic monuments also raises the question of legacy. If giants, once built with stone on such an enormous scale, did they intend for their works to endure long after their disappearance? Were these monuments meant to remind future humanity of their existence? Or were they practical structures, fortresses, temples, and platforms that happened to outlast their creators? If we accept even part of this theory, then megalithic monuments cease to be mysterious anomalies. They become direct evidence of a lost chapter in human history, when giants ruled or cooperated with humanity to shape the physical world. Bones and skulls may be hidden, but stones cannot be easily erased. The monuments still stand, silent yet powerful, reminding us of builders who were anything but ordinary. And if giants did build the megaliths, then we must ask, what happened to their cities, their civilizations, their world? Could entire lost lands have been swallowed by oceans or buried under deserts, erasing the footprints of giant societies while leaving only their stones behind? The answer to that question may lie in the legends of lost continents, Atlantis, Lemuria, and others, where giants were said to thrive before catastrophe struck. Beneath the surface of our world's myths lies a haunting suggestion that entire continents once thrived, ruled, or inhabited by beings far larger and stronger than ordinary humans. These lands, now lost to the oceans, are whispered about in ancient records, legends, and forbidden texts. The most famous of these is Atlantis, a civilization described by Plato as advanced, powerful, and suddenly destroyed. But Atlantis is not alone. Across the globe, cultures speak of other vanished lands, Lemuria, Mu, Hyperborea, each tied in some way to stories of giants. If true, these sunken continents could represent the missing piece of history that explains both giant skeletons and megalithic monuments. Plato's account of Atlantis remains the most influential. Written in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, he describes a mighty island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, modern Gibraltar. Atlantis was blessed with vast resources, advanced engineering, and a formidable navy. Its people were said to be descendants of Poseidon and a mortal woman, half divine, half human. If Poseidon was considered a god of immense power and stature, could his children have been remembered as literal giants? The Atlanteans, according to Plato, grew arrogant and sought to dominate the known world, only to be punished by the gods with earthquakes and floods that swallowed the entire land in a single day and night. While scholars dismiss this as allegory, others suggest Plato was recording real events, perhaps the memory of a lost giant civilization destroyed in prehistory. The notion of Lemuria or Mu emerged in the 19th century, when scholars tried to explain puzzling similarities between ancient cultures separated by oceans. The Tamil traditions of southern India speak of Komori Khandam, a vast landmass south of India, now beneath the waves. According to these accounts, it was home to mighty beings, advanced knowledge, and enormous cities. In Polynesian legends, Mu was described as a paradise land where the ancestors of their people lived, before the ocean consumed it. Across these traditions, there are whispers of inhabitants described as tall ones or long people, suggestive of giants who ruled these vanished continents. Hyperborea, another lost land, comes from Greek tradition. It was said to be located far to the north, a land of eternal spring and perpetual daylight. The Hyperboreans were described as a race of towering, noble beings who lived in harmony with nature and possessed wisdom beyond compare. Some esoteric traditions even claim Hyperboreans were the first root race of humanity, towering figures who eventually gave rise to later civilizations. If true, the idea that our origins include a giant race on a now-lost continent could explain both the legends of immense beings and the strange archaeological remains scattered across the Earth. Geological evidence offers intriguing hints. During the last ice age, sea levels were hundreds of feet lower. Vast coastal lands now submerged would have been habitable and thriving. The Sunda Shelf near Indonesia, the Doggerland region beneath the North Sea, and submerged structures off the coast of Japan all suggest that advanced cultures once existed in areas now underwater. Off the coast of Yonaguni in Japan lies a mysterious underwater monument, a stepped pyramid-like structure that some researchers insist is man-made. If so, who built it? Could it have been constructed by an ancient culture tied to giants before the seas swallowed their cities? Legends of giant rulers connected to lost continents appear across many cultures. In Mesoamerican lore, the Aztecs described earlier ages of the world when giant races lived on Earth, only to be destroyed by floods and disasters. In South America, the Inca spoke of Viracocha, a towering creator god whose followers, giant assistants, spread civilization before a cataclysm reset history. If continents like Lemuria or Atlantis house these giants, then global myths may not be fabrications but fading memories of real, vanished homelands. Another fascinating element is the link between these lost continents and megalithic structures. For example, in the Pacific Ocean, scattered islands bear colossal stone statues, walls, and platforms, remnants of advanced construction that seem out of place for the small populations that now inhabit them. Could these islands be the surviving mountain peaks of a once massive continent like Mu, built by giants whose abilities far surpassed those of later humans? Similarly, Malta's megalithic temples, older than Stonehenge, may represent remnants of Lemuria or another submerged land, left as fragments above water when the rest sank beneath the waves. Mainstream science rejects Atlantis, Lemuria, and similar continents as pseudoscience. They argue that plate tectonics makes the permanent submersion of a vast continent unlikely, dismissing the idea as fantasy. But forbidden archaeology points out anomalies. Ancient maps like the Piri race chart that seem to show coastlines as they appeared thousands of years ago, submerged ruins too advanced to be dismissed as natural formations, and oral traditions across cultures too consistent to be ignored. Could it be that our ancestors recorded real memories of giant inhabited continents, which modern science is unwilling to consider because it threatens the official timeline? The implications of accepting these lost continents are staggering. If Atlantis or Lemuria were real, it would mean entire epochs of civilization, possibly guided or ruled by giants, have been erased from history. Their destruction may explain why fragments of advanced knowledge appear suddenly in Egypt, Sumer, and Mesoamerica. Perhaps survivors of these sunken lands spread their wisdom to emerging human cultures, creating the sudden leaps in civilization that mainstream history cannot explain. Even more provocative is the possibility that these continents were not only destroyed by natural disasters but deliberately erased. Could the global flood myths, echoed in the Bible's story of Noah, in Mesopotamian epics, and in Native American traditions, be memories of the deliberate cleansing of the earth from the corruption of giants? In this view, the destruction of Atlantis was not an accident of nature but an intentional act to wipe out a race that had grown too powerful, leaving only their legends and ruins behind. If giants truly thrived on Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost continents, then their disappearance may not be total. Could remnants of their civilizations still lie beneath the oceans, waiting to be discovered? Sonar mapping of the ocean floor has already revealed strange geometric shapes and structures. Expeditions have uncovered stone roads off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, which some claim are remnants of Atlantis. Each discovery brings us closer to the possibility that beneath the waves lies the evidence mainstream science refuses to acknowledge: proof of giant civilizations erased by time. The memory of these lands persists in folklore, mythology, and esoteric teachings. Ancient maps, submerged ruins, and legends converge on a single tantalizing possibility. Humanity once shared this planet with giants, who ruled mighty continents now lost to the sea. If true, then the ocean depths hold not only the secrets of geology but also the missing chapters of human history. Chapters where giants walked as kings, builders, and gods among men. Perhaps the greatest mystery of all is this: if giants once ruled lost continents, will their remains, or even their descendants, ever be found? Are they truly gone, or do fragments of their bloodlines and knowledge still linger among us? The answers may not lie in museums or textbooks, but deep beneath the oceans, where entire worlds of giants still sleep beneath the waves. Across nearly every ancient culture, the story of a great flood appears with uncanny similarity. From Mesopotamia to India, from Native American tribes to the Hebrew Bible, a catastrophic deluge is described as sweeping across the earth, erasing entire civilizations, and resetting humanity's history. But hidden within these flood myths lies a far more controversial element: the destruction of the giants. According to ancient scriptures and forbidden accounts, the flood was not merely a natural disaster, it was a deliberate extinction event designed to wipe out the Nephilim, the hybrid offspring of divine beings and human women. If true, this means the biblical flood was not just about cleansing human corruption, but erasing a race of giants whose existence threatened the very balance of the world. The Bible's account in Genesis 6 is strikingly direct. It tells us that there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. These offspring, the Nephilim, were said to be mighty, violent, and corrupt. Their presence coincided with a time when humanity had turned wicked, prompting God to send the flood to wipe the slate clean. Noah and his family, chosen for their righteousness, were spared to restart human civilization. But what about the giants? The text implies that the flood was also designed to eliminate them, removing their influence and domination over the earth. The Book of Enoch, excluded from the biblical canon, provides even more detail. It describes how the Watchers, angels who descended to earth, mated with human women and gave birth to the Nephilim, giants of great stature and insatiable appetite. These beings consumed the labor of men, ravaged the land, and even turned to cannibalism. The cries of humanity reached heaven, and the archangels pleaded with God to act. The flood, according to Enoch, was the divine judgment upon these hybrids, destroying them in order to restore balance to the earth. This paints the deluge not just as a punishment for humanity's sins, but as a targeted extinction event against giants. Yet the Bible hints that the giants survived in some form. After the flood, we encounter the Anakim, the Rephaim, and other races of giants in the land of Canaan. How could this be? Some researchers suggest that a second incursion of the Watchers occurred after the flood, producing new giants. Others argue that a few giants managed to survive the catastrophe, perhaps by seeking refuge on high mountains, or even on floating vessels of their own. If so, the flood did not completely eliminate them but drastically reduced their numbers, scattering survivors into remote corners of the world. Other cultures echo this theme. In Mesopotamian mythology, the Epic of Gilgamesh describes a flood sent by the gods to wipe out humanity, with only Utnapishtim spared. Gilgamesh himself was said to be 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, of extraordinary size and strength. Was he a descendant of the very giant race targeted by the flood? If so, the Mesopotamian version preserves the same narrative as Genesis, a deluge to reset history and diminish the influence of hybrid beings. In Native American traditions, many tribes tell of giants destroyed by a flood. The Choctaw speak of Nahulo, a race of huge beings who were drowned by the waters. The Hopi recall the destruction of earlier worlds by floods, with giant-like beings playing a role in the corruption of the earth. Even in South America, the Inca legends of Viracocha include tales of a flood sent to wipe away earlier generations, including enormous beings who had angered the gods. The global consistency of these stories suggests they are not coincidence but shared memory of an ancient extinction event. The question remains, was the flood purely natural, or was it engineered? Mainstream science suggests rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age could have inspired flood myths. Around 12,000 years ago, the Younger Dryas period saw sudden climate shifts, melting glacier, and massive floods. Entire coastlines disappeared beneath the waves. But forbidden archaeology asks, was this timing accidental, or was it the mechanism through which the giants were destroyed? If divine beings truly intervened, then natural catastrophe may have been used as a tool of judgment, targeting the giants while allowing humanity to restart. Physical evidence of massive flooding exists across the globe. The Black Sea deluge theory proposes that the Mediterranean broke through the Bosporus around 7,500 years ago, flooding vast areas. In North America, the Missoula floods left scoured landscapes and massive dry waterfalls as proof of cataclysmic waters. Could these natural floods have inspired the legends? Or are they the geological fingerprints of the same event described in Genesis, Gilgamesh, and countless oral traditions, the deliberate erasure of giants from history? Another provocative angle concerns the preservation of giant remains. Some claim that skeletons of extraordinary size, unearthed in North America and elsewhere, were found in flood deposits, buried under layers of silt and clay laid down by catastrophic waters. Reports from the 19th and early 20th centuries often describe giant bones discovered in riverbanks, caves, and mounds filled with flood debris. If true, these remains could represent the drowned Nephilim, the very beings targeted by the flood. That such finds are often hidden or dismissed by mainstream institutions only deepens the mystery. The theological implications are profound. If the flood was intended to eliminate the giants, then their existence was not a minor detail but central to the narrative of human history. Humanity was nearly destroyed not because of ordinary sin alone, but because of hybrid corruption that threatened the very order of creation. Giants, in this view, were the central reason for the flood, an inconvenient truth often overlooked in sanitized interpretations of Scripture. But why would giants have been such a threat? Some researchers suggest it was their dominance, physically overpowering humans, consuming resources, and spreading violence, that destabilized the world. Others point to the possibility of advanced knowledge passed down by their divine progenitors. If the Nephilim possessed superior technology or secret knowledge, their rule could have created an imbalance, putting humanity at risk of permanent subjugation. The flood, then, was not only a physical reset but a spiritual and technological reset as well, stripping away forbidden knowledge that could have altered the course of civilization. Even more unsettling is the idea that the flood was not entirely successful. The survival of giants in post-flood narratives hints at a lingering influence. Perhaps small pockets of Nephilim bloodline endured, giving rise to later dynasties of rulers, warriors, or even secret societies. If so, then the battle between humanity and the remnants of giants may have continued for centuries, hidden in the shadows of ancient history. Ultimately, the flood stands as one of the most dramatic and universal myths in human culture. Whether viewed as a natural disaster, a divine act of judgment, or a targeted extinction event, its connection to giants cannot be ignored. The Bible, the Book of Enoch, Mesopotamian epics, and global traditions converge on a single conclusion. The world once teemed with giants, and a great flood was unleashed to erase them. Yet the persistence of giant stories after the deluge suggests that the reset was incomplete. This raises an electrifying possibility. What if evidence of the giants destroyed by the flood still lies buried beneath ancient sediments, waiting to be uncovered? What if, in caves, riverbeds, or submerged ruins, we might yet find the drowned bones of Nephilim, preserved as testimony to a cataclysm that sought to erase them forever? If such evidence exists, it would confirm that the biblical flood was not only real but was the ultimate battle between divine order and forbidden bloodlines. The story of the flood is not just about water. It is about giants, born, destroyed, and remembered in myth and scripture. If we follow the clues, the deluge becomes less of a moral fable and more of a cataclysmic turning point in humanity's shared history, where giants were cast down and humanity was given a second chance. In the shadow of the biblical flood and the apparent attempt to erase the Nephilim from the earth, the scriptures and other ancient texts introduce us to an unsettling truth. Giants did not disappear completely. They re-emerge in the Old Testament narrative, particularly in the conquest of Canaan, where entire tribes of giants are described as inhabiting the Promised Land. These are the Anakim, the Rephaim, and the most famous of all, the mighty king Og of Bashan. Far from mythological flourishes, these accounts form a consistent thread that giants persisted after the flood, presenting an obstacle to the Israelites and a reminder that the extinction event had not fully succeeded. If we take these accounts seriously, they represent some of the clearest evidence that giants once walked the earth, recorded in detail within sacred texts. When Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt and toward the land promised by God, they encountered fearsome reports from the land of Canaan. In the book of Numbers, chapter 13, spies sent to scout the territory described fortified cities, powerful inhabitants, and something more shocking. There we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come from the Nephilim, and we seem to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seem to them. This passage does not speak metaphorically. The spies explicitly claim to see Nephilim, giants descended from the legendary race destroyed by the flood. The language of feeling like grasshoppers emphasizes the enormous size of these beings compared to ordinary humans. This single verse suggests that somehow giant bloodlines survived, and they had not only survived but thrived in the land of Canaan. The Anakim were among the most notorious of these tribes. Their name is derived from Anak, believed to be an ancestor or progenitor, described as a giant himself. The book of Deuteronomy records that they inhabited the hill country of Canaan, particularly in Hebron. When Joshua later led the Israelites into the land, they fought these giants and drove them out, though remnants survived in Philistine cities such as Gaza, Ashdod, and Gath. The persistence of these beings over generations suggests they were not isolated curiosities but entire lineages of formidable stature, ruling cities and fortresses. Closely tied to the Anakim were the Rephaim, another group consistently associated with giants. The term Rephaim appears throughout the Old Testament, sometimes referring to ancient warrior kings, sometimes to the spirits of the dead. In Deuteronomy 2, the Rephaim are described as a people as great and numerous and tall as the Anakim. They were said to inhabit regions east of the Jordan, particularly Bashan and Moab, while the Moabites called them Emim and the Ammonites referred to them as Zamzummim. The common thread across all these descriptions was their gigantic stature. These regional names suggest that nearly every neighboring culture encountered these beings and gave them distinctive titles, further supporting their historical reality. The most famous of the Rephaim was Og, king of Bashan. The book of Deuteronomy devotes significant attention to Og, describing him as the last of the Rephaim. His physical size was emphasized through the detail of his bed. His bed was made of iron and was more than 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide, Deuteronomy 3 verse 11. A cubit is roughly 18 inches. which would make the bed approximately 13.5 feet long and 6 feet wide. If this bed was sized to fit its owner, OG himself must have been an enormous figure, possibly 12 feet or taller. The use of iron, an expensive material at the time, and the preservation of this detail in the biblical narrative underscores how extraordinary his size was to those who recorded it. The Israelites eventually defeated OG and took his territory, but the very inclusion of this episode serves as a reminder that the conquest of Canaan was not simply a territorial battle, it was a confrontation with remnants of a giant race. Joshua's campaigns included the eradication of Anakim strongholds, and the language of driving out suggests deliberate removal, perhaps echoing the earlier flood narrative where giants had to be eliminated to purify the land. These accounts reveal that giants were seen as existential threats, both physically imposing and spiritually corrupting, consistent with earlier portrayals of the Nephilim. Beyond the Old Testament, other ancient traditions affirm the presence of giants in the Levant. Phoenician and Ugaritic texts refer to primordial rulers of vast size, often linked with the underworld or divine ancestry. Rabbinic literature also expands upon the giants of Canaan, sometimes portraying them as remnants of pre-flood Nephilim who clung to survival. One story claims that OG himself survived the flood by clinging to Noah's Ark, tolerated only because he promised to serve Noah's descendants. While mythological in tone, this tale again preserves the idea that giants bridged the pre- and post-flood worlds, refusing to vanish entirely. Archaeological whispers also emerge from the region. While mainstream institutions avoid confirming any link to biblical giants, reports from the 19th and early 20th centuries describe the discovery of unusually large skeletons in the Middle East, particularly in ancient burial grounds of the Levant. Some accounts mention femurs or skulls far larger than human norms, though such finds often vanish into obscurity or are dismissed without thorough investigation. Could these be the remains of the Anakim or Rephaim, evidence too disruptive to fit the accepted historical narrative? The spiritual dimension of these giants cannot be overlooked. The Bible portrays them not only as enemies of Israel but as embodiments of corruption. Their destruction was tied to God's command, suggesting that their existence represented more than a military threat. It was a moral and cosmic one. The giants symbolized the persistence of Nephilim bloodlines, the very corruption that the flood was meant to eradicate. By confronting and eliminating them, Israel was participating in a divine mission to cleanse the land of these hybrid beings. Even so, remnants of giant bloodlines continued to appear. The Philistines, for example, produced the most famous giant of all, Goliath of Gath, who would face David centuries later. The Bible identifies Goliath's origins with the descendants of the Anakim in Philistine territory, linking him directly to the same giant tribes Moses and Joshua encountered. This continuity demonstrates that the issue of giants persisted for generations, with their presence echoing across biblical history as persistent adversaries of God's chosen people. From a forbidden archaeology perspective, the giants of Canaan represent one of the strongest cases for real historical giants. Unlike vague myths or symbolic references, the Bible gives specific names, measurements, territories, and outcomes of battles with these beings. The fact that multiple tribes, the Anakim, Rephaim, Emim, Zamzummim, are consistently described as giants suggests this was not a literary device but an acknowledgement of real, formidable enemies. Coupled with OG's iron bed as a tangible artifact, the case for giants as historical entities becomes difficult to dismiss. The persistence of these giants raises profound questions. How did they survive the flood? Were they the product of a renewed incursion of divine beings, or did a few Nephilim manage to endure the cataclysm and re-establish their bloodlines? If so, their survival underscores the resilience of the giant race and the possibility that other remnants may still exist in hidden corners of the world. Ultimately, the giants of Canaan force us to confront a truth buried within Scripture. The biblical narrative is not only a story of faith and morality but also a record of a forgotten conflict between humanity and another race, giants. Their existence, survival, and eventual destruction suggest that human history is far stranger, and far more contested, than mainstream accounts admit. The Anakim, the Rephaim, and Og of Bashan stand as towering figures in this suppressed history, reminders that giants did not belong only to the pre-flood world but lingered long after, shaping the destiny of nations and leaving a shadow across the biblical landscape. They were enemies of God's people, symbols of corruption, and survivors of an earlier age, a race that refused to vanish quietly into myth. Among all the giants described in Scripture and ancient tradition, none has captured the imagination of the world quite like Goliath. His story, immortalized in the dramatic battle with David, has transcended religion and entered the realm of universal myth, symbolizing the eternal struggle of the small against the mighty, the weak against the strong, the unlikely hero against the seemingly invincible foe. But behind the familiar Sunday school narrative lies a far deeper and darker truth. Goliath was not an isolated anomaly, but one of the last of a lineage of giant warriors, descendants of the same Nephilim bloodlines that haunted the Israelites throughout their history. His story is not just about faith and courage, but about the survival of a race of giants who refused to disappear, even after the flood, after Joshua's conquests, and after centuries of extermination campaigns. To understand Goliath is to understand the final chapter in the saga of biblical giants. The story is recorded in 1 Samuel 17, set during a time of conflict between the Israelites and the Philistines. The Philistines had encamped in the valley of Elah, and as the two armies faced each other, a champion stepped forward from the Philistine side, Goliath of Gath. His description is detailed and remarkable. According to the Masoretic text, Goliath's height was 6 cubits and a span, which would make him roughly 9 feet 9 inches tall. Some ancient manuscripts, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint, give his height as 4 cubits and a span, which would still make him about 6 feet 9 inches, taller than nearly all men of his time. Even at the lower measurement, his stature would have been intimidating. At the higher one, he was nothing short of monstrous, confirming his place among the giants. Goliath's weaponry further emphasizes his enormous size and strength. His bronze coat of mail weighed 5,000 shekels, or around 125 pounds. He carried a spear with an iron tip weighing 15 pounds alone, comparable to a modern sledgehammer head. For most men, such armor and weaponry would have been unbearable. For Goliath, they were tools of war wielded with ease. He was not just tall, he was a warrior bred for combat, embodying the physical dominance of his people. Goliath's city of origin is crucial to his identity. He came from Gath, one of the 5 Philistine cities in Canaan. Earlier biblical texts note that remnants of the Anakim, driven out by Joshua, had survived in Philistine territories such as Gaza, Ashdod, and Gath. This directly links Goliath to the same race of giants encountered generations earlier. He was, in essence, a descendant of the Anakim, carrying the bloodline of the Nephilim into the time of Israel's monarchy. His presence proves that the giants had not vanished completely but had persisted, adapting and merging into Philistine society while retaining their extraordinary size and might. The famous battle itself reads like more than just a duel. It is symbolic of the larger conflict between humanity and giants. For 40 days, Goliath challenged the Israelites, demanding single combat. His taunts demoralized Israel's army, underscoring the terror that a giant could instill. No man dared face him, until David, a young shepherd boy, stepped forward with nothing more than a sling and a staff. David's refusal to use conventional armor is significant. He rejected human methods of warfare in favor of divine reliance. With a single stone, he struck Goliath in the forehead, felling the giant and cutting off his head with Goliath's own sword. The detail of the stone striking the forehead is curious. Many scholars and researchers point out that giants in ancient traditions were often described as having unusual cranial features, sometimes elongated skulls, sometimes peculiar weaknesses. Was this a subtle nod to the idea that the giants, though powerful, had vulnerabilities that made them mortal? Or was it symbolic, emphasizing the triumph of God's chosen servant over a corrupted lineage? Either way, the killing of Goliath was more than military victory. It was the symbolic destruction of a giant remnant in the land of Israel. But Goliath was not alone. 2 Samuel 21 and 1 Chronicles 20 describe subsequent battles between David's warriors and other Philistine giants. One is described as Ishbi-benob, whose spear weighed 300 shekels, around 5 pounds. Another, Saph, fell in combat with one of David's soldiers. Yet another giant, unnamed, had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, polydactylism, a trait often associated in ancient reports with giant anomalies. This individual was slain by Jonathan, David's nephew. These accounts show that Goliath was part of a family or clan of giants, perhaps brothers or close kin, who continued to battle Israel even after Goliath's fall. The chronicler explicitly identifies these giants as being descendants of Rapha in Gath, linking them directly to the Rephaim, the same tribe associated with King Og of Bashan. This creates a continuous thread, from the Rephaim in the time of Moses to the Anakim driven into Philistine territory, to Goliath and his kin in David's era. The bloodline persisted for centuries, producing champions of terrifying size and strength until they were systematically eliminated. Beyond Scripture, Jewish tradition elaborates on Goliath's origins. Some rabbinic sources claim he was the offspring of Orpah, the sister-in-law of Ruth, making him a distant relative of David himself. This detail, whether symbolic or historical, reinforces the idea that giant bloodlines had merged with human populations, occasionally producing individuals of extraordinary size. If true, it suggests that the Nephilim lineage had not been entirely destroyed but diluted into various peoples, surfacing occasionally in figures like Goliath. From a forbidden archaeology perspective, Goliath represents more than a biblical curiosity. He may have been one of the last publicly recognized giants in recorded history. His detailed description, lineage, and fate were preserved not as myth but as history, grounded in measurements, weapon weights, and genealogical context. Unlike vague folklore, the Goliath story gives us quantifiable details, suggesting the writers were recording a real being. Modern skeptics argue that Goliath's size may have been exaggerated or the result of a medical condition such as gigantism caused by pituitary tumors. While this could explain height, it fails to account for the presence of entire giant clans in the same region, all described as formidable warriors. A single genetic anomaly might produce one unusually tall man, but multiple related individuals of great size suggests an inherited trait consistent with a surviving giant lineage. The death of Goliath and his kin mark the end of an era. With David's rise and Israel's consolidation of power, the last of the refamed descended warriors were extinguished. Yet their memory endured, preserved in Scripture as warnings of the Nephilim's persistent influence. For Israel, slaying giants was not just a military necessity, it was a continuation of the divine mission begun with the flood, eradicating the remnants of a forbidden race that had corrupted the earth. Even so, the story of Goliath continues to resonate because it embodies the paradox of giants. On one hand, they were symbols of overwhelming might, terror, and corruption. On the other, their presence adds a sense of awe and mystery to human history, forcing us to confront the possibility that our ancestors once battled beings far larger than ourselves. Goliath's story is not just about faith, but about memory, a memory of the last of the giant warriors who stood openly in defiance of humanity and God. If Goliath was real, and the consistency of the biblical account strongly suggests he was, then he was not just a tall man with a disease. He was the last echo of a giant race stretching back to the Nephilim before the flood. His defeat marked the symbolic closure of that chapter in human history, but not necessarily its end. For if giant bloodlines could survive the flood, Joshua's conquest, and David's campaigns, might they still survive, hidden in genetic recesses or secret societies, awaiting rediscovery? The legacy of Goliath and his kin is clear. They were the final warriors of a vanishing breed, slain not only by the sling of David but by the hand of history itself. Yet their story endures as a reminder that the battle between giants and men was real, shaping the course of nations and leaving behind a mystery that refuses to die. Beneath the soil, within caves, and etched into stone, there exist clues that defy conventional archaeology. While mainstream narratives present giants as nothing more than myth or exaggerated legend, certain physical artifacts suggest otherwise. Tools too large to be wielded by ordinary humans, weapons whose size surpasses practical human use, and fossilized footprints that measure far beyond normal proportions all form a body of evidence pointing toward the reality of giants. These anomalies, scattered across the globe, resist explanation under conventional history but fit seamlessly into the forbidden archaeology narrative. Our world was once inhabited by beings of extraordinary size, and remnants of their presence still linger. One of the most striking categories of anomalies is oversized tools. Across North America, reports from the 19th and early 20th centuries describe enormous axes, hammers, and stone implements unearthed during construction or farming. These tools often weighed between 50 to 150 pounds, far beyond what any ordinary human could practically wield. For example, in Ohio, workers reported finding stone hammers with heads the size of bowling balls, crafted with precision and bearing where marks consistent with heavy use. Such objects, if authentic, would require a being with incredible strength and stature, perhaps 8 to 12 feet tall, to wield them effectively. Skeptics dismiss these as ceremonial objects or misidentifications, but the sheer number of such discoveries makes coincidence unlikely. Similar anomalies appear worldwide. In Texas, massive axes and pestles have been reported, far too large for standard agricultural use. In France and Germany, excavations have turned up giant-sized flint tools, some nearly 3 feet long, defying explanation as practical objects for normal humans. In South America, particularly in Peru and Bolivia, farmers have unearthed massive grinding stones and oversized mortars, weighing hundreds of pounds, suggesting that either giants themselves used them or ancient cultures built them for rituals honoring such beings. The question remains, Why would so many cultures independently produce tools far beyond their own physical capacity unless they were either serving giants or imitating their practices? Weapons add another layer of mystery. Swords and spears of abnormal size have been reported in Europe and Asia, often tied to medieval or pre-medieval contexts. In the Basque region of Spain, local legends speak of Gentiles, or giants, who left behind enormous swords and shields. Some discoveries of oversized blades measuring 5 to 6 feet in length have fueled speculation that they belong to beings taller than any normal human soldier. While some argue these were ceremonial, the weight and balance of many such finds suggest functionality rather than symbolism. Perhaps the most famous weapon anomalies are linked to the accounts of Goliath and his kin. Biblical descriptions of his spearhead weighing 15 pounds match archaeological parallels. Bronze spearheads weighing several pounds have been unearthed in Levant, far too heavy for ordinary use. In Sardinia, where legends of the Giganti di Morni Prima persist, archaeologists have uncovered statues of warriors with weapons proportionally massive, hinting at a cultural memory of real giant warriors, once dominating the island. Then there are the footprints, some of the most dramatic and unsettling pieces of evidence. In South Africa, a granite outcrop near Mpuluzi contains what appears to be a human footprint measuring nearly 4 feet in length, complete with toes and arch indentation. Estimated to be 200 million years old, according to geological dating, this print has baffled scientists who dismiss it as a natural formation. Yet to the naked eye, it resembles an unmistakable human track, only from a being upwards of 20 feet tall. In the United States, particularly in places like Texas and California, reports of giant fossilized footprints abound. Some are double the size of modern human prints, and in a few cases, tracks of multiple giant beings have been recorded walking together. Native American traditions, particularly among the Paiute and Cherokee, describe races of giants whose tracks could be seen in stone, a narrative seemingly confirmed by these anomalies. In Australia, Aboriginal traditions speak of the Mimi spirits or Yowie giants, and fossilized prints found in Queensland, far larger than normal human feet, have been cited as potential evidence of their existence. Other footprint anomalies blur the line between mythology and reality. In the Himalayas, the famous Yeti tracks, some measuring over 18 inches, continue to be discovered by mountaineers. While modern science attributes them to bears or snow deformations, local traditions insist they belong to giant beings. In South America, particularly in Paraguay and Bolivia, enormous human-like tracks have been reported carved into rock, consistent with legends of giant ancestors. Another overlooked anomaly comes in the form of massive skeletal remains of animals that appear to have been domesticated by giants. In South America, fossilized camelids and llamas far larger than their modern counterparts suggest creatures bred or hunted by beings of immense size. The idea that giants could have domesticated or tamed megafauna fits with the enormous tools and weapons found in the same regions. If ordinary humans were struggling to survive in prehistoric landscapes, giants may have thrived by using their strength to dominate both environment and beast. Mainstream archaeology attempts to explain these anomalies through practical means. Oversized tools are often labeled ceremonial, footprints are dismissed as natural erosion, and massive weapons are categorized as symbolic. Yet these explanations often feel forced, failing to account for consistent reports across cultures and continents. Why would so many different peoples independently create impractical, oversized artifacts if not in response to something real? Forbidden archaeology offers a more coherent interpretation. These anomalies are remnants of a forgotten age when giants walked among humans. The tools and weapons were theirs, functional objects used by hands large enough to wield them. The footprints are literal imprints of their passing, frozen in stone as testimony to their existence. These clues, though inconvenient for the modern narrative, form a mosaic that points to the same truth. Giants were real, and they left evidence behind. The deeper implication is that much of this evidence has been actively suppressed or ignored. Reports of giant tools and footprints in the 19th century often disappeared into obscurity, dismissed by institutions unwilling to challenge the accepted timeline of human evolution. Museums frequently lose or lock away anomalous artifacts that do not fit the mainstream paradigm. Whistleblowers and alternative researchers argue that a deliberate effort is underway to conceal the reality of giants, for their existence would overturn much of what we believe about human origins, technology, and history. Imagine the impact if even one of these anomalies were publicly authenticated. A 150-pound hammer proven to have been used regularly, a sword so large it required an 8-foot warrior to wield it, or a fossilized footprint undeniably human yet measuring over 3 feet long. Such a discovery would not only validate ancient traditions but force a rewriting of human history itself. In the end, the anomalies are not isolated curiosities but part of a larger pattern. From giant skeletons to oversized tools, from impossible weapons to footprints carved in stone, the evidence converges on one conclusion: our planet was once home to beings far larger than ourselves. The mainstream may dismiss them, but the Earth itself continues to whisper their presence through the artifacts they left behind. Each hammer, each footprint, each sword is a fragment of a story that refuses to stay buried. The story of giants who shaped a forgotten chapter of human history. For over a century, whispers of a cover-up have haunted the halls of American archaeology. At the center of this shadowy narrative stands one of the most respected institutions in the world, the Smithsonian Institution. On the surface, the Smithsonian is the guardian of America's heritage, a beacon of science and discovery. Yet, beneath its polished reputation, alternative researchers claim it has served another purpose: suppressing the most explosive discoveries ever unearthed in North America, the skeletal remains of giants. If true, this is not just a story of hidden bones but of a systematic erasure of an entire chapter of human history, carefully excised to preserve a fragile narrative about our past. The story begins in the late 19th century, a time of intense archaeological activity across the United States. Farmers, settlers, and early archaeologists were uncovering thousands of ancient burial mounds scattered across the Midwest and South. These mounds, remnants of the so-called mound builder culture, contained artifacts, ornaments, and, according to countless reports, skeletons of unusual size, sometimes 7, 8, or even 10 feet tall. Local newspapers frequently carried sensational headlines: "Giant skeleton unearthed in Ohio Valley" or "Enormous bones discovered in Kentucky mound." The reports were so common that they became almost routine. In many cases, these discoveries were allegedly turned over to the Smithsonian. The institution, founded in 1846, quickly established itself as the primary repository for American antiquities. Yet this is where the trail grows murky. Witnesses claimed that crates of giant bones sent to Washington mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again. Farmers who had once displayed the skeletons on their properties reported that Smithsonian representatives collected the remains, promising study and preservation, only for the artifacts to disappear. The question that has haunted researchers ever since: what happened to those bones? One of the most cited examples comes from the Ohio River Valley, where mound excavations in the 1880s and 1890s reportedly produced skeletons over 8 feet tall. According to accounts, these remains were shipped to the Smithsonian. Yet no record exists today of their cataloging or display. In Wisconsin, similar reports surfaced. Giant skeletons uncovered along Lake Delavan were said to have been carefully documented before being removed by Smithsonian agents. Once again, no official trace exists. Across the Midwest, dozens of such cases repeat the same pattern: discovery, shipment, disappearance. The institution itself has historically denied these allegations, insisting that no evidence of giant skeletons exists in its archives. However, skeptics argue that the denials themselves raise suspicion. If these skeletons were simply hoaxes or exaggerations, why not preserve them as curiosities? Why deny their existence altogether? To critics, the answer is clear. Acknowledging the reality of giants would shatter the accepted narrative of human history. From the perspective of forbidden archaeology, the Smithsonian's motive was twofold. First, during the 19th century, archaeology was being formalized as a scientific discipline. The prevailing view was that Native Americans had built the mounds, not some lost race of giants. To acknowledge, otherwise would feed into theories, popular at the time, that the mounds were constructed by an advanced, vanished race unrelated to native peoples. Such ideas were seen as politically dangerous, undermining the rightful heritage of indigenous tribes. By erasing giant skeletons, the Smithsonian could protect a politically convenient narrative while simultaneously dismissing the fringe theories of the day. Second, there was the broader scientific motive, the theory of human evolution. By the late 19th century, Darwin's ideas had taken root. The notion that humans had evolved from smaller, simpler forms into modern Homo sapiens clashed directly with the idea of gigantic, advanced beings existing in North America just a few thousand years ago. If giants were real, it suggested not a linear progression of evolution but an alternative branch of humanity, or even a hybrid race, as biblical texts suggested. Such an admission would have rocked the foundations of anthropology. The allegations of suppression have persisted well into the modern era. Alternative historians such as Jim Vieira, Hugh Newman, and Michael Cremo have compiled extensive archives of 19th and early 20th century newspaper clippings documenting giant skeleton discoveries. Vieira himself presented these findings in a History Channel series, only to face intense pushback from mainstream scholars. The Smithsonian, once again, denied any cover-up. Yet the sheer volume of historical reports, numbering in the hundreds, suggests there was at least something unusual being uncovered across the American landscape. One particularly chilling claim comes from supposed whistleblowers who have worked with or within the Smithsonian. According to these testimonies, crates of anomalous bones were deliberately destroyed, dumped into the ocean, or hidden in vast underground storage facilities to prevent them from ever reaching public eyes. Whether these testimonies are authentic remains debated, but the consistency of the narrative, that the Smithsonian actively removed evidence of giants, has become one of the most persistent legends in forbidden archaeology. Critics of the cover-up theory argue that the giant skeleton reports were simply the product of 19th-century sensational journalism. Newspapers of the era often exaggerated stories to sell copies, and giant was an easy label for any unusually tall skeleton. They claim that none of these reports withstand scientific scrutiny and that the Smithsonian never received such bones. Yet this explanation struggles to account for the frequency, geographic spread, and consistency of the accounts. Why did so many people, across so many states, describe the same phenomenon? Even more compelling are the cultural traditions of Native Americans themselves, which speak of ancient races of giants inhabiting North America before their tribes took root. The Paiute, Sioux, and Iroquois all preserve legends of massive beings, sometimes cannibalistic, sometimes powerful rulers, who were eventually exterminated. These traditions align perfectly with the physical discoveries reported in the 19th century. For many, it seems improbable that both indigenous memory and archaeological anomalies could converge so neatly if there were not a kernel of truth. If the Smithsonian truly engaged in suppression, the question is why this narrative remains so powerful even today. One possibility is that institutions of authority fear the destabilization of established paradigms. If giants existed, what else has been hidden? What other chapters of human history have been erased? The ripple effect of such revelations would reach far beyond archaeology, impacting religion, anthropology, and even geopolitics. Another possibility is more esoteric, that the Smithsonian, knowingly or unknowingly, serves as a gatekeeper for ancient knowledge connected to giants, Nephilim, and forbidden bloodlines. Some researchers speculate that powerful elites have long sought to conceal the existence of giants because it points to a hybrid origin for humanity, one that challenges both scientific materialism and conventional theology. In this view, the cover-up is not merely about bones but about controlling the narrative of human origins. Ultimately, the Smithsonian controversy highlights a larger theme in the story of giants. Evidence exists, but it is systematically buried, whether literally in the ground or figuratively in the archives of powerful institutions. The giant skeletons of America may never be recovered, but the legend of their disappearance continues to fuel suspicion and inquiry. For those who believe, the Smithsonian represents not a guardian of truth but a warden of secrets, ensuring that humanity never fully uncovers the giant past lurking just beneath our feet. If one day a whistleblower emerged with undeniable proof, a hidden chamber of giant bones, a surviving photograph authenticated beyond doubt, the Smithsonian's carefully maintained denials would collapse. Until then, the story remains tantalizingly unresolved. Did the Smithsonian erase giants from history, or are we chasing shadows of myth? For forbidden archaeology, the answer is clear. The cover-up is real, and the Smithsonian holds the keys to a forgotten race that once ruled the Americas. Across deserts, mountains, and islands, archaeologists have uncovered skulls that defy conventional human anatomy. Some are elongated, others massive in proportion, and still others display peculiar anomalies: double rows of teeth, unusual cranial thickness, or extraordinary volume. Mainstream archaeology typically explains these as results of ritual practices, such as head binding, or dismisses them as deformities. Yet alternative researchers argue they are physical evidence of giants or hybrid beings, descendants of the Nephilim spoken of in ancient texts. The debate over these skulls, especially those discovered in Peru, Malta, Egypt, and beyond, forms one of the most controversial chapters in forbidden archaeology. Perhaps the most famous examples come from Paracas, Peru. In the 1920s, Peruvian archaeologist Julio Tello unearthed hundreds of elongated skulls in the Paracas Peninsula. Unlike normal skulls, which can be artificially reshaped by cradle boarding, binding a child's head during early growth, many Paracas skulls display features that suggest natural elongation. Some have cranial capacities up to 25 larger than average, thicker bone structure, and differences in sutures that imply they were not merely altered humans but biologically distinct. DNA testing, though limited and controversial, has suggested unusual haplogroups not native to the region. To believers, this indicates an entirely separate lineage, perhaps a remnant of the giant bloodlines that once dominated pre-Columbian South America. Elongated skulls are not unique to Peru. In Malta, the hypogeum of Al-Saflieni, a subterranean complex over 5,000 years old, was reported to contain elongated skulls when excavated in the early 20th century. Witnesses described them as abnormal, with elongated crania and unusual eye sockets. Strangely, many of these skulls later disappeared, with only a handful still preserved in Maltese museums. Local legends tie Malta to a race of giants, said to have built the island's megalithic temples, some of the oldest freestanding structures in the world. Could the elongated skulls represent the remains of those same builders? In Egypt, similar anomalies surface. Several mummies discovered in Amarna, the city of Pharaoh Akhenaten, exhibit elongated heads. Artistic depictions of Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their children show exaggerated cranial elongation, sparking speculation that this royal family preserved giant or hybrid bloodlines. While Egyptologists claim this is stylized art or the result of binding, the consistency of elongated depictions across multiple statues, reliefs, and mummies suggests something deeper. If the royal bloodline was indeed tied to ancient giant hybrids, it may explain Akhenaten's radical religious reforms and the peculiar appearance of his family. Another peculiar category of anomalies is double rows of teeth, frequently reported in 19th and early 20th century excavations in North America. Newspaper clippings from Ohio, Tennessee, and Pennsylvania describe giant skulls with not just oversized jaws but extra rows of teeth, giving them a monstrous appearance. Such dental anomalies are virtually unheard of in ordinary human populations. Skeptics dismiss these reports as exaggerations, but the recurring detail across multiple discoveries points to something consistent, perhaps a genetic trait of giant lineages. The sheer size of certain skulls also raises questions. In Peru and Bolivia, skulls have been found that are far larger than average human skulls, not merely elongated but massive in volume and weight. Some weigh twice as much as normal skulls, suggesting beings of extraordinary size. In the Andes, oral traditions speak of the Cholpa or giant ancestors who built stone towers and ruled the land before being overthrown. The oversized skulls discovered in the same regions may be physical confirmation of these traditions. In Mexico, particularly among the Olmec, colossal stone heads measuring up to 10 feet tall depict individuals with broad, powerful features. While not literal skulls, these monuments may represent actual beings remembered in stone. If the Olmec were depicting their rulers or gods, and if those rulers were giants or hybrids, the heads may serve as artistic evidence of their presence. Globally, elongated skulls and cranial anomalies seem to cluster around megalithic sites and ancient centers of power. In Peru, skulls are found near Nazca and Tiwanaku. In Malta, they are linked to the hypogeum. In Egypt, they appear in Amarna. This pattern suggests that the skulls are not random deformities but remnants of ruling classes, giant or hybrid elites who once dominated early civilizations. Mainstream archaeology insists that most elongated skulls result from deliberate cranial deformation, a practice found in many cultures worldwide. But even this explanation raises questions. Why was head binding so widespread? Why did so many ancient peoples, from the Maya to the Huns to tribes in Africa and Europe, independently develop the same practice? Some researchers argue that these cultures were imitating a naturally elongated-headed elite, giants or hybrids who held power. By artificially reshaping their children's skulls, ordinary people attempted to mimic the appearance of their rulers, reinforcing their legitimacy and connection to a godlike race. There are also spiritual and ritual interpretations. Elongated skulls may have been associated with wisdom, supernatural ability, or divine ancestry. Ancient legends often describe giants as possessing higher knowledge, whether astronomical, architectural, or mystical. If the elongated skulls truly belong to them, their unique cranial capacity may have symbolized extraordinary intellect or power. The disappearance of many anomalous skulls adds another layer of mystery. In Malta, several elongated skulls vanished from museum collections without explanation. In Peru, some were taken to private collections and never resurfaced. In North America, giant skulls with double rows of teeth allegedly sent to the Smithsonian disappeared into obscurity. To believers, this is not coincidence but suppression, a deliberate effort to conceal evidence of giants and their hybrid descendants. Critics counter that elongated skulls can be fully explained by cradle boarding and that double-row teeth are likely misreported dental crowding or jaw deformities. Yet these explanations do not fully account for the sheer scale, volume, and genetic anomalies observed in many cases. Nor do they explain why so many of these skulls have mysteriously vanished or remain locked away from public access. From a forbidden archaeology perspective, the skulls are among the most tangible remnants of giants and their kin. They represent physical evidence that cannot be dismissed as folklore or myth. Unlike stories of giant skeletons, which rely heavily on newspaper clippings and oral accounts, the skulls exist, or once did, in museums, collections, and excavation records. Their very shape and size defy the conventional human template, forcing us to reconsider what kinds of beings once walked the earth. If authenticated and publicly acknowledged, these skulls would force a radical rewriting of history. They would suggest that humanity once coexisted with or descended from beings of different anatomy, giants with elongated heads, perhaps remnants of the Nephilim bloodlines described in the Bible and other texts. Such a revelation would bridge myth and science, showing that the gods and giants of old were not imaginary but flesh and blood beings whose remains still lie beneath the earth. In the end, the skulls remain powerful symbols of suppressed history. Whether in Peru, Malta, Egypt, or North America, they speak to a forgotten age when giants ruled as kings, priests, and architects of civilization. Their elongated crania, massive jaws, and bizarre dental structures mark them as something other than ordinary humans. And until the day they are fully studied without bias or suppression, they remain silent witnesses to a truth too large for mainstream science to accept. Giants were real, and their skulls still stare back at us from the dust of antiquity. Across the globe stand monuments of stone that defy imagination. From the towering megaliths of Baalbek in Lebanon to the cyclopean walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru, these structures remain one of the greatest mysteries of human history. How could ancient civilizations, with supposedly primitive tools and no advanced machinery, move, cut, and fit stones weighing hundreds, even thousands, of tons? Archaeologists explain these wonders through theories of manpower, ropes, levers, and ingenuity. Yet to many alternative researchers, these explanations ring hollow. Instead, they suggest a forgotten truth. Giants were the original architects of the impossible. Their immense strength, combined with knowledge lost to time, may be the key to understanding the megaliths that still confound us today. The site of Baalbek is perhaps the most famous example. There, the so-called stone of the pregnant woman weighs over 1,000 tons, the largest quarried stone in human history. Nearby, even larger blocks, some estimated at 1,200 to 1,600 tons, remain partially cut from the bedrock. Conventional theories claim that the Romans built upon this site, but no Roman text explains how such stones were moved. Even with modern cranes, moving such a stone would be a formidable challenge. For those who believe in giants, the explanation is simpler. Beings of colossal size and strength cut, moved, and placed these stones with a power far beyond ordinary humans. Legends of Lebanon itself recall giants in the region, and some say Baalbek was originally built as a landing platform for the gods, a claim echoed by local tradition. In South America, the walls of Sacsayhuaman near Cusco inspire similar awe. The megalithic fortress is composed of massive stones, some weighing more than 300 tons, fitted so perfectly that not even a sheet of paper can slide between them. The angles are irregular, with polygonal shapes locked together like pieces of a puzzle. Modern engineers struggle to explain how ancient builders could transport these stones up steep hills and then achieve such flawless joints without mortar. The Inca, who inherited the site, admitted they did not build it but merely maintained what was already there. To Andean oral tradition, the builders were giants, Cholpa, or ancient ones, who ruled before the Incas. These beings, according to myth, were struck down by gods for their arrogance, leaving only their stoneworks behind. The island of Malta, with its megalithic temples older than the pyramids of Egypt, also points to a lost race of builders. Structures like Akim and Najdra feature enormous stones weighing up to 20 tons, arranged into sophisticated temple complexes aligned with celestial events. Local legends claim the temples were built by a race of giants, particularly a giantess named Sansuna, who carried the massive stones on her head. Curiously, elongated skulls were discovered in the nearby hypogeum, as mentioned earlier, suggesting that a giant or hybrid population may indeed have once lived on Malta and left behind these extraordinary monuments. Even in the Old Testament, connections between giants and monumental architecture appear. The Book of Numbers describes the Israelites encountering the Anakim, a race of giants living in fortified cities. These giants were said to dwell in strongholds so impressive that ordinary men felt like grasshoppers before them. Archaeologists now find ruins of cyclopean walls in the Levant, immense stone fortresses of uncertain origin, raising the possibility that the fortified cities described in Scripture were not metaphorical but literal constructions of giant architects. Moving to the Pacific, Easter Island presents another puzzle. The colossal moai statues, some weighing up to 82 tons, were carved and transported across the island by the Rapa Nui. Oral traditions speak of a race called the Hanau Epe, or long-eared ones, who were taller and stronger than ordinary men. These long-eared people, said to be of giant stature, built the earliest moai before being overthrown by the short-eared natives. The possibility that giants or hybrid beings played a role in erecting these colossal statues aligns with traditions from other parts of the world where giants are tied to stonework. In North America, giant legends are tied to mound-building cultures. The Adena and Hopewell peoples constructed vast earthworks and burial mounds, some containing skeletons of extraordinary size. Alongside these, reports emerged of giant stone structures and fortifications. While mainstream archaeology attributes mound building to Native American tribes, many accounts claim the original designers were much larger beings. If giants were involved, it would connect North American megalithic traditions to a global pattern of giant builders. The sheer scale of these constructions implies not just strength but advanced engineering knowledge. Giants, if they existed, may have possessed not only physical might but also an understanding of natural laws long forgotten. Legends often describe giants as skilled metalworkers, astronomers, and masons. Perhaps their size allowed them to experiment with techniques beyond human capability, moving massive stones by sheer manpower, or using tools of a size and power unimaginable to smaller humans. Some researchers even propose they used sound, vibration, or lost forms of technology to manipulate stone. If true, giants were not merely brutes but master architects whose legacy still shapes our world. The persistence of giant builder myths is striking. From the biblical Nephilim to Greek Titans, from Norse Jotun to Andean Cholpa, nearly every culture describes colossal beings responsible for ancient architecture. Why would such legends appear worldwide unless rooted in a shared memory? Skeptics argue that people created these myths to explain ruins they could not themselves construct. But the consistency of giant traditions across continents, combined with the undeniable mystery of the megaliths, suggests something more. These were not just stories but history encoded into myth. If giants built these megaliths, their disappearance raises further questions. Did natural cataclysms, divine punishment, or human rebellion wipe them out, leaving only their stoneworks behind? The Bible recounts how God destroyed the Nephilim in the flood. Andean myths say giants were struck by fire from the sky. Norse tales describe the gods warring against the Jotun. Each legend speaks of a great conflict ending the reign of giants. The ruins, then, may be the last surviving monuments of their power, mute witnesses to a lost race erased from the earth. What would it mean if giants were indeed the architects of the impossible? It would suggest that human civilization is far older and more complex than we have been taught. It would mean our ancestors did not rise alone but were influenced, perhaps even dominated, by beings of greater size and knowledge. It would tie the greatest mysteries of archaeology, not just the how, but the who, back to the forbidden history of giants. And it would explain why so many megalithic sites remain shrouded in secrecy, their true origins obscured by mainstream narratives unwilling to admit that history is not what it seems. Ultimately, the evidence speaks for itself. Across continents, cultures, and epochs, megalithic structures bear the mark of power beyond our comprehension. Whether Baalbek's 1,000-ton blocks, Sacsayhuaman's flawless joints, Malta's ancient temples, or Easter Island's massive statues, the signature is the same, a scale of construction that dwarfs human possibility. Legends call them the works of giants, and perhaps that is the truest explanation. For when we look at these stones, we are not just seeing architecture, we are glimpsing the fingerprints of giants who once shaped the world in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. The ancient texts of the Bible are filled with battles, conquests, and wars that shaped the destiny of Israel and the surrounding nations. Yet hidden within these familiar narratives lies a far more mysterious thread, one that mainstream theology often overlooks: the repeated encounters between humans and giants. These confrontations were not merely military skirmishes. They were spiritual and existential struggles between ordinary mankind and the remnants of a hybrid race born from the union of the sons of God and the daughters of men. The giants, or Nephilim, and Rephaim, are described as enemies so formidable that they terrified even the most hardened warriors. If we read carefully, we find that many biblical battles were in fact wars of extermination against these colossal beings. This suggests that the conquest of the Promised Land was not just about territory, it was about eradicating a giant bloodline that threatened humanity itself. One of the earliest and most telling encounters is found in the Book of Numbers. When Moses sent 12 spies into Canaan to survey the land, they returned with mixed reports. The land, they admitted, was fertile and rich, flowing with milk and honey. But 10 of the spies also reported something terrifying. There we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. This account reveals that the Canaanites were not ordinary people but were ruled or dominated by giant clans. Their sheer size and presence caused panic among the Israelites, who feared they had no chance of survival against such monstrous adversaries. Only Joshua and Caleb urged faith in God's promise, insisting that the giants could be defeated. This moment set the stage for the conquest narratives that followed. As Israel entered Canaan, giant tribes became central enemies. The Anakim were particularly notorious, described as descendants of the Nephilim. Their cities, fortified with immense walls, seemed impregnable. In Deuteronomy, Moses recounts how Israel defeated Og, king of Bashan, a ruler remembered for his gigantic stature. Og's bed, according to the text, was over 13 feet long and made of iron, preserved as proof of his enormous size. This detail is striking. It suggests that even the Hebrews themselves felt the need to record tangible evidence of giants, ensuring future generations would not dismiss them as mere myth. The defeat of Og marked not only a military victory but also a symbolic triumph over a monstrous remnant of the pre-flood world. The Philistines, longtime enemies of Israel, were also associated with giants. Most famous of all was Goliath of Gath, who stood nearly 10 feet tall and wore armor so heavy that an ordinary man could hardly lift it. Armed with a spear like a weaver's beam, Goliath mocked the armies of Israel until the shepherd boy, David, struck him down with a sling and stone. This story has often been portrayed as a simple tale of faith overcoming brute force, but in context, it reflects something much deeper: the ongoing war between the giant bloodlines and the chosen people of God. David's victory was not just personal. It symbolized Israel's triumph over an ancient enemy that traced its roots back to the Nephilim. Interestingly, Goliath was not the last of his kind. The Bible records that 4 more giants, described as relatives of Goliath, were later slain by David's warriors. One of them had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, a genetic anomaly often associated with accounts of giants in folklore and archaeology alike. These repeated references show that the Philistine giants were not isolated individuals but members of extended bloodlines, possibly ruling dynasties descended from the hybrid offspring of earlier ages. Other battles against giants are scattered throughout the scriptures. The Emim, the Zamzummim, and the Rephaim were all tribes of giants inhabiting the land before the arrival of Israel. Deuteronomy notes that the Moabites feared the Emim, describing them as a people great, and many, and tall, as the Anakim. The Ammonites, likewise, feared the Zamzummim, who were also described as mighty giants. The fact that surrounding nations, not just Israel, acknowledged these giant tribes suggests their presence was a well-known and undeniable reality in the ancient Near East. These wars were not random conflicts. They appear to have been deliberate campaigns of eradication. God repeatedly commanded Israel to destroy the inhabitants of certain regions utterly, sparing neither man, woman, nor child. To modern readers, these commands seem harsh, but when understood in the context of giants, they take on a different meaning. If these populations were not purely human but descended from a Nephilim, then their elimination may have been a divine directive to cleanse the land of corrupted bloodlines. In other words, the conquest of Canaan was a war to preserve humanity against a race of hybrids that sought to dominate the earth. The battles also reveal the deep fear giants inspired. Even seasoned warriors quaked before them. When Israel first heard reports of the Anakim, their faith wavered, and they longed to return to Egypt rather than face such foes. The psychological impact of giants was as powerful as their physical might. To fight them required not only military strategy but also immense courage and faith. This theme recurs throughout the conquest narratives. The real battle was not against flesh and blood but against something that represented rebellion against the natural order. Outside the Bible, extra-biblical texts like the Book of Jasher and the Book of Enoch expand on these stories. They describe giants as oppressors who devoured the labor of men, consumed their livestock, and even turned to cannibalism when resources ran short. Such depictions align with biblical hints of their destructive nature, portraying giants as beings who corrupted and terrorized human society. These additional accounts provide context for why Israel was commanded to wipe them out. The giants were not simply enemies but existential threats. The giant wars of the Bible also echo in surrounding cultures. Ancient Mesopotamian texts describe the Apkallu, semi-divine beings of great size who imparted knowledge but were eventually destroyed by a flood. Greek mythology recounts the Gigantomachy, the war between the gods and the giants. Norse legends tell of the Aesir battling the Jotun. Everywhere we look, ancient civilizations preserved memories of wars between gods, men, and giants. The biblical battles fit into this global pattern, suggesting they are part of a larger, universal story about humanity's struggle against a race of beings who did not belong to this world. If we accept the biblical accounts as literal history, then the implications are profound. It means that giants were not myth but real entities, inhabiting specific lands, ruling cities, and fighting wars against humans. It means the Bible is not merely a spiritual text, but also a record of ancient conflicts against hybrid beings who once dominated the earth. And it means the Israelite conquest was more than a story of faith. It was part of a cosmic struggle to restore order and preserve humanity. For modern readers, the battles against giants may hold symbolic lessons as well. They remind us that humanity has always faced forces larger than itself, whether physical, spiritual, or societal. They encourage us to confront our giants, whatever they may be, with courage and faith. Yet for those who study forbidden archaeology, the stories are not just allegories. They are evidence that history as we know it has been sanitized. The wars of Israel against giants are not just ancient tales but memories of a time when humanity fought for survival against beings of enormous size and power. Ultimately, the role of giants in biblical battles and conquests cannot be dismissed. From the Anakim of Canaan to the Philistine champions, the scriptures consistently portray them as formidable foes who shaped the destiny of nations. Their presence in the Bible is not peripheral but central, woven into the very fabric of Israel's story. Whether viewed as myth, metaphor, or literal history, these accounts demand attention. For if giants once walked the earth, then the wars of the Bible were more than human struggles. They were the final chapters of an ancient conflict between mankind and the children of the Nephilim, a battle that changed the course of history forever. For more than a century, stories of giant skeletons have emerged from dusty archives, forgotten excavation notes, and yellowing newspaper clippings. Farmers, explorers, and amateur archaeologists reported unearthing human remains of staggering size, skulls with double rows of teeth, femurs too large for any ordinary person, entire skeletons measuring 8, 10, or even 12 feet tall. Yet, despite countless such reports, almost none of these remains can be found today in museums or public collections. Instead, they seem to vanish into obscurity. This pattern has led many researchers to argue that evidence of giants is being deliberately suppressed by institutions that shape our understanding of human history. The most often cited culprit in this alleged cover-up is the Smithsonian Institution, though other museums and academic bodies are also implicated in what some call the Great Archaeological Conspiracy. The Smithsonian's role in this mystery is particularly significant. Founded in the mid-19th century as America's national museum and research institution, the Smithsonian quickly became the final authority on archaeology in the United States. During the same period, newspapers across the country began publishing sensational stories of giant skeletons discovered in burial mounds, caves, and ancient earthworks. The overlap is striking. Just as reports of giants reached their peak, the Smithsonian was expanding its influence, dispatching field agents to collect artifacts from across the continent. Many local accounts claim that when giant bones were unearthed, Smithsonian representatives would arrive, confiscate the remains, and whisk them away, never to be seen again. Witnesses insisted that these relics were boxed up and shipped to Washington, D.C., where they disappeared into vast storage facilities. One of the most famous controversies surrounds the mound building cultures of North America. In the 19th century, settlers plowing fields across the Midwest often struck burial mounds containing skeletal remains. While many skeletons appeared ordinary, others measured far beyond human norms. Reports from Ohio, Wisconsin, and Tennessee describe skulls of extraordinary size, some with double rows of teeth. Yet today, despite thousands of mounds having been excavated, not a single giant skeleton is publicly displayed in any American museum. Mainstream archaeologists argue that early newspaper reports were exaggerated or misinterpreted, and that bones likely crumbled due to poor preservation. But alternative researchers ask a simple question. If giants were never real, why do the official records show so many consistent descriptions, And why did the remains vanish instead of being studied? The Smithsonian's critics point to a telling precedent. In the early 20th century, the institution was accused of destroying or hiding artifacts that did not fit the accepted historical narrative. Some researchers allege that giant skeletons were deliberately disposed of because they contradicted the prevailing view of human evolution. At the time, Darwin's theory of evolution was gaining dominance, and academic institutions were consolidating control over archaeology. The existence of a race of giants, especially ones mentioned in biblical accounts, would have appended the tidy story of linear human progress. Acknowledging such finds might have lent credibility to religious interpretations of history, something the scientific establishment sought to avoid. Similar accusations of suppression extend beyond the Smithsonian. In Europe, reports from the 18th and 19th centuries describe oversized skeletons unearthed in France, the British Isles, and the Balkans. Yet these too seem to have been quietly reclassified or ignored. In Malta, elongated skulls found in the Hypogeum were reported in early excavation records, but many later disappeared from public collections. In Peru, some of the most anomalous Paracas skulls have ended up in private hands, making them inaccessible for serious study. Across the globe, researchers who seek access to alleged giant remains often encounter resistance, bureaucratic red tape, or outright denial that the artifacts even exist. Mainstream scholars argue that suppression is not deliberate, but rather the result of poor record-keeping, inadequate preservation methods, and sensational journalism in earlier centuries. They insist that giant skeletons never existed, and that most reports stem from misidentified animal bones, tall tales, or the tendency of 19th century newspapers to exaggerate discoveries for profit. Yet this explanation does not account for the sheer volume of consistent reports across decades and continents. Nor does it explain why so many eyewitnesses, farmers, soldiers, explorers, even local officials, insisted that they had personally seen skeletons of unusual size before authorities removed them. Some researchers propose that suppression is motivated by more than academic pride or scientific dogma. They suggest a deeper agenda, controlling the narrative of human origins. If giants were acknowledged as real, it would validate myths, legends, and religious texts that describe humanity's past as far more complex than modern science admits. It would force us to reconsider the Nephilim of Genesis, the Titans of Greece, and the giants of countless indigenous traditions as historical realities rather than cultural fictions. Such a revelation would destabilize established institutions, undermining the authority of academia, religion, and even governments that rely on a shared version of human history. There is also a financial angle. Museums and universities receive funding, prestige, and authority by promoting a coherent timeline of human development. Outliers, whether they are anomalous artifacts, advanced ancient technologies, or giant skeletons, risk shattering that timeline. Acknowledging giants could ignite global interest, but it could also unravel centuries of scholarly consensus. For institutions built on the authority of that consensus, the safest course is silence. Better to bury the bones, literally and figuratively, than to invite chaos. Eyewitness testimonies continue to haunt this debate. In the late 1800s, dozens of reports surfaced of giant skeletons being excavated from Native American burial grounds. Many of these stories came not from sensationalists but from local papers, amateur archaeologists, and even state officials. One account from Wisconsin in 1891 describes several skeletons over 9 feet tall. Another from Pennsylvania in 1883 detailed a burial ground filled with enormous remains. In some cases, skeletons were reportedly displayed temporarily in local museums or county fairs before disappearing once larger institutions became involved. The pattern is uncanny. Giants appear, are briefly acknowledged, then vanish. Even in modern times, claims of suppression persist. Whistleblowers and independent researchers allege that private collections hold giant bones that never reach public view. Others suggest that some remains are quietly kept in institutional archives, locked away from public access under the guise of further study or incomplete provenance. The secrecy surrounding such artifacts only fuels suspicion that something monumental is being hidden. For those who believe giants were real, the suppression is not merely an academic oversight, it is part of a larger cover-up of humanity's true history. They argue that powerful institutions, whether scientific, governmental, or even spiritual, have a vested interest in keeping giants out of the official record. To admit their existence would be to admit that humanity's past includes beings that challenge our understanding of biology, evolution, and civilization itself. Giants were not just tall humans, they were something other, descendants of divine or supernatural unions, as described in ancient texts. Acknowledging them would mean acknowledging that myths are not myths, but history. Critics dismiss this as conspiracy theory, yet the absence of evidence is precisely what gives the theory its strength. If even one verified giant skeleton were put on public display, the debate would end. But instead, we are left with countless reports and no bones. Skeptics argue that this lack proves giants never existed. Believers counter that the lack itself proves a cover-up. In such a stalemate, the mystery deepens. What remains clear is that the suppression of giant evidence, whether deliberate or accidental, has profoundly shaped our understanding of the past. Without access to physical remains, we are left with fragments, old reports, faded photographs, and oral traditions. These fragments, however, all point to the same possibility, that giants once walked the earth, and that someone, somewhere, decided the world was not ready to know. Until institutions open their archives, or a new discovery emerges too large to hide, the story of giants will remain trapped between legend and history. For now, the suppression itself has become part of the mystery. Why would so many reports vanish? Why would institutions resist study rather than embrace it? Perhaps the answer lies not just in bones but in power. Whoever controls the past, as the saying goes, controls the future. And if giants are part of that past, then their erasure is more than archaeological oversight. It is the deliberate shaping of human memory. Across every corner of the globe, from icy Scandinavia to the sun-baked deserts of Africa, from the vast plains of North America to the islands of the Pacific, cultures separated by oceans and centuries share one remarkable similarity: stories of giants. These beings are described as towering over ordinary humans, possessing incredible strength, unusual features, and often a mixture of divine or supernatural traits. Mainstream scholars call these tales myths or symbolic stories. But the consistency of giant legends across civilizations raises an unsettling question. Could these be shared memories of real beings that once roamed the earth? In the ancient Near East, the Bible speaks of the Nephilim, Rephaim, and Anakim, giant tribes descended from forbidden unions between heavenly beings and mortal women. These giants, according to Scripture, were fierce warriors inhabiting fortified cities that struck terror into the Israelites. Their presence was not metaphorical. It was a literal challenge to human survival and divine order. Other texts from the same region echo this theme. Mesopotamian myths describe the Apkallu, semi-divine beings of great stature who brought knowledge to mankind but were punished in a flood. The Sumerian king lists speak of rulers who reigned for thousands of years, some of whom were described as giant kings. These parallels suggest that the Hebrew accounts were part of a broader regional memory of colossal beings. In Greece, giants were woven deeply into mythology. The Gigantes, children of the primordial earth goddess Gaia, waged war against the Olympian gods in a cataclysmic battle known as the Gigantomachy. Titans, another race of enormous beings, were said to have ruled before the Olympians, only to be overthrown and imprisoned in Tartarus. The Cyclopes, one-eyed giants, crafted the weapons of the gods, including Zeus's thunderbolts. These myths portray giants as both enemies and contributors to civilization, builders, smiths, and warriors whose fate was sealed in epic struggles with the gods. To the Greeks, giants were not merely fantasy figures. They were part of a remembered pre-human age. Norse mythology also abounds with giants, or Jotun, who inhabited Jotunheim, a realm distinct from that of men and gods. The Jotun were not always evil but were in constant conflict with the Aesir gods, creating a cosmic tension that would culminate in Ragnarok, the final battle where giants would rise again. Interestingly, some Norse myths describe the earth itself as being shaped from the body of a slain giant, Wymir, whose bones became mountains and blood became seas. This imagery suggests that giants were considered not just beings but primordial forces of nature, woven into the very fabric of existence. Turning to the Americas, Native American traditions are filled with accounts of giants. The Paiute people of Nevada tell of the Saiti-Ka, a red-haired race of cannibalistic giants who lived in the region before being driven into Lovelock Cave and exterminated. In the Ohio Valley, legends speak of giant mound builders who preceded the native tribes. Newspaper accounts from the 19th century often connected giant skeletons found in burial mounds with these stories, suggesting that oral tradition preserved real history. Other tribes, such as the Choctaw and the Iroquois, also recounted battles with gigantic enemies who threatened their survival. These stories are striking not only for their vividness but for their consistency across tribes that had little contact with one another. In South America, legends of giants are equally prevalent. The Inca spoke of the Cholpa, an ancient race of tall beings who built stone towers before the Inca inherited the land. In Patagonia, The Tehuelche people described encounters with enormous men, a tale so enduring that European explorers like Magellan and Drake reported seeing giants when they arrived in the 16th century. These reports led to the naming of the region as Patagonia, meaning land of the big feet. Even early Spanish chronicles tell of conflicts between indigenous peoples and giants along the South American coasts, lending further weight to the possibility of historical encounters. The Pacific Islands hold their own giant lore. In Hawaii, legends tell of the Menehune, a small race, but also of giant chiefs and warriors who towered over ordinary people. On Easter Island, the Rapa Nui spoke of the Hanau Epe, or long-eared ones, often described as taller and stronger than the short-eared natives. The long-eared people were said to have built the earliest moai statues before being wiped out in a violent rebellion. Across Polynesia, stories of giant ancestors persist, linking them to monumental stonework that seems beyond the capabilities of the small island populations. In Africa, the Zulu people preserve stories of the Uto Kolosh and Isikulu, giant beings who lived long before the present age. Central African traditions describe beings of enormous height and power who were considered gods or demigods. In Egypt, artistic depictions of pharaohs with elongated skulls and towering stature suggest rulers connected to giant or hybrid bloodlines. Some researchers point to biblical references to giants in Egypt, such as when the Israelites fled bondage, implying that the land of the pharaohs was once home to these beings. Asia is no exception. In India, the Mahabharata and Ramayana describe warriors of immense size and strength, including Rakshasas and other giant-like beings who battled gods and heroes. In China, ancient texts mention Pangu, a cosmic giant who created the world, and others describe regions inhabited by people of extraordinary stature. Even Japanese folklore contains tales of Oni, ogre-like beings of great size who terrorized villages. While these figures are often cast as demons or supernatural foes, their repeated presence suggests a memory of encounters with beings who did not fit the mold of ordinary humans. What is particularly remarkable is not just the presence of giants in these myths, but the common details they share. Many are described as hybrid beings, part divine, part human. Many are said to possess advanced knowledge, building skills, or supernatural abilities. Often, they are portrayed as oppressors, devouring resources, enslaving humans, or even resorting to cannibalism. And almost universally, they are described as being wiped out in cataclysms, floods, divine wars, or battles with humans and gods. This pattern suggests a shared memory of a race that once existed, interacted with humanity, and was ultimately destroyed. Skeptics argue that giant myths arose independently as symbolic expressions of human fears and struggles. Giants, they say, represent chaos, tyranny, or the forces of nature. While this may be true in part, it does not explain why cultures separated by thousands of miles and with no contact developed such similar details. Why do Native American legends of red-haired giants align so closely with South American and European accounts of the same? Why do Near Eastern, Greek, and Norse myths all speak of divine human hybrids wiped out by floods or wars? The sheer consistency across civilizations is too great to dismiss as coincidence. For forbidden archaeology, these myths are not fantasy but fragmented memories of real history. They represent humanity's attempt to preserve the truth of encounters with giants in symbolic or religious form. Over time, as the giants disappeared and knowledge of them faded, their stories were mythologized. But beneath the myth lies fact, a global recognition that giants once walked among us. The implication is profound. If giants truly existed, then myth and history are intertwined far more closely than we realize. Legends are not mere entertainment but encoded records of events too shocking to forget. They are testimonies whispered across time, from ancestors who lived in an age when humanity was not alone. Giants were real, and the stories of every culture bear witness to their existence. Red-haired giants. Few details in ancient lore are as strange, persistent, and provocative as this one. Across multiple continents, separated by oceans and centuries, cultures describe a race of towering beings with long red hair, light-colored eyes, and a terrifying appetite for domination. They were not just giants in size, but in presence, beings who inspired awe, dread, and legends that refuse to fade even into modern times. What is remarkable is how consistently this motif appears, not in one corner of the world but nearly everywhere giants are mentioned. To dismiss them as inventions is to overlook an extraordinary pattern in global memory, that among the giants, there existed a distinct and fearsome lineage, marked by its crimson mane. Let us begin with one of the most famous traditions, the Paiute legend of Nevada. According to the Paiute people, long before their own, Tribes dominated the Great Basin. A race of giants known as the Saiti-Ikar ruled the land. These beings were said to be cannibalistic, taller, and stronger than any ordinary human, with flaming red hair that set them apart. The Paiute remember them as oppressors, consuming resources and even human flesh, until the tribes united to wage war against them. The final battle took place at Lovelock Cave, where the giants were trapped and destroyed by fire. Archaeological excavations at Lovelock in the early 20th century uncovered human-like remains, oversized sandals, and, most controversially, fragments of reddish hair. Though the Smithsonian and other institutions have downplayed these discoveries, the oral history and physical traces still point to a chilling reality. The Paiute may not have been recounting myth, but history. North America contains many other echoes of red-haired giants. 19th century newspaper accounts from the Midwest to California describe skeletons over 7 feet tall, often with reports of red or auburn hair clinging to skulls. The discovery of massive burial mounds across the Ohio Valley, some containing oversized bones and occasionally described as having traces of unusual hair color, further fuels speculation. While mainstream archaeology insists these are exaggerations or misinterpretations, the number of consistent reports suggests otherwise. Were these the remnants of the same lineage remembered by the Paiutes, scattered across the continent after their dominance collapsed? Travel south to South America and the legend repeats itself. Early Spanish chroniclers recorded that the native peoples of Peru and Ecuador told stories of giants who arrived by sea. These beings were said to be so tall that a man of ordinary stature only reached their knees, and many were described as having light hair and beards, a physical trait unusual for the indigenous population. Some of these giants, according to the legends, engaged in violent and destructive behavior, devouring livestock and even attacking humans. The Spanish were baffled by the consistency of these tales, especially since they aligned with their own sightings of tall, fair-featured individuals during exploration. In Patagonia, the Tehuelche people spoke of Patagones, red-haired giants so striking that Magellan's crew reported direct encounters with them in the 16th century. The name Patagonia itself originates from these early reports of giant-footed, often light-haired people. Europe also preserves memories of red-haired giants. Irish mythology describes the Fomorians, a race of hostile giants and sea raiders often depicted with grotesque appearances and fiery hair. They were said to have battled the Tuatha de Danann, a godlike race who eventually defeated and drove them into obscurity. In Norse sagas, giants, or Jotun, were sometimes depicted as having reddish or light hair, further tying into the theme of distinct giant lineages with unusual features. In some medieval chronicles, accounts of unusually tall warriors, often red-haired, appear as though they were remnants of an older tradition, still lingering in cultural memory. Even in the Pacific, echoes remain. Legends of Easter Island's long-eared Hanau epee, sometimes described as taller and more dominant than the island's short-eared natives, include occasional references to hair color that was not the typical black of Polynesian peoples. Some oral traditions suggest these rulers had lighter or reddish hair and used their power to force others into servitude. Though the Hanau epee were ultimately overthrown, their possible connection to the wider motif of red-haired giants is hard to ignore. Skeptics often argue that reports of red hair on ancient remains could be the result of natural decomposition. Hair, when buried for centuries, can lose pigment and turn reddish due to chemical changes, leading to misidentification. While this may explain isolated cases, it cannot account for the sheer number of global traditions that specifically emphasize red hair as a defining trait of giants. The detail is too consistent, too important in the stories themselves to be coincidence. Oral traditions rarely preserve arbitrary physical descriptions unless they are significant. Why, then, would cultures across the Americas, Europe, and the Pacific all preserve this one peculiar detail? Some researchers suggest that red-haired giants may represent a distinct branch of humanity, or something beyond humanity altogether. Were they hybrids, perhaps descended from the mysterious sons of God and daughters of men described in Genesis? Could their striking features and violent tendencies mark them as an aberrant lineage that stood apart from other giants? In this view, the red hair is not merely cosmetic but symbolic of their difference, a physical marker of a bloodline that carried both strength and corruption. Others point to genetic anomalies as an explanation. Red hair is a rare trait globally, caused by mutations in the MC1 gene, and often associated with northern European populations. If giant skeletons were indeed discovered in the Americas with red hair, it raises unsettling possibilities about ancient transoceanic contact or migrations long before Columbus. How could such a genetic trait appear among giants in the New World unless there was some ancient connection between continents? The discovery of red-haired mummies in Peru, dating back thousands of years, adds weight to this possibility. These mummies, often taller than average and preserved with distinct red locks, remain one of archaeology's most tantalizing enigmas. The behavior attributed to red-haired giants is as significant as their appearance. They are often remembered as aggressive, predatory, even cannibalistic. The Paiutes describe them as flesh-eaters. The Irish remembered the Fomorians as destructive oppressors. The South Americans spoke of violent incursions by giant sea travelers. Time and again, these red-haired beings are portrayed not as benevolent rulers but as antagonists to human survival. Their end is often violent, trapped in caves, burned, drowned, or overthrown in rebellion. It is as though humanity itself conspired across continents to remember these giants not only for their size but for their cruelty. Yet, the persistence of these legends suggests that red-haired giants were not merely nightmare figures. They were real enough, distinct enough, and terrifying enough to be remembered in detail. The fact that physical traces, oversized bones, massive sandals, mummified remains with reddish hair, have been found in multiple locations lends credibility to the oral traditions. That such evidence often disappears into institutional vaults or is dismissed outright only deepens the mystery. If these beings truly existed, what does their story mean for us today? Perhaps it is a warning from our ancestors, a reminder of a time when humanity was not alone at the top of the food chain. Or perhaps it is evidence of genetic experiments, divine interventions, or lost civilizations that produced lineages now erased from the official record. Either way, the legacy of red-haired giants is not one that can be easily explained away. It is a global memory, stitched into myth, archaeology, and suppressed discovery, pointing to a chapter of human history that mainstream science refuses to open. The red-haired giants were more than myth. They were a distinct lineage of colossal beings who once dominated vast regions of the earth, remembered by terrified tribes, chronicled by explorers, and whispered about in legends that refuse to die. Their presence forces us to reconsider migration, genetics, and even the very boundaries of what it means to be human. If the past held such beings, what else remains buried beneath the soil, or in the shadows of history? Across the ancient world stand monuments so massive, so precise, and so enigmatic that even today, with our advanced technology, we struggle to explain how they were created. Towering megaliths weighing hundreds of tons, cyclopean walls that defy mortar, and stones fitted so tightly that even a razor blade cannot slide between them. These are the legacies of ancient builders whose identities remain a mystery. Archaeologists attribute these works to human ingenuity and persistence, but alternative researchers ask a darker, more forbidden question. Were giants the true architects of the world's most puzzling megalithic structures? The possibility is not as far-fetched as it seems. Legends across cultures often credit giants with building massive monuments. In biblical accounts, the Anakim and Rephaim were associated with fortified cities of enormous proportions. In Irish mythology, the Giant's Causeway is attributed to Fionn mac Cumhaill, a giant warrior who constructed the basalt pathway to cross the sea. In South America, the Tiwanaku ruins of Bolivia, blocks weighing over 100 tons, were said by locals to have been built by a race of colossal beings. Even in the Pacific, the construction of Easter Island's Moai statues is linked by oral tradition to supernatural strength possessed by long-forgotten ancestors. The recurring theme is undeniable. Where humanity finds impossibly large stones, stories of giants follow. Take Baalbek in Lebanon, one of the most baffling megalithic sites in existence. The Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of megalithic stones, some weighing over 800 tons, the famous trilithon. These stones are not only gargantuan but perfectly aligned, as if placed with deliberate precision. Modern cranes, even with advanced engineering, would struggle to move and position blocks of this magnitude. How could ancient builders without steel tools or heavy machinery accomplish such a feat? Local legends provide a clue. They say Baalbek was once the city of giants. According to folklore, Nimrod, the biblical giant king, commanded these beings to build a great fortress before the flood. The echoes of that story remain carved into stone, daring us to question whether myths contain more truth than we admit. Across the Mediterranean, the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru inspire the same awe. Here, massive stones, some exceeding 100 tons, are cut with polygonal precision and locked together without mortar, forming walls that have survived earthquakes for centuries. The Inca, who inherited the site, claimed they did not build it. Instead, they credited earlier, godlike beings with the work. Local Quechua myths describe giant men who possessed the strength to move stones as though they were pebbles. Mainstream archaeology insists these walls were built with human ingenuity alone, yet no experimental archaeology has been able to replicate the feat with the same precision, especially with stones of such overwhelming size. The possibility that giants, or at least beings with abilities beyond our own, played a role cannot be dismissed so easily. Stonehenge in England, while smaller in scale, carries similar associations. Folklore tells us that Merlin the wizard brought the stones from a distant land with the help of giants. The site's function, part calendar, part temple, part mystery, only deepens the intrigue. If giants indeed existed in Neolithic Europe, could they have had a hand in constructing monuments aligned with the stars? And if so, what knowledge did they possess that has been lost to us? The Easter Island Moai statues provide yet another case study. Weighing up to 90 tons, these statues were carved and transported across the island, an engineering problem that continues to baffle experts. Oral tradition records that the statues walked into place, but some stories also describe long-eared rulers of great stature who commanded supernatural strength. Could these accounts reference a lineage of giants who once dominated the island? If so, the Moai may not just commemorate ancestors but embody the likeness of towering beings who ruled before their downfall. In the Middle East, the ruins of Jericho and other cities of giants recorded in the Bible raise tantalizing questions. When the Israelite spies entered Canaan, they reported seeing cities with walls up to the heavens, inhabited by descendants of giants. While mainstream interpretations dismiss this as exaggeration, archaeological remains of ancient fortified cities, constructed with massive stones and defensive walls, lend a surprising parallel. Were these cities indeed the handiwork of larger-than-life builders? Africa, too, has its share of enigmatic structures. The Great Zimbabwe ruins, with their cyclopean stone walls, remain a mystery. Local legends insist they were built by ancestors of great size and strength, though colonial archaeology dismissed this in favor of attributing the structures to more recent African dynasties. Even in Egypt, whispers of giants linger. The sheer size of the Great Pyramid stone blocks, some weighing over 70 tons, invite speculation about whether human labor alone was sufficient, or whether myths of gods and giants assisting in construction contain kernels of forgotten truth. What makes these global sites so mysterious is not only the scale of the stones but the precision with which they were handled. Stones were not just moved, they were shaped, fitted, and aligned with astronomical accuracy. Some suggest advanced lost technologies, others propose giant manpower. Perhaps both were true. If giants did exist, their sheer strength would have provided the raw power, while their possible access to lost knowledge, or their hybrid divine nature, could explain the engineering brilliance encoded in megalithic sites. Skeptics argue that invoking giants is unnecessary, that human ingenuity, patience, and simple tools could explain the construction of these monuments. Experiments with teams of workers moving small replicas of stones are cited as proof. Yet these experiments never scale to the true size and weight of the megaliths in question. It is one thing to move a 10-ton block with ropes and levers. It is quite another to move a 1,000-ton block, elevate it, and place it with mathematical precision. The argument that humans did it with persistence remains plausible only until you stand before the Trilithon at Baalbek or the polygonal walls of Sacsayhuaman. Then, the human-only explanation begins to crack. The legends, of course, remain our most consistent clue. Cultures did not invent the same story in isolation. Instead, they remembered. They remembered giants who lifted stones that ordinary men could not, who built fortresses, temples, and monuments to their own power. They remembered a time when humanity shared the earth with beings whose abilities bordered on the divine. If giants were the megalithic builders, then these sites are not merely archaeological puzzles. They are monuments to a lost race, testaments carved in stone to their existence. What remains is the question of why these beings built such monuments in the first place. Were they temples to their gods? Thrones to declare their power? Astronomical markers for knowledge they possessed? Or perhaps survival fortresses designed to withstand cataclysm? The truth is buried in stone, but one fact seems undeniable. The scale of these constructions reflects the scale of their builders. Giants may not only have walked the earth, they may have shaped it, leaving behind markers of their lost age that still tower over us today. If true, then megalithic sites are not simply the achievements of ancient humans but the fingerprints of a parallel history, one in which giants left indelible marks upon the landscape. To stand before these monuments is to confront a mystery too large to ignore, a mystery that may one day force us to admit that the builders were not like us at all. For more than a century, whispers of giant skeletons being unearthed have haunted the margins of archaeology. Newspaper articles from the 1800s and early 1900s, local reports from farmers and miners, and scattered accounts from amateur diggers all point to the same astonishing claim: human-like skeletons, some measuring 7, 8, 10, and even 12 feet tall, were discovered and then quietly spirited away. If true, these discoveries should have rewritten the very foundations of history. Instead, they vanished into silence, leaving behind only fragments of testimony, yellowed headlines, and an overwhelming sense of suppression. Why would such evidence disappear? And who benefits from burying the bones of giants? That is the dark heart of this section. In the late 19th century, when the United States was expanding westward, newspapers regularly printed reports of giant skeletons being found in burial mounds, caves, and forgotten gravesites. The New York Times itself published numerous articles, including one in 1885 describing the discovery of skeletons over 9 feet tall in Pennsylvania. Another report from 1897 detailed the unearthing of a skeleton nearly 8 feet tall near Maple Creek, Wisconsin. Similar stories came from Ohio, Kentucky, Minnesota, and the Dakotas, regions dense with mound-builder earthworks whose origins were already shrouded in mystery. These finds were not isolated oddities. They were part of a wave of discoveries that seemed to confirm Native American oral histories of a race of giant predecessors. Even more sensational were accounts of skeletons with unusual features: double rows of teeth, elongated skulls, or red hair clinging stubbornly to the bone. The Lovelock Cave discoveries in Nevada, mentioned earlier, included not only large bones but also giant sandals measuring over 15 inches long, suggesting beings far taller than ordinary humans. The reports were so frequent that they became almost routine in local papers, yet today, these articles are dismissed as sensational journalism. But one must ask, if it was all fantasy, why did so many reports emerge across so many states, often backed by names of witnesses, doctors, or local officials? South America, too, has its share of giant skeleton lore. Early Spanish chroniclers wrote of Peruvian skeletons so large they dwarfed ordinary men. In Ecuador, excavations revealed bones said to belong to beings over 10 feet tall. In the 1960s, in Ecuador's Loja province, Father Carlos Vaca, a Catholic priest, was said to have recovered enormous bones, which he kept in his possession for years. Photographs and testimonies exist, though the bones themselves disappeared after his death. Were these the remnants of the giants described in the oral traditions of South American tribes? In Asia, reports are rarer but no less compelling. In the 20th century, stories emerged from China's Shandong province, where archaeologists uncovered skeletal remains of individuals over 8 feet tall. While mainstream sources attributed these to unusually tall humans, alternative researchers pointed out that the skeletons were far larger than average populations of the time. In India, ancient texts like the Mahabharata speak of warriors of immense size, and there have been unverified reports of oversized skeletons found in caves in northern regions. While photographs circulate online, some admittedly hoaxes, others more ambiguous, the persistent rumors suggest that the mystery is not confined to the Western Hemisphere. One of the most disturbing aspects of the giant skeleton story is how often the Smithsonian Institution appears in connection with the suppression narrative. Many reports claim that skeletons unearthed in the 19th century were sent to the Smithsonian for study, only to vanish without explanation. In 2014, the Supreme Court even received a lawsuit alleging that the Smithsonian deliberately destroyed thousands of giant skeletons in the early 20th century to protect the established narrative of human evolution. While the Smithsonian denied the allegations, the sheer persistence of the claim, and the institution's silence on specific reported finds, has only deepened suspicion. Why would such evidence be suppressed? One theory is that giant skeletons would directly challenge Darwinian evolutionary models. If beings of enormous stature coexisted with humans, the linear progression of human development becomes far less straightforward. Another theory points to theological implications. The existence of giants would lend credence to biblical accounts of the Nephilim, Rephaim, and Anakim, stories long dismissed as allegory. For institutions committed to a secular narrative of history, such a confirmation would be explosive and destabilizing. Yet another possibility is that governments and institutions are protecting knowledge of ancient advanced civilizations, fearing that acknowledging giants would unravel too many interconnected mysteries. Skeptics argue that the so-called giant skeletons were the result of exaggerated measurements, hoaxes, or misidentified remains of prehistoric animals. It is true that the 19th century was rife with sensationalism, and not every report can be taken at face value. but the volume and consistency of the accounts cannot be ignored. Moreover, the recurring detail of skeletons being confiscated by authorities suggests that when real discoveries were made, they were quickly covered up. If all of it were fiction, why the repeated theme of disappearance? Why not proudly display these skeletons as curiosities in museums? The answer seems to lie not in fraud, but in suppression. Around the world, tantalizing pieces of evidence still surface. Farmers unearth massive femurs only to have them vanish into private collections. Cave explorers stumble upon oversized skulls, only for the finds to be dismissed or ignored. A handful of photographs, some authentic, some faked, circulate among researchers and truth seekers, feeding the mystery. And always, the same pattern. Evidence arises, evidence vanishes, and the official record remains unchanged. The emotional weight of this mystery is enormous. If true, the missing skeletons represent one of the greatest cover-ups in human history. They are not simply bones. They are the keys to unlocking an erased chapter of our past. They connect myths to reality, oral tradition to archaeology, and faith to science. They threaten to collapse the neat, linear story of human origins into a messy, complex, and deeply unsettling narrative, one in which humanity shared the earth with beings of impossible scale. But perhaps the most important question is this: where are the bones now? Are they hidden in museum vaults, mislabeled, or deliberately locked away? Were they destroyed to ensure they never challenged the dominant paradigm? Or are they still out there, buried beneath the soil, waiting for the right hands to uncover them once again? Each possibility is disturbing, but all point to the same conclusion. The skeletons of giants, if revealed, would change everything we know about our species. The missing evidence of giants is more than a scientific mystery. It is a cultural wound. It represents the silencing of ancient memory, the burial of proof that our ancestors were telling the truth all along. As long as skeletons continue to vanish into obscurity, the shadow of suppression looms over archaeology. But perhaps the tide is turning. With the rise of alternative research, citizen archaeology, and digital platforms that bypass traditional gatekeepers, the truth may one day emerge. And when it does, the world will have to confront the bones it has tried so hard to hide. The greatest mystery surrounding giants may not lie in their bones, which have been hidden, destroyed, or denied, but in something even smaller and more difficult to erase: DNA. While skeletons can be dismissed as hoaxes or misidentified remains, genetic traces are harder to explain away. Across the world, scientists have studied ancient remains and stumbled upon anomalies: elongated skulls with non-human DNA markers, genetic mutations that defy explanation, and living populations with rare traits that echo the legends of giant bloodlines. Could the truth of giants still survive within us, coded into the strands of DNA that carry the memory of our past? One of the most famous examples comes from Paracas, Peru. In the 1920s, archaeologist Julio Tello unearthed a vast necropolis, containing elongated skulls, some naturally shaped, others seemingly manipulated by cranial binding. What set many of the Paracas skulls apart, however, was their volume and weight. They were up to 25% larger than normal human skulls and had 60% more cranial mass. They also featured only one parietal plate rather than the two typical in human skulls. While skeptics attribute these differences to deformation practices, DNA testing has revealed anomalies. Samples from several Paracas skulls, conducted in the 2010s, indicated genetic sequences not matching Native American origins. Instead, they suggested haplogroups tied to regions like the Caucasus and the Middle East. Could this be evidence of a migrating elite lineage, giant hybrids whose bloodlines stretched across continents? Double rows of teeth, a recurring detail in giant skeleton reports, may also be a genetic clue. Dental anomalies are rare but significant, often tied to developmental mutations. If skeletons described in 19th century newspapers truly bore double rows of teeth, this could signify an inherited genetic trait, not simply a random mutation. Though no intact skeletons with this feature have survived public scrutiny, the persistence of the description across multiple reports raises the possibility that certain giant lineages carried unique genetic markers we no longer see in modern humans. Living populations also hold mysteries. In regions tied to giant legends, Patagonia, the Basque Country, and parts of Polynesia, people of unusual stature, strength, or rare genetic traits still appear. The Basque people, for example, have one of the highest concentrations of blood type O negative in the world, a trait some researchers suggest could connect to ancient non-human or hybrid lineages. While mainstream science regards this as a simple genetic variation, Alternative thinkers see it as a fingerprint of ancient ancestry, preserved across millennia. Gigantism in modern humans complicates the picture. The condition, usually caused by a tumor on the pituitary gland, produces abnormally tall individuals but often with health problems. Skeptics argue that ancient giants were simply cases of gigantism. Yet the descriptions of giants in myth and discovery reports suggest beings with proportionate builds and extraordinary strength, not the fragile, disease-prone condition we know today. Moreover, gigantism does not explain the repeated genetic anomalies seen in ancient remains, nor the consistent mythological association of giants with divine or hybrid origins. The Nephilim of the Bible were described as hybrids, the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. If we take this account literally, it implies a genetic mixture of two different species or entities. Ancient myths worldwide echo this theme, gods or star beings interbreeding with humans, producing offspring of great size and power. Could DNA be the smoking gun proving these unions took place? If such unions occurred, the resulting genetic material would have been unlike anything we see in ordinary humans. Perhaps this is why certain remains, like the Paracas skulls, show anomalies inconsistent with standard human DNA. Another genetic puzzle comes from the Denisovans, a mysterious hominin species discovered through DNA fragments in Siberia's Denisova cave. Though only a few bone fragments have been found, their genetic legacy survives in modern humans, particularly in Melanesian and Aboriginal populations. Some scientists speculate Denisovans may have been very large, possibly even giant-like. Could this mysterious branch of humanity, largely unknown until the 21st century, connect with the legends of giants? If their genes remain in modern populations, the possibility of larger-than-human ancestors is not as far-fetched as once thought. Equally intriguing are the reports of red-haired mummies discovered in Peru, China, and Egypt. In the Darime Basin of China, mummies thousands of years old were found with Caucasian features and red or light-colored hair. These individuals were unusually tall for their time and carried genetic markers not native to East Asia. The same pattern appears in South America, where red-haired mummies were unearthed, echoing Native American traditions of red-haired giants. DNA analysis of these remains revealed European and Near Eastern haplogroups, further blurring the boundaries of accepted history. Did these red-haired people represent remnants of giant bloodlines, scattered across the globe in prehistoric times? If DNA holds the key, why is so little of it made public? The problem lies in control. Institutions and governments oversee most genetic research on ancient remains. Testing requires permissions often denied to independent researchers, and results are filtered through official channels. When anomalies appear, genetic markers that don't fit established migration models, they are often dismissed or explained away as contamination. Yet whispers persist of suppressed DNA findings that reveal lineages with no clear origin in the human tree. The implications of proving a giant bloodline are staggering. It would mean that human history is not the story of one species evolving neatly over time, but of multiple lineages, some larger, stronger, perhaps more advanced, interacting, competing, and even interbreeding. It would mean myths of gods and giants were not fantasy but distorted memories of genetic reality. It would mean that even now, traces of giant ancestry could linger in the human genome, hidden in those rare individuals who grow taller, stronger, or more unusual than their peers. For now, the evidence remains fragmented. A skull here, a genetic test there, a rumor of suppressed data elsewhere. But as technology advances and as more independent researchers gain access to ancient remains, the truth may come into sharper focus. DNA is history written in code, and unlike bones, it cannot be buried forever. The story of giants may ultimately be the story of humanity itself, a tangled lineage of gods, hybrids, and lost species, written not just in myths and megaliths but in the very blood that flows through us. Somewhere within that code may lie the final proof that giants were not just the stuff of legend, but our ancestors, our rivals, and perhaps even our creators. From the earliest myths of Mesopotamia to the stories passed down in the Americas, one theme recurs with haunting consistency. Giants once walked the earth, but their reign ended in catastrophe. Nearly every culture has a version of a great flood or cataclysm that swept away an earlier race of beings, cleansing the world and preparing it for a new humanity. Could this global memory represent more than myth? Could it be that the giants, once rulers and builders of civilizations now lost, were destroyed by a disaster so immense it still echoes in the deepest layers of legend? Section 37 plunges into this idea, the connection between giants and the Great Flood. The Bible offers perhaps the most famous account. In Genesis 6, we read that the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, producing offspring known as the Nephilim. These hybrid beings were described as mighty, men of renown, feared for their size and violence. The text goes on to say that God, seeing the corruption and wickedness filling the earth, resolved to destroy it with a flood. Many biblical scholars and alternative historians argue that the flood was not merely a judgment on humanity's wickedness, but specifically an act to wipe out the corrupted bloodlines of giants. The Ark of Noah, then, becomes not just a story of survival, but a deliberate reset of human history, an attempt to remove the genetic influence of the Nephilim from the earth. The apocryphal book of Enoch provides even more detail, portraying the giants as the offspring of fallen angels who taught humanity forbidden knowledge. According to this text, the giants became so destructive, consuming all resources and even turning to cannibalism, that their cries rose up to heaven. The punishment was twofold. The watchers, fallen angels, were bound and cast into the depths, and the giants were doomed to perish in the flood. Their spirits, Enoch claims, became wandering demons, forever cut off from both heaven and earth. Here we see a chilling link between giants, destruction, and divine retribution. Yet the story is not confined to biblical tradition. The Sumerian flood myth, older than the Genesis account, also speaks of great beings wiped out in a cataclysm. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the demigod king himself, a figure often depicted as of gigantic stature, seeks out Utnapishtim, the Sumerian Noah. The echoes are unmistakable: a race of extraordinary beings, a world out of balance, and a great deluge to restore order. Gilgamesh himself may have been remembered as one of the last of these semi-divine giants, a remnant of a lineage nearly erased. Greek mythology tells a parallel tale. The Gigantomachy, the war between the Olympian gods and the giants, ends with the gods triumphant and the giants cast down, often associated with natural disasters and upheavals. In some versions, the flood of Deucalion is the final punishment, sweeping away the corrupted races and beginning humanity anew. Again, the pattern emerges: giants rise, dominate, and then are destroyed by divine wrath and overwhelming waters. Indigenous traditions across the Americas mirror these accounts. The Paiute people of Nevada spoke of the red-haired giants, the Saiti Ka, who were wiped out in a battle and later by floodwaters. The Aztec myth of the five suns describes previous ages of the world, each ending in cataclysm, including floods that destroyed earlier races, some said to be giants. In South America, the Mapuche people told of ancient Huaynes, giants who were drowned when the earth was covered in water. Even in North America, many native tribes recall giants destroyed by water and fire, their bones left behind as proof. Science, too, provides tantalizing support for a flood or series of floods at the end of the last ice age. Around 12,000 years ago, the Younger Dryas period brought sudden climate chaos, rising seas, and megafloods unleashed by melting glacier. Sea levels rose hundreds of feet, drowning coastal settlements and perhaps entire civilizations. Mainstream archaeologists acknowledge this upheaval, but rarely connect it to myths of giants. Alternative researchers, however, see the match as uncanny. Could it be that the extinction event for giants coincided with this real, global catastrophe? If giants were indeed wiped out in a flood, why do traditions claim some survived? The Bible hints at giants reappearing after the flood, with figures like Og of Bashan and the Anakim confronting the Israelites. This suggests either that some giants escaped destruction, perhaps retreating to high ground or hidden strongholds, or that the bloodline persisted through human survivors who carried Nephilim genes. The idea of survival is echoed in other cultures. Some legends speak of giants fleeing underground or into remote mountains, surviving in secrecy long after the deluge. These stories may explain why giant bones occasionally surface even in historical times, remnants of a bloodline thought extinct. Skeptics dismiss these flood myths as simple allegory, cautionary tales of human hubris. But the sheer consistency of the story across continents suggests otherwise. How could cultures separated by oceans all remember a race of giants destroyed by flood? Unless they were all describing the same real event, passed down through oral tradition until it became myth. The flood becomes less a metaphor and more a memory, encoded in humanity's collective subconscious. The suppression of giant skeletons takes on new weight in this context. If bones proving the existence of giants exist, they are not just relics, they are direct evidence that the flood myths were history, not fable. They would confirm that civilizations rose and fell long before our recorded history, that gods, giants, and men once shared the earth, and that their destruction was not natural but orchestrated. Whether by divine hand, natural disaster, or both, The giants' extinction was deliberate, a cosmic reset meant to clear the slate. Yet the possibility remains that not all were destroyed. What if small pockets of giants survived the flood and became the source of later encounters, the inspiration for medieval tales of giants in remote lands, or even the wild men legends in Asia and Europe? Could cryptids like Bigfoot or the Yeti represent the last whispers of this lineage? While speculative, the continuity of stories linking giants with floods and survival suggests we may not have seen the last of their kind. The flood as the end of the giants forces us to ask a larger question. Was it a punishment, or was it protection? If giants were indeed violent, destructive, and predatory, then their eradication saved humanity from extinction. But if they were advanced, builders of megaliths and keepers of knowledge, then the flood may have stolen from us a partnership that could have elevated civilization far earlier. In either case, the flood was not just a natural event, it was the dividing line between the world of the gods and giants and the world of modern humanity. When we look at the myths of giants and the flood, we are not just reading old stories. We are peering into the trauma of ancient humanity, who witnessed the destruction of beings they saw as larger than life, literally and figuratively. Their bones may be missing, their cities drowned beneath the seas, but their memory lives on in every flood myth, every whispered story of red-haired giants, every oral tradition of a world before ours. The deluge was the end of the giants, but not the end of their story. That story continues to haunt us, daring us to uncover the truth still hidden beneath layers of water, earth, and silence. Throughout this journey, we have explored myths, skeletons, oral traditions, suppressed discoveries, megalithic enigmas, DNA anomalies, and cataclysmic floods. Piece by piece, a forbidden puzzle has taken shape, a forgotten chapter of history in which giants may not only have existed, but thrived, ruled, and left their imprint on our world before being swept aside by time, disaster, and deliberate erasure. Now, as we close this investigation, we arrive at the most important question of all. What does this mean for human history, and why does it matter so much that evidence of giants has been buried, denied, or destroyed? The mainstream narrative of human origins is clean and linear. We are told that Homo sapiens gradually evolved from earlier hominids, developing culture, tools, and eventually civilizations over tens of thousands of years. Within this framework, there is little room for disruption, little space for radical anomalies. Giants, if proven real, would shatter this framework. They would introduce an entirely new dimension to our understanding of the human story, one that is neither neat nor linear, but tangled, diverse, and filled with mystery science cannot yet explain. Imagine for a moment that the skeletons described in 19th century newspapers, unearthed from American mounds, were displayed openly in museums. Imagine if the red-haired mummies of Peru, the giant femurs of Europe, or the anomalous skulls of Paracas were accepted as genuine evidence of an alternate lineage. Overnight, textbooks would be rewritten. Evolutionary models would have to account for a parallel branch of humanity, or even a hybrid species that shared the earth with us. Biblical and mythological accounts, long relegated to the realm of fantasy, would suddenly demand re-examination as historical testimony. The flood stories, the Nephilim, the battles of gods and giants, all would shift from metaphor to memory. This is precisely why such evidence is dangerous to the status quo. Our world is built upon consensus reality, the collective agreement of what is true, what is false, and what is acceptable knowledge. Giants challenge this consensus. They suggest that ancient people were not primitive but witnesses to a world more complex than ours. They hint at civilizations erased not only by time but by deliberate design. They force us to confront the possibility that history has been manipulated, controlled, and sanitized to maintain a particular worldview. The suppression of giants, then, is not simply about bones. It is about power. Whoever controls history controls identity. If giants were real, they connect humanity to something vast, unsettling, and humbling. The idea that we are not the pinnacle of creation, but merely survivors of a world that once included beings far greater in stature and strength. Acknowledging this would disrupt the foundations of science, religion, and even politics. It would challenge the authority of institutions that claim to hold the truth. And it would empower ordinary people to ask dangerous questions about what else has been hidden. But perhaps the deeper implication is spiritual. Giants remind us that myths are not just stories, they are encoded memories. They show that oral traditions, sacred texts, and cultural legends may preserve truth science has yet to rediscover. For millennia, indigenous peoples, shamans, and elders have insisted that their ancestors battled giants, lived among them, and saw their downfall. To dismiss these voices as fantasy is not just arrogance. It is a refusal to honor the wisdom of humanity's collective past. The giant's erasure is part of a larger silencing of ancient knowledge, one that robs us of the chance to fully understand who we are. What if, instead of rejecting these stories, we embrace them as pieces of a grander narrative? Suddenly, the unexplained megaliths of Baalbek, Stonehenge, and Puma Punku make sense, not as primitive feats, but as the works of beings with strength and abilities beyond ours. Suddenly, the flood myths gain coherence, not as moral tales, but as collective memories of a global cataclysm that destroyed a world of giants. Suddenly, even cryptids like Bigfoot or the Yeti seem less absurd, becoming potential remnants of a lineage thought extinct. We stand at a crossroads. On one side lies the comfort of the official narrative, neat timelines, clean explanations, and a sense of control. On the other side lies the messy, awe-inspiring, terrifying possibility that history is far stranger than we dare admit. To choose the second path is to embrace uncertainty, to risk ridicule, but also to unlock wonder. For if giants were real, then what else might be real? Lost civilizations beneath the sea? Advanced technologies forgotten by time? Encounters between humanity and beings we call gods? Giants are not just a story of bones and skeletons. They are the doorway to an entirely different understanding of reality. Consider the psychological impact. Humanity has long wrestled with questions of identity. Who are we? Where did we come from? Why are we here? Giants complicate those questions in ways that are both thrilling and unsettling. If we once lived alongside beings larger than ourselves, beings who shaped our myths and challenged our ancestors, then humanity's story is one of survival, adaptation, and humility. We are not alone in our history. We are not the sole inheritors of the earth. We are part of a legacy shared with forgotten giants whose presence still lingers in stone, in blood, and in story. And yet, there is also a warning. The giants, as remembered in myths, were not always noble. They were often violent, destructive, consumed by greed and appetite. Perhaps their extinction was necessary for humanity's survival. If so, then their story is not only about power but about responsibility. Knowledge, strength, and size do not guarantee wisdom. The fall of the giants may serve as a cautionary tale for us today. Civilizations that grow arrogant, that consume without balance, that turn their gifts into weapons, eventually invite catastrophe. The flood that swept away the giants may echo as a warning of what happens when creation spirals into corruption. So, where does this leave us? Giants may never be acknowledged by mainstream science, at least not in our lifetimes. But the evidence, mythological, archaeological, genetic, and anecdotal, refuses to disappear. It calls to us from burial mounds, from sacred texts, from oral traditions, and from suppressed archives. It insists that the past is not what we think it is, and that the truth, once uncovered, will demand a new story of humanity. Perhaps that is the greatest gift of the giants. They remind us that history is alive, that truth cannot be buried forever, and that each of us is part of the search. To ask the question, were giants real, is to challenge the boundaries of knowledge itself. It is to reject the comfort of ignorance and to step into the realm of mystery. Whether the bones remain hidden or one day are revealed, the giants have already achieved immortality, not in flesh, but in the questions they leave behind. And so, as we close this exploration, one truth becomes clear. Giants were more than myth. They were part of a world deliberately forgotten, erased by cataclysm and concealed by those who feared the implications. To rediscover them is to rediscover ourselves, to see humanity not as the beginning and end of history, but as one chapter in a much larger epic. The giants are gone, but their shadow remains. It falls across our myths, our monuments, our blood, and our memories. To acknowledge them is to unlock the forbidden history of our planet, and to admit that the story of humanity is far greater and far stranger than we ever imagined.